Chapter 995. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Let's go, Meng. There are no more clues here. Let's go to the next place." "Okay." Meng nodded. The two of them mounted the horse and went straight to the town. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the villagers and thought for a while. In the end, he did not dismount the horse and ask. After they were far away from the town, Meng could not help but ask, "Where is the next place?" "If you don't ask, how are we going to get there?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's leave the town first. I keep having the feeling that someone is following us. Now that we've asked, even if we give a few different names, they'll know where we're going once we leave. Wouldn't that be telling them for nothing?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Meng was a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua knew what she was thinking. He patted David's deer and went forward to hold her hand. He said, "Meng, don't think too much. No matter what your background is, no matter who your family is, you're always a dream in my heart. The girl who made my heart flutter. I'll miss you, protect you, cherish you. I'll accompany you day and night, never to be separated. Xiaohua." Meng called out to Zhang Xiaohua and jumped into his arms. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and buried her head in Zhang Xiaohua's chest. After a while, Meng raised her head and her cherry lips were right in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but lower his head and kiss her. After a long time, the two of them who had been practicing internal energy for a long time separated. Meng leaned her body against Zhang Xiaohua and her chest heaved up and down. She was still very excited. The deer, Huan, stood quietly by the side of the road. The big white horse also looked for grass around Huan and slowly chewed on it. The entire road was very quiet. "Xiaohua, maybe I don't have to look for my background. Isn't it better to be with you and live happily on Lingxiang Peak?" This was the second time Meng made this request. "It is good to live on Lingxiang Peak, but do you think you can let go of everything in the past? You don't want to think about your background anymore?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "If your parents want to know about you, and you hide on Lingxiang Peak, won't you be unfilial?" Zhang Xiaohua's words were naturally emotional. His parents were in the Guozhuang house, but he and his second brother could not rush back to tell them that they were safe. He tried to persuade Meng to find her home. Okay. I'll listen to you." Meng looked at her lover, her heart full of sweetness. "Where are we going?" Meng nestled in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and asked. Let me see." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her bosom and took out the list. She first looked left and right, then released her divine sense and carefully checked it. Only then did she open it, take a look, and immediately put it back into her bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so careful, Meng said, "Xiaohua, you don't have to say anything. I will go with you. If you say it and others hear it, won't it spoil our plans?" As she spoke, Meng's eyes looked left and right, as if there was someone nearby. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look around. She nodded and said, "I already know the place and the name of the person. Let's go ahead and find a place to ask." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua burst out laughing and said, "Even if I don't tell you, when I ask someone, don't you want someone else to hear it?" He. Meng laughed and said, "When you ask someone, you just have to be careful. If there are too many people, they may not be able to hear it." Zhang Xiaohua thought it made sense. They rode forward for half a day and came to a very small town. In order to cover up, Zhang Xiaohua let Meng cover for him. They sat in a tea house and found an excuse to leave for a while. Then they found a secluded place and used the earth escape. They also found a place where there was no one and asked a few older people about the place. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was also careful and asked a few more irrelevant places. However, he was not familiar with this place, so most of the things he asked were unknown. He wanted to ask about the last few places, but he was afraid that others would know and catch him in one fell swoop. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the tea house again, there was a faint smile on his face. Meng knew that he had a plan in mind, so she was also happy. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to have some tea and snacks, and then they continued on their way. Next, they went to Baiquan Mountain, which was an ancient martial arts family. Although they came out of Wuxia town and went in a random direction, they gathered together. Even if the direction was wrong, the difference was not big. Although it was a small matter, it also made Meng feel refreshed. She felt that God had opened his eyes and allowed them to find some clues smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng Yao, and Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy to accompany her. The two of them chattered about something, but looking at their happy appearance, it was similar to going on a scenic tour. After a day and a night, they came to the front of a mountain at dusk. Is it here? Meng looked at the tall mountain and asked. Well, it should be. This is Baiquan Mountain. The second person on the list is a person named Qing Miao. I have asked the people in the town yesterday. It seems that there is a Qing family in Baiquan Mountain, which is a martial arts family. It has been entrenched for many years. The mountain is so big. How can we find it? It's very easy to find. The Qing family is not on the mountain, but in a place called Qing Village at the foot of the mountain. It is at the mountain pass of Baiquan Mountain, built by the mountain. Is it there? Meng pointed with her finger. It should be. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke rising from the foot of the mountain in the distance and said with a smile, let's not rest this time. Even if it is dark, we have to go to Qing Village first. Yes, Meng said with a smile. The two of them walked for half a meal and were much closer to Qing Village. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke in the distance and shouted, oh no, this is not smoke. I am afraid. As she said that, she patted David's deer and immediately rushed to Qing Village as fast as lightning. However, when they arrived, the scene in front of them stunned them. The whole Qing Village had been turned into ashes. The smoke they saw just now was only the black smoke of the village when it was set on fire. This. Zhang Xiaohua stamped her foot and immediately released her divine sense. At this time, her divine sense could cover a large area, but in the whole area, there was no one who could attract her attention. What the hell is going on? Meng looked at the burned village and the dead bodies in front of the houses that had just been extinguished. She could not help but feel sad and said to herself, I just want to know my background. Is this too much? This is the second time. Zhang Xiaohua said to herself, if the incident in Wuxia town was accidental, then the incident in Baiquan Mountain was inevitable. This must be related to Meng's background. But, what is it about Meng's background that can't be known by others? Moreover, even Meng herself does not know the contents of the list. How could others know? Daoist Temple? Zhang Xiaohua's mind immediately flashed, only the great master Chang'eng or the elders of the Daoist Temple know about the things on the list. Could it be that the Daoist Temple pretended to be sanctimonious and gave us the list on the surface, but secretly erased all traces of it? It must be. Otherwise, why would the great master Chang'eng be so shocked when he saw Meng's face? 40 years ago, the woman who looked like Meng was Meng's mother. Who could make the great master Chang'eng so shocked? Why did the Daoist Temple try so hard to stop Meng from meeting her mother? But if the great master Chang'eng killed Meng, wouldn't it be over? Well, of course not. First, it would offend the fragrant temple. Second, it would create a blood feud with Meng's mother. I guess the Daoist Temple does not want to see that happen. But how can they hide it from us for a while? How can they hide it forever? Meng will meet her mother sooner or later. The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more confused she became. At this time, Meng had already looked around the small mountain village. The village was not big, but there were about 100 families. There was not a single living person. Meng's expression was very solemn. When she came to Zhang Xiaohua's side, she was already determined. There are no living people, right? Zhang Xiaohua asked knowingly. Well, even the livestock were burned to death. Meng said with grief and indignation, Xiaohua, I've decided not to look for my background. Even if. I can't see my mother in this life, even if I can't be happy in this life, I won't look for it. Ah, have you decided? Zhang Xiaohua understood Meng's feelings very well. Yes, I've decided. Well, I support you. But Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, if there are no accidents, the others on the list, even if we don't look for them, they may not be alive. Maybe their fates were already decided when the Daoist Temple wrote this list. Meng shook her head, maybe, but if I go, they will certainly die. If I don't go, maybe, they will have a chance to live. Xiaohua, let me deceive myself. I'd rather believe that if I don't go, they can live well, even if they are now ashes. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out the list. She rolled it into a ball and rubbed it between her palms. It turned into scraps of paper, and the handwriting could no longer be seen. With a wave of her hand, the scraps of paper flew between heaven and earth, and not a trace of it could be seen. Seeing the list destroyed, Meng seemed to have removed a big stone from her heart. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Well, it's all over now. Let's go back to the incense cult and start our happy life at Lingxiang Peak. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua laughed, you don't have to worry about this pugilistic world anymore. Of course, I'll go back with you. Then, the two of them looked back at the Qing village, which was still smoking, and left. Chapter 996. A few days later, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream arrived at a lush mountain range. Dream smiled and said, I thought that the mountains in our sect were beautiful. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many beautiful mountains and rivers here, but the scenery is different from each other. Each has its own unique characteristics, each has its own unique charm. None of them are worse than the sects. That's right, even the place where the Daoist Temple is, the whole mountain range may not be smaller than Zhuangxiang cult. That huge Guiyuan tower seems to be no worse than Huangsu. Fortunately, Zhuangxiang cult is now open. There will be plenty of opportunities to come out in the future. Maybe after the martial arts convention, we can ask the leader for a job and walk around the surrounding mountains. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. That's right, that's what it means to laugh proudly in Jianghu. Unlike now, we have to go back after just a few days. I don't know the name of this mountain. We're just walking around blindly. It'll be troublesome if we want to come back in the future. Isn't that easy? Just find someone to ask. Just as they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. He looked into the distance thoughtfully. When Dream saw this, she also turned her head. Before she could see clearly, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from that direction. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled and blurted out, why is he here? Who? Dream looked at the figure in the distance and said, you can see him? Yes, it's someone I know, so it's easy to recognize him. You know him in Jianghu? Dream asked curiously. Yes, let's go and see. The person I know seems to be unable to hold on. As they spoke, the two of them spurred their horses and rushed forward along the mountain path. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two of them reached the peak of the mountain. At the peak, there were more than 10 people with weapons in their hands, surrounding the two carriages. In front of the carriages, there were two people, one big and one small. The small one was about 5 or 6 years old and held a toy sword in his hand. He was fighting with a skinny man in his 20s. The man's sword was casually parrying the attacks. It was obvious that he was just playing around. The big one at the side was bare-chested, revealing his bulging arms. He held a sword in his hand and was fighting with a tall and fat man. The man also held a sword in his hand, but it was thicker and wider than usual. When their swords clashed, sparks flew. On the mountain path, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe the situation. He shook his head. Earlier at the foot of the mountain, she had seen that the man's sword skills were rusty. He only relied on his arms and some strength. His opponent seemed to be willing to let him win. He only exchanged blows with him and did not take the opportunity to kill him. Therefore, she followed Dream up the mountain path. Sure enough, the man used his strength to shake off the sword. He was somewhat impatient and said, "Chu Zhigao, do you think it's fun? I've already let you have more than 100 moves. Don't you know that you're not my opponent? Why do you still want to make a pointless struggle?" The man who used the sword was the street performer that Zhang Xiaohua saved at Lu Town Square. The bone-solidifying pill formula was also obtained from this man called Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao said angrily, "Of course I know that I'm not your opponent. But, you destroyed my home and burned down my house. Do I have to grovel and beg you for mercy? You really don't know what's good for you. My Jingli manor was only interested in your formula. I gave you face and asked you to hand it over. Why can't you listen to the manor lord's advice again and again? Don't tell me that it's really hard to hear." Bah! Chu Zhigao's spit almost sprayed on the man's face as he shouted, "How shameless! This Chu Zhigao's medicinal plaster is passed down from my ancestors. How can you exchange it for just 10 taels of silver from Jing Manor? Now you're bullying my sect. How can I give it to you? Chu Zhigao, do you think your Horned Dragon Mountain is still the Horned Dragon Mountain from 10 years ago? You're already a street performer and selling medicinal paste. What are you talking about? The 10 taels of silver is the manor lord's kindness. If it's up to me, I'll just rob you." Bah, if it wasn't for the fact that Senior Chu left early and didn't leave behind his martial arts, we wouldn't be afraid of your Jingli manor. Li Er, don't waste your breath on him. Just take him down. My patience has run out. Yes, Manor Lord. I'll do it now. As he spoke, the man who was fighting with the child at the side hurriedly brandished his sword. The child panicked and his sword was sent flying. Then, he was easily caught in the man's hand. "Chu Zhigao, your son is already in my hands. Are you going to stop or not?" When Chu Zhigao saw this, he let out a long sigh and threw his padao on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, a yellow figure suddenly flew out from another carriage and pounced on the face of the person who was holding the child. In the Tenryu sect, there was no one in the huge hall. Suddenly, there were sounds of hurried footsteps coming from outside the hall. When the footsteps reached the entrance of the hall, they stopped. After a while, there was still no movement. A strange black figure appeared above the hall. Then, as if he was flying, he flew to the tall chair in the hall. A voice came from the bamboo hat, "What's the emergency? How dare you disturb my cultivation?" Zeng zeng. There were a few light footsteps. A woman came forward and bowed, "Lord Sakra, this little one has found the whereabouts of the saintess." What? Sakra lost his composure. He immediately stood up from his chair and shouted, "Where is ya?" Reporting to Sect Master, the saintess is now in the Dalan Temple. What? The bald donkeys from the Dalan Temple? They actually dared to shackle the saintess of my dragon god sect? Men. Lord, please calm down, please calm down. The woman hurriedly said, "The saintess isn't imprisoned by the Dalan Temple. She is an envoy of the fragrant religion. She is here to deliver an invitation to the Dalan Temple." Invitation? Is it the same as the disciple from the fragrant religion who came to deliver the invitation? That's right. The holy maiden really went to the Dalan Temple as an emissary of the incense cult. She was accompanied by a young male disciple of the incense cult. According to the news from the Dalan Temple, this male disciple is called Ren Xiaoyao. He is the only disciple of the incense cult. Ren Xiaoyao? The only disciple of the fragrant religion? Sakra's expression relaxed. He sat on the chair and asked curiously, "When did the fragrant religion have a disciple of the fragrant religion? Isn't this going against the Dalan Temple? What is the saintess situation?" Reporting to Lord, the saintess seems to have lost her memory. She doesn't remember anything from the past. Even when our spies in the Dalan Temple tried to probe her using the secret code, the saintess didn't have any reaction. Of course, perhaps the saintess has other arrangements. This subordinate doesn't know. Spies? How did the Daoist Temple's spies know the saintess' appearance? Sakura was somewhat angry. Lord, please calm down. The woman was very afraid. She whispered, didn't Lord want this subordinate to hurry up? This subordinate has sent out some of the saintess' portrait. Lord, rest assured, this subordinate knows that the portrait of the saintess will not be leaked. Moreover, they also don't know who the person in the portrait is. And Sakura asked again, is the saintess returning to the fragrant religion? No, the woman revealed a strange expression and said, the saintess left the Daoist temple and went in another direction. However, this disciple has already sent people over. But, for fear of affecting the saintess, this disciple didn't dare to approach. Good, inform everyone that we are heading to the fragrant religion. Lord, you are going to participate in the martial arts convention? The woman was surprised. Didn't Lord Garuda set off a few days ago? But immediately, the woman came to her senses and bowed. Reporting to Lord, this subordinate will arrange it right away. In the fragrant religion, in a quiet room on the fragrant peak, Nun Jing-yi was sitting on a chair. Nun Xuezhen was also sitting expressionlessly below. Lord, the disciples who went out to deliver the invitations have already returned. Although Peacock and Yuyan haven't returned, there is still news. Only Xia and Ren Xiaoyao. Since they entered the Daoist temple, there hasn't been any news. What do you think? No matter. Ren Xiaoyao went to the Daoist temple for some other matters. I guess he was asked to stay by Changsheng and the others. Moreover, the Daoist temple is far away from the fragrant religion. I'm afraid the news will be delayed. By the way, is there any other news about the immortal Dao people from Rejuvenation Valley? Replying to Sect Master, there isn't. Your respected self also knows that those of the immortal Dao come and go. If they didn't deliberately let others know, who would be able to see? We don't know how long this person of the way of immortality has been in Jianghu. Not only do we not know about it, I reckon that even the Tenryu sect may not know about it. That old man suddenly took a liking to Rejuvenation Valley. It's strange. Are all cultivators of the immortal Dao pure of heart and few desires, ignoring the mortal world? This subordinate does not dare to make wild guesses. Lord Hierarch is also a successor of the immortal Dao. This subordinate does not have that kind of feeling. Sigh, that's because my sect's cultivation is still too low. According to my disciple's message, that immortal could actually fly as high as a mountain. That's probably the legendary wind controlling technique. My sect can only float in the air right now. That's still far from it. If the light body technique is already so good, then there's no need to talk about the rest. However, this subordinate still has some thoughts. I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. You and I are senior sister. Although you didn't participate in the official selection and didn't take charge of a hall, but you have made great contributions to my sect. Others may not know, but how can this sect not know? If you have something to say, feel free to say it. Thank you, Lord Hierarch, for your wise judgment. This subordinate is happy even if I have to sacrifice my life. There's no need for that. It's all for the foundation of the incense sect, for the paradise of my Lingxiang peak. It's like this, Lord Hierarch. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. That person of the immortal Dao doesn't usually appear in the world. Why did he appear after Xixia came to Don't Worry City? Although, there's no definite connection, but this subordinate still has some doubts. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 997. Heh, so junior sister Xuezhen already knew? I thought you would keep your mouth shut. I didn't expect you to bring it up today. Please forgive me, Hierarch. When I first saw Xixia, I had some suspicions. But Hierarch is as wise as the sea. You must know my suspicions. Since you insist on keeping Xixia, you must have your own plans. Of course, I didn't dare to have any other ideas. Moreover, according to my observations over the past few years, there was nothing strange about Xixia. It seemed that she was really kept in the dark and didn't know anything. But senior sister Jingshuan's death didn't seem to have anything to do with her. Alas, not everyone can see the true face of the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Even in the incense cult, only I had the chance to see her. Junior sister Shuezhen must have met her by chance in Jianghu in her early years. Yes. That was more than 40 years ago. Therefore, senior sister Jingxian brought this Xixia back to the fragrant cult. Although she had good intentions, for a poor child who did not know her origins and had lost her memories, she did not know that she had already brought a hot potato back to lingering fragrance peak. Hierarch, do you also think that Xixia is the daughter of the saintess of the Tenryu sect? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. She knocked on the chair with her hand and said, Xixia's face is almost exactly the same as the saintess of the Tenryu sect 40 years ago. I'm not blind. How can I not see it? If you say that Xixia has nothing to do with the saintess of the Tenryu sect, then no one will believe it. This is also the reason why I didn't give her a veil and didn't accept her into the Mo Xian palace. I understand. Others think that Hierarch tolerates Xixia because of senior sister Jingxian. You even let her participate in the Orchid Evening refinement. Actually, our cult doesn't dare to offend the Tenryu sect too much. Besides, we also want the Tenryu sect spies to quickly recognize Xixia's face so that this matter can be reported back to the Tenryu sect. Then, we can send Xixia safely back to the Tenryu sect. However, junior sister Jing Xian met with a mishap. This sect was astonished. Such a mysterious method should have been done by the Tenryu sect. Since the daughter of the previous generation's saintess was by junior sister Jing Xian's side, how would they dare to do such a thing? So, sect master, you think this purple mist might not be? That's right. Our church had some doubts, so we sent Xixia to accompany Ren Xiaoyao to the Daolan temple. That's strange, sect leader, but why didn't you send him directly to the Tenryu sect? Wouldn't we know after a test? Nun Shuezhen was very puzzled. Junior sister Shuezhen, although our cult can't confirm that Xixia is the descendant of the Tenryu sect saintess, according to old legends, the previous saintesses of the Tenryu sect were all the daughters of the Tenryu sect master Di Shi Tian. We can't risk sending Di Shi Tian's daughter to Di Shi Tian. Isn't this a clear slap to the Tenryu sect's face? Ordering sect master Di Shi Tian's daughter around? Oh, I understand. Nun Shuezhen was enlightened. Sending Xixia to the Daolan temple can first test the Tenryu sect's reaction, and second tell the Tenryu sect that we didn't know this was the descendant of your saintess. Sect master is brilliant. Junior sister, you only know one thing but don't know the other. There's a second reason why we sent Xixia. Sect leader, please enlighten us. That's Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao? That silly brat? Nun Shuezhen was even more baffled. Isn't he just a lucky brat? He's not just lucky. Nun Jingyi smiled wryly. He's the only person our sect can't figure out. Didn't he call himself some beta school? A small mountain sect? A sect like that is as common as a carp crossing a river in the Jianghu. Who would remember it? Sect leader, you can just send someone to investigate. The key is that he's a beta school. Our sect has already sent people to investigate, but it hasn't been long enough, so we haven't made any progress. However, do you remember what Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Qianyu said in front of those from the Immortal Tao? Of course I do. She's just an infatuated child who doesn't understand the ways of the world. She's still thinking about Ren Xiaoyao in her heart. It can't be counted as real. But junior sister, haven't you thought about it? Does the formation Rejuvenation Valley used to face the enemy have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao? That's impossible. Nun Shuezhen immediately shook her head. Rejuvenation Valley has been established for over 1,000 years. It's not strange for them to occasionally obtain some formations from the immortal Tao that can resist martial arts. What does this have to do with Ren Xiaoyao? But don't forget, Nye Qinyu told the seniors from the Immortal Tao that she'd already obtained some of the Beta School's incantations for internal strength. This. Nun Xuezhen really hadn't paid attention to this sentence. Our sect has already sent people to investigate. Nye Qinyu's constitution is weak and she can't practice martial arts. Therefore, the martial arts passed down in Rejuvenation Valley are only practiced by her eldest sister, Nye Qianrong, and second sister, Nye Qianxiu. She doesn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But look, she's already obtained some Beidu School's incantations. Needless to say, they were passed down by Ren Xiaoyao. This incantation, what kind of incantation is it? Can it allow a woman who can't practice martial arts to practice it? Why don't we have the disciples of Carefree City ask Nye Qinyu? It was possible in the past, but now, it's no longer possible. Nun Jingyi shook her head. The jade talisman given by the Immortal Tao Senior is too dangerous. Even the Tenryu sect, TSK, they wouldn't dare to use force. Then, she said thoughtfully, the strangest thing is that Ren Xiaoyao has the incantation for this internal strength incantation, but his own internal strength isn't good enough. His lightness skill is a complete mess. When he barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak, he relied entirely on the strength of his arms. That sword embryo is also half-baked. Not exactly half-baked. It should be some kind of strange sword technique. Don't you think this is strange? So, Lord Sect Leader sent Ren Xiaoyao to Huansu. Nun Xuezhen was enlightened. That's right. Our sect wanted to see Ren Xiaoyao's true ability. It's just that this guy is a troublemaker. Just as he entered Huansu, a huge change happened there. Could it be that Lord Sect Leader suspects that the huge change has something to do with Ren Xiaoyao? It'll be great if it has something to do with him. Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. To be able to mess up Huansu's array, what kind of immortal Tao cultivation does he have? Even our sect won't have this kind of ability even if we cultivate for another 60 years. Ren Xiaoyao, how could he have it? And, the most reassuring thing is. Nun Jingyi looked out the window and sighed. Ren Xiaoyao, he actually gave me the Chao Huan pill that Mo Qingshan found. Mo Qingshan? Chao Huan pill? Nun Xuezhen cried out in shock. Mo Qingshan, is he still alive? Chao Huan pill? Isn't that the legendary Immortal Tao spiritual herb? Once consumed, it'll immediately. Mo Qingshan died long ago. I don't know when he died. Sigh, it's been hard on him. Then, she sighed again. Junior sister Xuezhen is right. I didn't expect that the Chao Huan pill and the Immortal Tao's legends would really exist in Huansu. Think about it, if that Ren Xiaoyao was a person of the Immortal Tao, how could he return the Chao Huan pill to our sect? He only needed to consume the Chao Huan pill himself and destroy the thing that Mo Qingshan left for our sect. Who in this world would know that it was Ren Xiaoyao who took the Chao Huan pill? Yes, Sir Cult Leader is right. It can only mean that Ren Xiaoyao doesn't seem to understand. He's indeed a person of the martial Tao, and he's also from a small mountain sect. No wonder Sir Cult Leader was so protective of him in the past. It turns out that there's such a reason behind it. Yes, this is also the reason why our sect couldn't see through Ren Xiaoyao. However, this isn't the reason why our sect trusts Ren Xiaoyao. This time we sent Ren Xiaoyao to be with Zixia. It's also because we want to see what kind of person he is. Who cares what kind of person he is? He's not a person of the Immortal Tao. Didn't you hear that the Immortal Tao Senior hasn't heard of Beta School? Since he's a person of the martial Tao, there's no way he can escape from our fragrant cult. But, Junior Sister Xuezhen, you seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Abbess Xuezhen asked curiously. Nye Qinyu? Abbess Jingyi smiled. Junior Sister, have you forgotten? Nye Qinyu is the only disciple of our protector. Not only did she bear the reputation of being unmarried, but she also claimed to be a disciple of Beta School. For her to have the determination to reject the immortal Tao means that her love for Ren Xiaoyao is stronger than gold. What else can it mean? If our sect wants to kill Ren Xiaoyao, this little girl will crush the jade slip in anger. Although the immortal Dao Senior may not reach out to meddle in this matter, but, if this girl also enters the immortal Dao, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to our fragrant cult in the future. With a hiss, Abbess Xuezhen sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. I really didn't think that much. I really didn't think there were so many implications. Pulling one hair will affect the whole body. I really can't act rashly. But, this little girl doesn't seem to know about the matter between Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao. If she knew, would she still act like this? Abbess Xuezhen probed. Alas, who knows? The most difficult thing to understand in this world is love. No one knows what Nie Qianyu is thinking. Maybe it's because of love that she hates, or maybe it's because of love that she loves even more. But, this isn't something we need to consider. Anyway, Ren Xiaoyao is our protector. If we can use him, then use him. If we can't use him, then don't use him. Leader, you're brilliant. Abbess Xuezhen bowed and said, I didn't expect Leader to be so clear about these details. I thought Leader had only heard of Nie Qianyu's name. Junior Sister Xuezhen, you must remember that the details determine success or failure. Any small link can affect the big picture in the end. Heh, well, we've said so many useless and depressing things. Now, let's talk about something that makes people happy. Abbess Jingyi stretched, which was rare for her, and said with a smile, have you done the things I asked you to do? If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 998. Your Excellency, are you talking about the Misty Hall? This subordinate has already passed down Sect Master's decree a few days ago. Misty Hall's Yang Ruping, Vice Hall Master Gao Kunheng, and the girl called O Yen have all been sent to Mo Xian Palace. What about Ming Qing? Are they ready? Well, I don't know. I've already informed Ming Qing. He should be here by now. Well, let's go. Junior Sister Xuezhen, let's go to Mo Xian Palace together. Ask Elder Jing Fan, several masters, Peacock, Chen Chen, and the others to come here. I'm here to announce a happy event. Happy event? Master Xuezhen was obviously stunned, then nodded and went out. Yes, it's a happy event that our sect has been preparing for a long time. Master Jingyi seemed to be answering Master Xuezhen, but Master Xuezhen had already gone far away. In Mo Xian Palace, it was the usual meeting. Everyone was sitting with their heads down, waiting for Master Jingyi's arrival. Only Chen Chen tilted his head and looked at the old masters who usually didn't come out, and Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and the others who were sitting far away from them. He opened his mouth several times but hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, then, are you Zhang Xiaohu? Wasn't the one sitting behind Gao Kunheng Zhang Xiaohu? At this time, hearing a female disciple call his name, Zhang Xiaohu looked up. It was a female disciple wearing a mask and a palace dress. How could he tell who she was? She didn't dare to answer casually and turned to look at the Misty Hall's hall master with a puzzled expression. Yang Ruping heard it too. She glanced at Chen Chen and said with a smile, this. Junior Sister, are you familiar with the disciples of the Misty Hall? Chen Chen smiled and said, I'm not familiar with them. I just want to ask, is that Chen Chen of your Misty Hall doing well? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood. This female disciple must be the Chen Chen mentioned by Xiaohua. She has the same name as Chen Chen, but she wore different clothes when she went to the Misty Hall last time, so they can't recognize each other. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Yang Ruping smiled and said, so it's Junior Sister Chen. I was wondering who was familiar with our Ethereal Hall's disciples. Then, he hesitated and asked, I wonder, why is Junior Sister Chen here? Of course, Yang Ruping was definitely suspicious. She knew the rules of Mo Xian Palace. When she was under Nun Jingyi's tutelage, even though she was very favored, she didn't have the right to sit there. He, Senior Sister Yang, Senior Sister Peacock, and Junior Sister Yuyan have all received the inheritance of our fragrant sect. Only those who have been classified as legacy disciples are qualified to sit here. Ah. Hearing this, Yang Rupiang was surprised, but more than that, she felt bitter. She had also gone through the test of the Refining Heart Cave. Unfortunately, the test happened after she went to Mo Cho City. At that time, she was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. How could she escape from the inner demons of the Refining Heart Cave? The situation in the dreamland was absurd and abnormal. She did not even tell O Peng about it and buried it deep in her heart. When she heard that he was the successor, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was some bitterness and some jealousy. When she thought of her dead husband, she felt even more grief. Yang Rupiang was only slightly distracted. She immediately stood up and saluted, "Congratulations," to the 3 junior sisters. These 3 would be the highest level of the fragrant sect in the future. If the Misty Hall wanted to be safe in the fragrant sect, of course, they would have to rely on them. How could Yang Rupiang not be respectful? "We don't dare," Peacock stood up and returned the salute. "We were just lucky, we don't dare to show off." "Senior Sister Yang is the head of the hall, we will have to rely on you in the future. The Misty Hall is newly established by the fragrant sect, we will have to rely on you in the future," Yang Rupiang said with a smile. We are all sisters of the same sect, we should do so." Chen Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, how is Chen Chen?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Junior Sister Chen is doing very well. Her skills have improved greatly and she is in seclusion on Shixin Peak." Chen Chen clapped and said, "Now that's interesting. If her martial arts were too weak, she would not be worthy of the name Chen Chen." Zhang Xiaohu was sweating. He unconsciously thought of what Zhang Xiaohua had said and looked at Chen Chen. "You're all here?" A voice sounded from Mo Xian Palace. Everyone was surprised and looked up. They didn't know when Nun Jingyi had quietly sat there. "Greetings to the hierarch." Everyone went forward and saluted. "Well, sit down," Nun Jingyi said with a smile. After everyone sat down, Nun Jingyi looked at the haggard Yang Rupiang and said with concern, "Rupiang, how are you, on Shixin Peak?" Hearing her master's tone, which was the same as when she taught her martial arts, Yang Rupiang's heart ached and she almost cried. She didn't answer immediately and lowered her head to hold back her tears for a while. Then she looked up and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, Master, for your concern. I am fine." "Alas, Rupiang, it's not that I want to scold you. You are not suitable to be a hall leader. It's better to concentrate on your martial arts. Look, several junior sisters have received the inheritance. Even if you failed in the Refining Heart Cave, you still have a chance to enter the way of immortality. Master, thank you for your concern. I will remember my late husband's last words. I can't let him down. I still hope that I can take good care of his disciple. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. The Misty School has to walk on its own. How can it be sheltered under the wings of a little girl like you? The Misty School? Yang Rupiang was stunned. Obviously, she knew that Nun Jingyi had made a mistake. She smiled bitterly and said, "The Misty Hall is doing well now. I will hold on for a few more years. It won't be too late to consider it after the younger disciples have matured. Then, have you not considered letting go now?" Nun Jingyi seemed to ask casually. Now? Yang Rupiang was even more stunned. She didn't know what Nun Jingyi meant. She thought for a while and said, As Master said, I really don't want to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall. But, without me, I'm afraid, the entire Misty Hall will be bullied by others. Of course, if Master has any arrangements or a suitable candidate to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall, as long as the disciples of the Misty Hall are not treated unfairly, I will definitely agree. Seeing that Yang Ruping was so resolute, Nun Jingyi asked again, "Then, are you going to be the hall leader of the Misty School?" "Then I'm even less interested." Yang Ruping heard it and said casually. But then she came to a realization. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Nun Jingyi had already mentioned the Misty School and not the Misty Hall twice. How was that a slip of the tongue? Obviously, there was another meaning behind it. At this moment, not to mention Yang Ruping, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Their faces were all filled with shock. Zhang Xiaohu was even more so. His eyes were wide open as he looked at this conversation that had nothing to do with him. "Master. What do you mean?" Yang Ruping's voice was trembling. "It's very simple. There's no meaning." Nun Jingyi's tone was very indifferent. "I'm just asking if you are willing to be the hall leader of the Misty School." Nun Jingyi's voice was very soft. But in everyone's eyes, it was as if a hammer was hammering on their hearts. No one expected her to ask such a question. "Master, you mean, to let the Misty Hall split the incense cult and set up another Misty School?" "Master. I didn't mishear you, did I?" Yang Ruping still didn't dare to confirm it. "Why not?" Nun Jingyi waved her hand casually. "I never intended to keep the Misty Hall in the Shixin Peak. Ever since the Misty Peak, I never intended to." Ah. Everyone in Mo Xian's palace was shocked again. For a moment, Yang Ruping didn't know what to feel. At the same time, all the puzzling things that happened in the Misty Hall and the Shixin Peak in the past 5 years were explained. Nun Jingyi didn't let other outer disciples into the Misty Hall and didn't split the Misty Hall into other outer sects because of Yang Ruping. More importantly, she didn't intend to keep the Misty School and the incense cult. As for the so-called Misty Heights, Nun Jingyi didn't care at all. She only wanted to be gentle and didn't want to be forceful. Knowing this, Ruping, "Do you still not want to be the hall leader?" Nun Jingyi asked with a smile. I still have the same words. I really don't have the ability to manage people." Yang Ruping still said. "I'm already struggling to manage the Misty Hall under your wings. How can I manage the Misty School? If you have a more suitable candidate, I'm willing to stay in the Shixin Peak." "Well, good." Nun Jingyi nodded slightly and seemed to be quite satisfied. As soon as he said that, a certain someone in the hall became extremely excited. His palms were almost sweating. This person was Gao Kunheng. Was there a need to explain? The Misty Hall had a hall leader and 2 vice hall leaders. Yang Ruping didn't want to be the hall leader, let alone the hall leader. Among the 2 vice hall leaders, the other vice hall leader, Aunt Qin, wasn't called by the hierarch at all. This. Did he need to be told? The new hall leader of the Misty School must be him. Sure enough, Yang Ruping turned her head slightly to look at Gao Kunheng. Gao Kunheng also felt the cult leader's gaze at the same time. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, acting like a loyal subordinate who was unafraid of death, willing to sacrifice his life, and willing to work hard. Unfortunately, Nun Jingyi was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see whether she was satisfied or not. However, just as Gao Kunheng was waiting for Nun Jingyi to clarify her words, Nun Jingfan interjected. Gao Kunheng almost wanted to kneel in front of Nun Jingfan and beg her to be more polite and not interrupt. He heard Nun Jingfan clap her hands and say, "Honorable cult leader, this. I really don't know what to say. To tell you the truth, I really didn't expect honorable cult leader to let go. It's much more brilliant than holding it in your hands." Chapter 999. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, "Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant?" 5 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully, "Back then, I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here." Ha ha ha, 50 copper coins? Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. "Xiaohua, you you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you? Yes, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. It was 5 years ago when I met you and Shirtai outside Poyang town. God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memory started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Chang Gung of the Daolan Temple wrote Poyang Town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang Town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain and talk about Poyang Town, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Since we're already here and Chu Sanfeng isn't here, the mysterious person behind us probably doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Nanjing Xian that day, I came out from there alone. I have long forgotten the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, where do you want me to find it? Yes, I understand. Meng nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper walked over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Have you been here before, dear guest? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I did not think of it. There are so many people coming in and out of the restaurant every day. If you remember, you would have already, you have a point. Sigh, back then, when the shopkeeper saw that an outsider from Jianghu actually remembered him from his early years, he felt rather emotional. While drinking, he bragged about his story. In fact, it was very simple. It was just that the shopkeeper was nimble and quick-witted. Thus, he won the appreciation of the old shopkeeper and betrothed his only daughter to him. While the shopkeeper was showing off, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that was already in her memory, Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional even before she ate it. That was then and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive?" As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the shopkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, "You don't know. This dish was left behind by the old shopkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years, the price of pork has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the amount of pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially." The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed, and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you also increase in price? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma and reason. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer, dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come, guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. Huh, it's nothing. It tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, no, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, I've been there before. It's on a mountain outside the town. Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. Huh, that's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, the food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here, I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot, 1 silver ingot? Or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, Oh right, I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised. You even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago, he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the western part of town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now, he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town because she obtained the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the Refining Heart Cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore, she couldn't use her divine sense to discover the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, "It's really here." In my impression, it was a high mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. Compared with lingering Fragrance Peak, it is really ugly. Where is the mountain god temple? Dream asked. You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago, you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain. Dream sighed and said, "By the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, "When Shirtai took you away, how did you get out?" Nonsense, of course. Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, "I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong." How did you know Qin Gong at that time?" Then her eyes softened and she said, "It's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually returned to the town from the ferry with your own strength." Hee, that's right. I, Xiaoxia, have been outstanding since childhood. Even the teacher of our Guizhuang house didn't dare to accept me. He was afraid that he would lead me astray. Ha ha ha, Dream laughed and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, the two of them went up the Python Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed at the place where the setting sun fell and said, "Dream, over there, is the place where we first met. Please vote, please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 1000. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanxiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Xixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yanxiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanxiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. As expected, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops at the Heroes Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately, there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanxiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanxiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water, but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, "What took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back?" Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. He only smiled and said, "It's nothing. This so-called sect leader Bai is very interested in our fragrant cult. He even inquires about our senior martial sisters and the cult leader's daily routines. You can think about it, but how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of their Shuiyun club. How can I do that?" After trying to shirk responsibility for a long time, sect leader Bai sighed. He had just given him a banquet and wanted him to drink wine. His dream was here, and so was his heart. How could he be in the mood to drink wine? I'll come back as soon as possible. Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. You are so charming. Nie Qianyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. I heard that she is even colder than before. She doesn't speak much to the male disciples. Why did this Bai Zhangmen want you so much the moment he saw you? Why did he give you the guardian disciple position so eagerly? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, I am not talented. My appearance is better than Pan An's. Meng seemed to see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua laughed so hard that she almost bent over. I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, I can say the same thing. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you are that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be, the founder of Fragrance Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room and checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanxiu used the immortal cultivation technique to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he was reluctant to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one of her acupoints. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanxiu would find out the next day. Therefore, she immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been opened by themselves. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water did not disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai had him and Zhang Xiaohua by his side, so he did not ask any questions. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanxiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanxiu had some secret supernatural power. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days, there seemed to be some big movement between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanxiu completely forgot about Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. He was busy appointing and dispatching people. As for what he was busy with, the status of the disciples was limited, so their knowledge was limited. Meng was also anxious. While nagging Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. Those disciples only smiled and did not say a word. Meng did not know how to deal with them, so she could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanxiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still did not know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua secretly pondered. Needless to say, Bai Yanxiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she did not hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she did not know. However, according to what Bai Yanxiu said, even if she waited here for a lifetime, it might not happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanxiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. This bastard actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How despicable. If I don't cause trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this bastard sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately depressed. Along the way in from outside Between the Clouds and the Water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water, he would not be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he would have to take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, seeing the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much about it first. Let's destroy between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother between the clouds and the water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Cangshu, or Li Su? Didn't you say that they wouldn't touch us even if they had 10 times the courage? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Daoist temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy between the clouds and the water once they get the news." "Ah." Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, wouldn't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" "Io," Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then, he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." "Bah." Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back when it came in contact with the white fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't use the flying technique to leave the island. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by a pool with restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua only knew how to use the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? "It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head a little. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light came from the main hall where Bai Yanxiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large patch of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanxiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanxiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me. Please tip me. Thank you. Chapter 1001. Jing Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Taking the Misty School into the incense cult and releasing the Misty School into the incense cult was all planned by her. She had always been in control and never revealed anything to her juniors. Firstly, this matter involved a lot of people. If it was leaked, it wouldn't be a surprise attack. Secondly, this matter was related to the opening of the incense cult's formation. There was still a long time before the incense cult would leave Jianghu, so it would be useless to say anything earlier. Now that she heard her juniors praise her, even though she was the cult leader, she could tell that Jing Fan's praise came from the bottom of her heart. How could she not smile? This subordinate has just learned of cult leader's actions. Please don't blame me for making wild guesses. Junior sister Jing Fan, please speak. I think everyone has doubts in their hearts. Let's not talk about it now and listen to your opinions. Actually, this subordinate thinks that cult leader's actions are the best for both public and private reasons. As Hall Leader Yang said, she wants to lead the Misty School in Shixin Peak but is powerless. Furthermore, the Misty School is in an awkward position and doesn't fit in with the incense cult's outer sect. It can't be pacified without decades. Moreover, the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Misty School, they are younger than us, but their tempers are much worse than ours. If we kill them all, Hall Leader Yang will fight us to the death. It's better for everyone if cult leader lets go like this. Secondly, the Misty School is one of the major sects of the Immortal Path. It has existed together with the incense cult and the Shindao sect since ancient times. The Shindao sect has already perished and the Misty School is also declining. If we can rebuild the Misty School, it will be like a phoenix rising from the ashes and rising from the ashes. Cult leaders' actions are not only upholding the orthodoxy of the Immortal Path, but also fulfilling the obligations of the Immortal Path. If the Misty School perishes, even if it is merged into the incense cult, 2 of the 3 sects of the Immortal Path will be gone. I'm afraid, it won't sound good. Moreover, among the 3 sects of the Immortal Tao, if our incense cult is isolated in Jianghu, we won't be able to balance ourselves against the Daoist Temple and the Tenryus sect. We'll only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, ever since the alliance of the righteous path emerged from the path of immortals, they have always considered themselves as a super sect in the Jianghu. They have always wanted to surpass our incense sect and have a place in the path of immortals. During the attack on the Misty School, they acted in secret and killed 2 of the 6 Misty Tigers without permission. They tore apart the relationship between our incense sect and the Daoist Temple and the Misty School, causing our incense sect to be in a passive position. We had no choice but to do things and decisions that our Lord Hierarch did not want to do. Moreover, the alliance of the righteous Tao had been developing rapidly in the past few years. They had occupied the Misty Peak and were about to surpass the Daoist Temple. Although there was no news of them joining the Immortal Tao, it would not be difficult for them to gain a place in the Immortal Tao in the future. If Lord Sect Leader releases the Misty School and rebuilds it, it would be the heaviest blow to the Righteous Alliance. Sister Jing Fan's analysis is very reasonable. Is there anything else? That's all I can think of. Perhaps Lord Sect Leader has other ideas. What about everyone else? Is there anything else you want to add? Abbess Jing Yi looked at the people around her with interest. Lord Sect Leader, this disciple has something to say. Peacock smiled. Speak freely. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. Peacock said, since ancient times, there has always been a tripartite balance. Only the tripartite balance can be maintained. Although the incense sect, the Daoist Temple, the Tenryus sect and the alliance of the righteous Tao exist, the Tenryus sect is above the rest. The alliance of the righteous Tao is a martial arts sect. Only the incense sect and the Daoist Temple are immortal Tao heritages. Although our 2 sects have some ties, as Master said, the Daoist Temple and the incense sect share the same origins. There may be other conflicts and the alliance of the righteous Tao is one of the legs. However, the alliance of the righteous Tao is too ambitious and only covets the resources of the immortal Tao. Therefore, although the Misty School has long been in decline, it has always been under the protection of the incense sect and the Daoist Temple. I believe the Daoist Temple has the same intentions as the incense sect. During the battle of the Misty School, the incense sect and the Daoist Temple suffered a setback from the alliance of the righteous Tao. They had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill and cut off one of their legs. This time, the rebuilding of the Misty School will bring the order of the Jianghu back to its previous stable path. Killing many birds with one stone. Abbess Jing Yi nodded. Peacock is becoming more mature. This analysis has been raised to the level of survival in the Jianghu. It's very good. I can rest assured that the incense sect will be handed over to you in the future. This disciple wouldn't dare. It's just a wild guess. Peacock said humbly. Actually, the most important thing is that the destruction of the Misty School was not our intention. It was only because of Zhang San from the Alliance of the Righteous Tao that we had no choice but to continue. That's why we had already planned to do so when we were at Misty Peak. Everything that happened in the future was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Now that the incense sect can return to the Jianghu, this wish must be fulfilled in advance. Otherwise, won't Ruping blame us for the rest of her life? Master. Yang Ruping was almost in tears. Alright, O Yen. You've been listening for a long time. You should have understood much of what Elder Jing Fan and Peacock said. Do you still blame us in your heart? Other than Abbess Shuezhen, who remained silent, everyone else was stunned. Zhang Xiaohu even turned his head in astonishment. Sure enough, outside Mo Xian's palace, a thin and weak-looking woman walked in. It was O Yen, who had just recovered from her illness. O Yen looked much better than when Zhang Xiaohua saw her. However, her face was still pale. It was unknown whether it was because the incense sect members had brought up the past or because she was still sick. O Yen walked into Mo Xian's palace and stood in the main hall. She raised her head and looked at everyone coldly. Even Zhang Xiaohu, an old acquaintance, did not say anything. Yang Ruping, needless to say, was like a stranger. Then, O Yen bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Abbess." Abbess Jing Yi was silent for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Sit down." "I don't dare. How can there be a seat for me in the incense sect?" O Yen shook her head slightly. "You little girl," Abbess Jing Yi smiled bitterly. "Just now, I asked others to make it clear that O Peng's death was caused by Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Changsheng and I were only kidnapped. The Righteous Alliance is the real culprit behind the destruction of the Misty School. If you want to give face to others, you should go to the Righteous Peak. Moreover, little girl, I'm the leader of the sect. You should be grateful that I'm giving you face." Yes, Shirtai's words are very reasonable. However, I'm only a woman with the strength to truss a chicken. I can't wield a saber or a sword, so I can only use this expression to express my preferences. I only hate that I'm not at the Righteous Peak. Otherwise, with just my gaze, would have pierced 70, 80 holes in that Zhang San. Ha ha ha, Abbess Jing Yi clapped her hands and laughed. However, although Abbess's words are reasonable, but what is done is done. Whether intentional or not, as long as there is a cause, there will be an effect. No matter how Abbess explains, my brother can't be resurrected. Yang, my sister-in-law can't live happily for the rest of her life. Ah. Yang Ruping almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard O Yen call her sister-in-law. In this world, besides O Peng, only O Yen was related to her by blood. Over the past few years, O Yen had treated her as a passerby, which made her very sad. Now that she heard O Yen call her sister-in-law, she felt that her persistence and strength over the past few years had not been in vain. Hearing Yang Ruping's cry, O Yen turned her head and said indifferently, "Sister-in-law, I heard what you said outside the hall just now. I also know that you've been wrong these years. Although there are too many twists and turns in this matter, these years in the Shixin Peak have made me temporarily think things through. I'll call you sister-in-law in the future, but it doesn't mean that I forgive you. I know. Yang Ruping said hurriedly, "You don't need to say more. I know what I'm doing. To be able to hear you call me sister-in-law in this life is already worthy of your brother's trust." Zhang Xiaohu sighed at the side, while Gao Kunheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this time, Abbess Jing Yi asked again, "O Yen, I'll let the Misty School people out to reunite in the Misty Peak and rebuild the Misty School. What do you think?" "It's all Abbess's arrangement. I have no objections," O Yen said calmly. "However, in this, I still need your help. Are you willing?" Abbess Jing Yi said enigmatically. "Me?" Not only O Yen, but everyone else in the hall was surprised. "What can I do?" O Yen shook her head slightly. Could it be that Abbess wants me to be the leader of some misty school? Ah. Gao Kunheng covered his mouth. His heart skipped a beat and his face turned ashen. Of course, Yen was the rightful leader. How is that possible? Abbess Jing-yi ignored Yan's sneer and said, "You don't have any martial arts skills. Although you have experience in managing Huanxi Manor, you're still too weak to lead a group of heroes. I would rather choose Ru Ping than you. But, wouldn't it be easier to control the Misty School?" Yen sneered. Hee, you're right, little girl. Of course, my fragrance order wants to control the Misty School, but we also want to control the people of Jianghu to be convinced. If I let you be the leader of the Misty School, wouldn't it be a big loss of face for my fragrance order? Hee, Yen sneered. Abbess, you're afraid that I'm too popular. There will be too many old members of the Misty School in the future and it'll be difficult to control them? Ha ha ha, Abbess Jingyi laughed. The Misty School is a declining sect. It's nothing in my eyes. Yen, you're just a frog in a well. I don't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Abbess, you're right. You little girl, you're stubborn. Abbess Jingyi smiled bitterly. Oh right, I heard that you were seriously ill some time ago. Have you recovered? Thank you for sending the godly doctor to treat me. I'm much better now. That's good. I was worried about your health a few days ago. You're fine now. It didn't affect my plans. Abbess Jing-yi said bluntly. I wouldn't dare. I'm flattered that you think so highly of me. Then, you don't want to see Peng's Misty School rebuilt? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1002. That's not the case. It's just that, what's the difference between an ethereal sect that's not a disciple of the ethereal sect and an ethereal hall that's a disciple of the ethereal sect? These are all my considerations. Do you think you have the power to control them? Nun Jing-yi sneered. I'll ask you one more time. If you don't want to rebuild the Misty School, then pretend that I didn't call you here today. Yan's ambition was higher than the sky, but her life was still as fragile as paper. Now that she was under someone else's roof, how could she not lower her head? Yan thought for a moment and nodded. If you insist on rebuilding, I'll help you. Good. Nun Jing-yi clapped her hands and said, You're indeed Peng's sister. You're able to pick up and let go. You're not inferior to men. Nun, I'm flattered. Please continue. Okay, wait a moment. Nun Jing-yi waved her hand again and said, Where's Ming Qing? I'm here. Ming Qing shouted and came in from outside the hall. He bowed and said, Greetings, sect leader. Good. Have you completed the task I gave you? Sect leader, the time was too short. The disciples of Wuming Hall have some foundation in martial arts, but they're still a little far from what you said. I've failed you. It's okay. I didn't expect the sect protecting formation to be opened at this time. The time I gave you was the time for the next restriction formation to loosen. It's not your fault. Now, according to what you said, as long as we secretly attack Misty Peak, there shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone was shocked once again. At this moment, they finally understood that releasing the Misty sect had been a plan all along. Yes, sect leader, you're right. I don't think there's any problem. Okay, then. I'll appoint you as the deputy sect leader of the Misty School. Send all the disciples of Dragon Creek Valley to the Misty School and you'll be in charge. Yes, I understand. Ming Qing was obviously confused by Nun Jingyi's words, but he didn't dare to question it. He only bowed and obeyed. You're the vice faction leader, so you need to listen to the faction leader of the Misty School. I've ordered you to focus on the matters of the Misty School. I understand. All right, you may leave. Prepare for the next few days. In 3 days, gather all the disciples of the Misty School you belong to at the Jinghai Lakeside. Your disciple obeys. Ming Qing didn't say much. He turned and left. With this Wu Hall disciple as a disciple of the Misty School, Oh Yan, do you think we can take down the Misty Mountain Villa? That's natural. The outer sect disciples of the fragrant cult are famous all over the world. How could they not take down the Misty Mountain Villa? Oh Yan emphasized the words, outer sect disciples of the fragrant cult. There are no early birds in the world. If there are no benefits, how can our school send an outer sect disciple to join your Misty School? Nanjing Yi didn't mind at all. I'm only letting you see because I want to make it clear to you. If you want to rebuild the Misty School, the first thing you need to do is to rely on my incense cult. Of course, you have to rely on me secretly. What's the difference between that and not building it? Of course, there's an absolute difference. Nanjing Yi said. If we don't rebuild it, in 10 years, not only will the Jianghu forget about the Misty School, but even the disciples of the Misty School will forget about it. Moreover, if we don't rebuild it now, I'm afraid there won't be any reasonable excuse to rebuild it in the future. Of course, only when the Misty School is rebuilt will it be the Misty School. If it's in the Shixin Peak, it will always be the Misty Hall. Oh Yan was silent. Nanjing Yi was absolutely right. Although the Misty Hall and the Misty School were only one word apart, there was an essential difference. Moreover, the Shixin Peak and the Misty Peak were completely different. How could Oh Yan resist such a temptation? Alright, the little girl should have agreed to the first condition. Let's talk about the second condition. Nanjing Yi narrowed her eyes. I'm sure you know why my incense cult is participating in the Righteous Alliance's plan to attack the Misty School. When Oh Yan heard this, her heart thumped wildly. Of course, she didn't know this in the past, but after meeting Zhang Xiaohua, she knew everything clearly. However, her expression was still indifferent. This little girl has already told Abbess countless times. Abbess has also sent people to search countless times. There is only one answer, and that is this little girl doesn't know. Well, perhaps you really don't know. Otherwise, you would have given yourself away in the past few years. Moreover, I may have a way to extort a confession. Once I use it, you may be able to keep your life, but even an idiot won't be able to escape. How can I destroy a flower so ruthlessly? However, even if you don't know now, you'll know in the future. So, let's talk about it now. Please speak, Nun. It's very simple. My incense cult doesn't necessarily have the item that belongs to the Misty School. However, when my incense cult needs it, your Misty School must take it out at any time and cooperate with my incense cult. That's simple? Oh Yan asked curiously. Yes, it's that simple. Nanjing Yi said without hesitation. Your Misty School has been destroyed for so long, and there's still no trace of that item. It seems that if your Misty School doesn't have it in its hands, my incense cult won't be able to get it. Oh Yan nodded. Although I don't know what it is, I promise that as long as my Misty School participates in this matter, we'll also benefit. My Misty School will definitely cooperate with your incense cult. Good. Nanjing Yi clapped her hands again. As for the last condition, I'm sure the little girl will agree to it. I'll congratulate you first. That's not necessarily true. Please enlighten me, Nun. Otherwise, I don't know where my happiness comes from. I really want to be a matchmaker for once. I'll pull a red string for you and arrange a marriage for you. Oh Yan couldn't help but ask in surprise, Nun, what do you mean? Nanjing Yi smiled. Your sister-in-law isn't willing to be the leader of the Misty School, and you don't have the ability to be the leader of the Misty School. So, I'll naturally choose a leader of the Misty School. But, he's not the rightful leader of the Misty School. How can he become the leader? If you marry this person, then you'll have the best reason. Not to mention Oh Yan, even everyone was extremely shocked. Yes, only Gao Kunheng was shocked, but at the same time, he was also extremely happy. It was as if he had eaten a grass return pill. The tens of thousands of pores on his body opened up, and it was extremely tight. He only wanted to rush forward, hug the leader's thigh, and call her mother. Not only did she give him the position of leader, but she also gave him a lovely wife. If she wasn't related by blood, then what was she? Moreover, although Yen was thin, she had the foundation of a beauty. She also had the gentleness and determination that the female disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't compare to. Gao Kunheng's soul had long been stolen away by her. Everyone else, including Peacock, also looked at Gao Kunheng. Although Gao Kunheng was also handsome, they all had the same thought in their minds: all the good food has been eaten by the pigs. But they didn't know what to do. How can this be? Yen looked at Gao Kunheng. Her face was also slightly red. She said anxiously, "Leader, you can settle this with just a word. Why do you want me to humiliate myself like this? Of course, I can settle everything in Spreading Fragrance cult with just a word. But I can't cover the mouths of the people in Jianghu. If you want the Misty School to leave Spreading Fragrance cult in a clean and steady way, you still have to make this choice." Then, Nanjing looked again and said curiously, "Besides, Zhang Xiaohu is also very handsome. He's even younger than you by a few years. How can you humiliate yourself like this? I thought this was a marriage bestowed by the heavens. But, what? Zhang Xiaohu? No." Yen was about to refuse when she suddenly realized something. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with even more astonishment. She didn't know what to say. What? When Gao Kunheng heard this, he immediately fell from the highest heavens. His face was pale and his mouth was filled with bitterness. He knew that Aunt Qin didn't come, but he didn't expect that he would completely forget about Zhang Xiaohu, who was a generation younger than him. Seeing Gao Kunheng like this, Nanjing smiled. Yen, don't tell me you want Gao Kunheng to be the leader of Misty School? Gao Kunheng, your disciple is here. I'll appoint you as the deputy leader of Misty School. You'll assist Zhang Xiaohu in managing all the chores in the sect. Do you understand? Your disciple understands." Gao Kunheng's lips trembled for a long time before he finally spoke. He looked extremely dejected. It was far from the ecstasy he had hoped for when he was appointed as the deputy leader of Misty School. As the saying went, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If Nanjing had announced Gao Kunheng as the deputy leader of Misty School, wouldn't he have gone crazy with joy? Didn't he work so hard in Ethereal Hall because he wanted to make a name for himself? Once he left Incense Cult and arrived at Ethereal Peak, he would be second only to one person, and above all, he would be free and unfettered. Leaving his name in the martial world was his dream. However, he had been kept in suspense by Nanjing. First, it was the position of leader. Now, it was Yen. He had already planned his future. Of course, the contrast in his heart was too great. Gao Kunheng? You don't seem happy. Nanjing frowned. No, your disciple is too happy. Gao Kunheng hurriedly covered it up. Thank you for your kindness. All right. You should go and inform Deputy Hall Chief Qin of Ethereal Hall. Also, pass down our order. Aunt Qin is also the deputy leader of Misty School. The two of you should take care of everything in the Shixin Peak and gather at the Calm Sea Lake in 3 days. Now that the news of the Fragrant Religion opening has not spread, it is a good opportunity for you to go out. No one will know. If you wait a few days, it will be troublesome. Yes, your disciple will go back now. Gao Kunheng bowed. He looked to the side and asked tentatively, what about Hall Chief Yang and Sect Leader Zhang? From today onwards, Hall Chief Yang is no longer the Hall Chief of Ethereal Hall. She will return to Lingering Fragrance Peak as a disciple of Mo Xian Hall. Sect Leader Zhang? You don't seem to be ready yet. Gao Kunheng looked. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu was standing there with his mouth agape. Gao Kunheng didn't know what he was thinking. Therefore, Gao Kunheng cursed in his heart. This thing that stepped on dog shit. Why didn't I step on it when I went out? Chapter 1003. After Gao Kunheng left, Zhang Xiaohu still hadn't come to his senses. This was really inconceivable. Although he wanted to be the leader, everything he did was to lay the foundation for the future. He never thought that he would be promoted to such a high position by Nanjing Yi. Zhang Xiaohu. Are you so happy that you've lost your mind? Chen frowned. Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and immediately stood up. Leader, this is unacceptable. I'm incompetent. How can I be the leader of the Misty School? I know that your martial arts are too inferior. Even the 3 beauties of Misty School are not among them. Your seniority is too low. Above you are Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, Lu Yueming, and above you are Li Jian, Hu Yuni, and Lu Qingyang. You are not legitimate. Although you are a direct disciple, the chief disciple of the Misty School is Zhang Qingyue, not Wen Wenhai. Even the little brat Tian, who has been training by Hu Yuni's side, is Zhang Qingyue's disciple. He is more legitimate than you. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He nodded and said, That's right, I asked Jiaozhu to take back your order. Do you think I've been planning for so long? Abbess Jing Yi scolded, This sect has already bestowed upon you the Plain Expanse Heart Sutra and 3 Plain Expanse pellets. However, looking at your martial arts cultivation, your aptitude is really lacking. You should work harder in the future. Yes, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu wiped his sweat and secretly praised Zhang Xiaohua. As long as you practice the Suhuan Heart Sutra, you will soon succeed. Martial arts no longer exist. Besides, as long as you marry Yan, your status will change. Who else is more qualified than you to be the leader of the Misty School? Even if your martial arts are not good, who can say no? Besides, even though I can't cover the entire Jianghu with just one sentence from the incense cult's cult master, I can still make you a sect master in the Misty School. That should still be possible. But Zhang Xiaohu argued, I'm Wen Wenhai's disciple, and I'm also the grand disciple of sect leader Peng. Compared to Miss Ouyang, I'm more than 1 generation lower. Nonsense, do you think I don't know? Don't forget that you're a disciple of the Shirtai of Chuanxiang cult. In terms of seniority, you're in the same generation as Ru Ping, which means you're in the same generation as Peng. Why can't you marry Yan? Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that being a disciple of the Shirtai would have such a meaning. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu, I've already paved the way for you. You just need to marry Yan into the Zhang family and be a good groom, and be a sect master. After that, Nanjing Yi ignored Zhang Xiaohu and turned to ask, Yan, what do you think of my cult's arrangement? Yan thought that Nanjing Yi was talking about Gao Kunheng. He was a disciple of the incense cult, so he would resist whatever she said. As for Zhang Xiaohu, even though he was a country bumpkin whom she had looked down on previously, it could be said that there was some fate between them. Through her recommendation, he entered Ethereal's sect. Even though his seniority was much lower than hers, but, in terms of age, they were about the same, so they could be considered to be a match made in heaven. Furthermore, the two of them had Zhang Xiaohua as an acquaintance, so they knew each other very well. Moreover, Yan already had a plan in mind. Zhang Xiaohua was mysterious and had saved her life many years ago. Now, he was even more powerful. He could easily cure an illness that even the miracle doctor at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't cure. According to Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were unfathomable. As long as she married Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua would be bound to the Misty School's worship. If they fell out with the incense cult in the future, the Misty School wouldn't be afraid of anything. At least they had the capital to be unyielding. After thinking about it, Yan blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. Good. Nanjing Yi was very sensitive and saw the change in Yan's expression. She clapped her hands and said, since Miss O has agreed to these three things, then the sect, but at this moment, Zhang Xiaohu said, sect leader. I have some objections. These words were very soft and not unusually resolute. Oh Yen frowned slightly and her expression changed. What? Zhang Xiaohu, what do you want to say? Nanjing Yi said unhappily, the sect promoted you from an ordinary disciple to the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. Now, I've promoted you to the leader of the Misty School. What else are you dissatisfied with? No. Zhang Xiaohu explained. There's nothing wrong with it. A real man has to make a decision and give up. If you can't do something with an indomitable spirit, even if you have a lovely girl, you won't be famous in Jianghu. In the end, who will remember you, a disciple of the Misty School? Besides, the sect has already made it clear to you. If it weren't for the sect leader, you could only hide behind others. How could you have the chance to covet the position of the Misty School's leader? For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to think it over. Also, didn't you join the Misty School to do something great in Jianghu? Now, Gao Kunheng is in charge of the Misty School's chores and Ming Qing is in charge of the external affairs of the Misty School. You only need to coordinate the disciples of the Misty School and the Misty School, and you can make the Misty School flourish. You fulfilled sect leader O's last wish and washed away the shame of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu, aren't you tempted by such a gratifying thing? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Nanjingyi's words hit the nail on the head. In a man's heart, he only needed to nod his head and he could get something that he couldn't get in his life. How could he not be tempted? But Zhang Xiaohu immediately thought of Chang'e, and even Chen Chen, but could he nod his head? Could he easily bow his head? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's hesitation, Nanjingyi said, the sect leader convinces people with virtue. In this case, Chang'e, come out. Ah. Chang'e. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and looked for her. He remembered that when Nanjingyi found him at Shixin Peak, he was still with Chang'e. He didn't hear that she was going to come over. Chang'e didn't come in from outside the palace. Instead, she came out from a jade screen behind Nanjingyi. She should have heard everything here. Looking at her face, Xiao Tianzi couldn't tell what kind of expression she had. She was neither happy nor angry, but her face was as gloomy as water. Chang'e. When did you come? Why didn't I know? Zhang Xiaohu said with a little guilty conscience. When Yen saw Chang'e come in, she couldn't help frowning. She had always been in Huanxi Villa behind Shixin Peak and didn't know much about Misty Hall. How could she know about Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e? She only saw Chang'e in the convoy going south, so she still remembered her. But at this time, seeing Chang'e come in and hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, how could she not know what had happened? How is it? Chang'e? I've told you before, men, when faced with a choice between a gang and a relationship, will always choose the gang. Although Zhang Xiaohu hasn't said it out loud, I believe that even if he was given another 10,000 chances to choose, he will definitely choose Yen. Not you. Moreover, Chang'e, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu chose Yen, which means he chose to lead you and shoulder the burden of rebuilding the Misty School. This is the expectation of all the disciples of the Misty School. Why have you been restless in Shixin Peak for several years? Isn't it just to go back to Misty Peak? Now, as long as you let go gently, everything will come true. Letting go may be the happiest choice for Zhang Xiaohu. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Yen. Her face was filled with grief, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. She wiped her eyes, sniffed her nose, and forced a smile. Sect leader, you are mistaken. Didn't I say before? The relationship between Zhang Xiaohu and I is pure senior sister and junior brother. You have to force me to intervene. Won't you spoil the good mood of Miss O and sect leader Zhang? Very good. Jingyi Nun nodded and said, it's not that I'm being unreasonable, but Zhang Xiaohu's matter is unusual. If he marries Yen, he can't change his mind in the future. Otherwise, I can't explain it to Ruping, and the Misty School can't explain it to the whole Jianghu. So, I have no choice. Sect leader, don't think too much. I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't compare with Miss O's precious body. Sect leader, you should worry more about them. I'll leave now. Chang'e said very indifferently. She tried her best to plan for Zhang Xiaohu. She wanted her beloved to have a great career, and also to let her face be proud and have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. But she didn't expect that everything she had was taken away by a few words. All her efforts were in vain. What disappointed her most was that although her beloved Zhang Xiaohu didn't say the last words, how could she not understand? She lost her beloved. She lost everything in the future. But even though Chang'e resented fate, she couldn't bring herself to resent Zhang Xiaohu. Jingyi Nun's conditions were too shocking. As a disciple of the Misty School, she almost had to raise both hands and feet in agreement. But she had long since accepted it in her heart. She still had to make a final struggle, a meaningless struggle. She wanted to hear it with her own ears and see her beloved's choice with her own eyes. Perhaps a moment of evasiveness or a pretense of modesty could give her temporary comfort. But, when she got closer, Chang'e realized the cruelty of this choice. Chang'e couldn't hold back her tears. She finally endured the heart-wrenching pain and chose to leave. Leave Zhang Xiaohu, leave Mo Xiangong, leave, where to leave? She didn't have a goal in mind. She just wanted to leave, simply leave, as far away as possible. Watching Chang'e's silhouette walk further and further away, the more lonely it seemed. Everyone's mood was different. Just as Chang'e was about to walk out of the palace gate, two voices rang out at the same time. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e looked back blankly. It was Yan and Zhang Xiaohu who spoke at the same time. Chapter 1004. Although he was surprised that Yan also spoke, Zhang Xiaohu did not wait for Yan to speak. He quickly walked to Chang'e's side, raised his hand, and grabbed Chang'e's hand. Unexpectedly, Chang'e shook off his hand with force. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. Chang'e used force and shook off his hand again. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. They shook off each other more than 10 times in a row. In the end, Chang'e could not bear it anymore. She turned around and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohu's arms. Tears gushed out of her eyes, and she choked with sobs and said, Xiaohu, I know I should congratulate you. This is yours, mine, and the wish of thousands of Misty School's disciples. But I can't help but feel heartache. My heart seems to be easily torn apart. Leader, she doesn't want me to disturb you, but I can't help but think of you, think of your kindness to me, and think of everything about you. I really can't bear to part with you. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were also red, but they flashed with determination. He smiled, stroked Chang'e's long hair in his arms, and said, Don't worry, Chang'e. We will never be separated, no matter in the past, present, or future. Chang'e knew that he was comforting her, so she held Zhang Xiaohu's hair tighter. She just wanted to keep him for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu turned around and said, Leader, I have already made my choice. I have seen it. Are you sure? Master Jing Yi was slightly angry. Yes, leader. I'm just a country bumpkin who occasionally had the opportunity to enter Misty School. Although I didn't stay in Misty School for a long time, I met Chang'e in this short period of time. After having Chang'e, my life was completely colorful. No matter whether it was happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, Chang'e accompanied me. She has become an indispensable part of my life. Without her, my life would definitely be incomplete. Without Chang'e, I wouldn't be Zhang Xiaohu. Later, Zhang Xiaohu said to Yan with a smile, this disciple was able to enter the Misty School because of Miss O's recommendation. I have nothing to repay her. Now, I have failed to live up to Miss O's expectations and shirked the heavy responsibility of entering the Misty School. However, Chang'e and I are of the same mind. No matter how difficult it is, we will go through it hand in hand, so I hope Miss O can forgive me. Hearing this, O Yan smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohu, treat Chang'e well. You don't blame me for recommending you in the early years. Then, he turned to Nun Jingyi and said, Nun, I can only agree to the first two of your 3 conditions. As for the third condition, I'm sure you've seen it for yourself. I'm not the only one who doesn't agree to it. Even the chief disciple of my Misty School doesn't agree to it. Ha ha ha, Nun Jingyi was so angry that she laughed and scolded, You little brats, you don't know the power of my incense cult's rules. What is the second rule of my incense cult? No disciple in the entire incense cult's 19 peaks can go against my cult. How dare you not listen to my orders? How bold. Nun. Yang Ruping was shocked and said, Nun, don't be angry. Why don't you persuade Zhang Xiaohu and O Yan or think of other ways? My cult's decree has already been issued. In 3 days, the army will leave Dinchi Lake. How can it be changed? Nun Jingyi smiled grimly and said, Unless these people die in the hall today, my cult will have room to maneuver. Zhang Xiaohu, O Yan, Chang'e. Yang Ruping shouted anxiously, You wait, don't you want to live? Why don't you quickly apologize to the cult leader? Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm just struggling at death's door. I don't care about my life. It's just a matter of time. Master Yang, as long as you're with Chang'e, even if you die, what is there to be afraid of? Chang'e looked up at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration. She only held his arm tighter and said no more. Ha, killing you is just a piece of cake. Master, please be merciful, Misty Hall only has these few outstanding disciples. Moreover, my late husband only has this one sister. Please be merciful. Yang Ruping almost fell to the ground. Cult leader, you. Do you have to do this? Just change to someone else. Chen Chen pouted as if she was thinking of her life and death parting with someone. Peacock also said, Cult leader, in my opinion. Why don't both sides take half a step back? After all, the feelings between these two people are also sincere. Abbess Jingyi could ignore Yang Ruping's opinion, but she had to consider Peacock and Chen Chen's opinions. However, Peacock only wanted O Yan and Zhang Xiaohu to be a couple and Chang'e to be O Yan's concubine. However, Nun Jingyi seemed to have misunderstood. She pondered for a while and nodded. All right, since that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. After that, she called a disciple over and whispered a few words. Not long after, the disciple brought 2 small wine cups and placed them on the table. O Yan, Chang'e, there are 2 wine cups here. One is poisonous and the other is non-poisonous. Since you insist on forcing me, I'll make you pay a little price. Each of you can choose a cup. Whoever chooses the non-poisonous one will marry Zhang Xiaohu. Whoever chooses the poisonous one will have to apologize. This is what you asked for. Whether I choose or not, I won't marry Zhang Xiaohu. Why do you have to do this, Nun? Hee, if you don't choose, there's only one outcome, death. If you choose, there's still a 50% chance of survival. At this time, Chang'e gradually calmed down. She took a big stride forward and picked up a wine cup. Cult leader, I choose first. If there's poison, I hope you can let Xiaohu and Miss O be together. If there's no poison, without waiting for Chang'e to finish, Zhang Xiaohu used ethereal steps and pressed on Chang'e's acupuncture point. He snatched the wine cup and drank it. He smiled. Chang'e's choice is my choice. If I don't drink for her, who else can drink for her? Then, he picked up the remaining cup and drank it as well. He said, Young Lady O is faction leader O's younger sister. Her choice is also my choice, so I can only drink it for her. Good man, good disciple. Nanjing-yi clapped her hands and sighed. I didn't expect there would be times when I'm blind. I really didn't expect that in this world, besides Mo Qingshan and Ren Xiaoyao, there would be men like you, Zhang Xiaohu, who would not hesitate to lose their lives for their loved ones. Alas, since you can make this choice, how can I not help you? Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He didn't dare to believe it. Cult leader, are you really? Zhang Xiaohu, why aren't you thanking the cult leader? Yu Yan was also anxious this time. She couldn't help but shout. Yes, yes. Thank you, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu bowed and thanked her. But Zhang Xiaohu's status is not legitimate. How will you deal with it? Oh Yan asked softly. Hee, how difficult can it be? Nanjing-yi raised her head. Who will listen to my words? I'd like to see who in the entire Jianghu dares to compete with me. Then, she chuckled. Miss O, did you also call me cult leader? Hee, none is perceptive and knows how to make good use of people. Perhaps you can be called cult leader. Ha ha ha. Nanjing-yi laughed loudly. Everyone in the hall was also happy to see this happy ending. However, just as Zhang Xiaohu was laughing, a sharp pain suddenly rose from his stomach. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He immediately clutched his stomach and lay on the ground. Xiaohu, you, what happened to you? Chang'e was at a loss and hurried forward to support him. However, Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that Chang'e couldn't support him. Zhang Xiaohu held his stomach and rolled on the ground. Only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did he stop. When Chang'e helped him sit down, Zhang Xiaohu's clothes were already soaked. His eyes were full of exhaustion and he had no strength in his body. Hee, Nanjing-yi laughed. Zhang Xiaohu, are you still thinking about the story in the play? 2 wine cups, 1 poisonous and 1 non-poisonous. If you let others choose, the poisonous one is the poison and the non-poisonous one is the antidote. You only need to drink both and you'll be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Disciple doesn't dare. This thought only flashed through my mind. Even if that wasn't the case, disciple would still drink on behalf of the 2 of them. You think I'm talking about the play you're talking about? Nanjing-yi sneered. This wine cup is indeed highly poisonous. That cup is clear water. It has nothing to do with the antidote. Cult leader, quickly, can you give me the antidote? Chang'e asked. Chang'e, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Nanjing-yi sneered. My words are the law. How can I change them? I've already listened to Peacock and Shinchen's opinions and let them go for now. However, Zhang Xiaohu has made his own choice. You and I have no right to interfere. This. Chang'e was speechless. She blamed herself for not drinking it earlier. However, Nanjing-yi continued. This poison is slow-acting. It will only act up at this time every year. Moreover, if you don't take the antidote before this time every year, the poison will become more and more intense. In the end, the poison will enter the bone marrow and there will be no cure. Oh, right, I forgot. If you don't take the antidote, the pain will increase by 3 times every year when it acts up. And this antidote is only in my hands. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. It seemed that everything was within Nanjing-yi's calculations. Of course, as long as you listen to me obediently and help your Misty School, I'll send you the antidote every year. There's no difference whether you take it or not. This disciple obeys. Zhang Xiaohu answered weakly. All right, you can go back now. Although Gao Kunhang and Ming Qing are helping you to take care of the Misty School, you still have to show your face. I'll send out the law immediately. Yes, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. He looked at O Yen and asked again, I wonder if Miss O, she will return to the Misty Villa? Oh Yen will naturally return to the Huanxi villa. If she doesn't, how can the Misty School be established? Also, those disciples of Shixin Peak, who have already lost their martial arts. They're useless to you. Let them stay. Alright, this disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohu nodded, then said casually, however, they're loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although they've lost their martial arts, they've been treating this disciple very well recently. If I have their support, even if the other Misty School disciples refuse to accept it, or, if Grandmaster who makes trouble, will it be of help? Yes, you don't have to worry about Hu Yuni's side. They're not strong enough and won't make any big waves. If they also return to the Misty School and listen obediently, it'll be fine. Otherwise, Ming Qing will kill them all. Cult leader, you're wise, but this disciple still thinks it's better to appease them. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Yes, I understand. Since you're now the leader of the Misty School, I'll naturally listen to your opinion. We'll do as you say. Quickly send someone to inform them that they've lost all their martial arts. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep up with you. Take the young Misty School disciples and go ahead first. They'll slowly follow behind. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. Thank you for your arrangement, cult leader. After that, the people of the Misty School, along with Yang Rupiying, left. Mo Xian's palace was silent. After a while, Peacock whispered, Cult leader, why? Nanjing Yi waved her hand and sighed. Actually, this cult has two plans. One is that Zhang Xiaohu chose O Yen as his wife. This means that Zhang Xiaohu is a person who seeks benefits and avoids harm. He's a ruthless person, which is exactly what this cult wants. The other plan, which is also what this cult doesn't want to see, is Zhang Xiaohu's choice. He's a man who prioritizes love. This is also the person that this cult respects the most. It'll inevitably make things difficult for this cult, so we took advantage of Peacock's persuasion to let him take the poison. It's not that this cult is cruel, but this kind of person is really hard to control. Sigh, as long as Zhang Xiaohu doesn't make any big mistakes, this cult will definitely give him the antidote every year. You don't have to doubt this. That poison, is it really as you say? Chen Chen asked curiously. Of course. Nanjing Yi smiled. If we didn't have this assurance, would this cult let him go so easily? Yes, this disciple agrees with the cult leader's decision. Yuan said. Seeing Changa's sadness, this disciple is also sad. I don't want them to be separated. Yes, since ancient times, it's been difficult for lovers to get married. This is why our cult respects lovers the most. This palace on Lingxiang Peak is called Mo Xian's Palace. Mo Xian City is also called Mo Xian City. But in life, who doesn't frown and worry? Io, sect leader. Chen Chen suddenly cried out. Just now, you reminded that Zhang Xiaohu not to break the second rule, but if he doesn't break the second rule, doesn't that mean he will break the first rule of the fragrant cult? Aren't you forcing him to make a mistake? Hee, Nanjing Yi said mysteriously. There are no assumptions, this cult only believes in the truth. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu has already made the best choice, and Chang'e and O Yen have also made the best choice. But this choice is right now, but who can guarantee the future? Nanjing Yi looked at the sky outside the palace and murmured. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old, let alone people. Chapter 1005. On Horned Dragon Mountain, the man dressed in martial arts attire had captured the little sword-wielding child. Just as he was about to use the child to threaten Chu Zhigao, he saw a yellow shadow suddenly leap out from one of the horse carriages. Before the man could see clearly, a chi-chi sound was heard as the shadow grabbed the man's face. With a shriek of "Io," the man's face was immediately scratched open, leaving behind a few bloody scars. The yellow shadow did not stop. With a stomp on the man's chest, it turned around and once again landed on the horse carriage. Looking at the scratching appearance, wasn't that Chu Zhigao's little monkey? Other than the man who was caught, everyone else was stunned at first. Then, they started laughing as if they had seen the funniest thing in the world. When the monkey heard people laughing, it immediately became happy. It raised its red butt up high and shook it at everyone. The man was originally red in the face. Now that he was being mocked by everyone and teased by the monkey, he became anxious. Looking at the child in his hand, he waved his hand and slapped the child's face. With a "paw" sound, the child immediately wailed and spat out a few teeth from his mouth. Blood flowed out and the side of his face that was hit slowly swelled up. "You!" Chu Zhigao saw this and was furious. He roared, "You little brat, you, what kind of man are you? How dare you make things difficult for a child?" When the man heard this, his face became ferocious. He grabbed the child's neck with one hand and raised it up high. He said fiercely, "I don't know how many of these little bastards I have killed. Chu Zhigao, I will let you see the consequences of not agreeing to my parting mountain manner." "Jing," an old voice sounded from another carriage. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a white-haired old woman crawled out of the carriage. She raised her hand and shouted, "Zhigao, can you bear to see your own son being killed by others?" Then, no matter how important the bone-solidifying pills formula is, could it be more important than Jing's life? "Mother," Chu Zhigao dropped to his knees and said, "Mother doesn't know. If your son takes out this pill formula, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Jing will die even faster." Sigh, Chu Zhigao's mother sighed, "Mother, how could I not know? It was just that, at this juncture, how could mother bear to part with Jing? This pill formula is also a scourge if we keep it. Back then, it took your father's life. Now, it has brought disaster to us. Why don't we throw it to them now and exchange it for our survival?" When Chu Zhigao heard that, he nodded and said, "Anyway, this dragon mountain is mother's, and this pill formula is also mother's. If mother insists on throwing it away, then that boy has nothing to say. It's just that. I'm afraid that if the boy gives it to them, they will immediately turn hostile and we." At this time, the manor master of the Parting Pine Manor immediately shouted, "Chu Zhigao, I am only interested in your pill formula. As for your lives, I don't care at all. As long as you hand over the pill formula, I will immediately open a path for you to leave the mountain. Promise that you won't chase us down the mountain? Promise. Promise that you won't look for us in the future? Promise." Chu Zhigao talked for a long time and asked all kinds of questions. In the end, he sighed and took out a crumpled piece of paper from behind his feet. He said, "Manor Master Lu, you have to keep your word. Otherwise, Chu will destroy the pill formula and everyone will go their separate ways." Manor Master Lu's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "I've already said what I wanted to say. What else do you not believe?" Chu Zhigao looked at his mother with a face full of helplessness. He then looked at Jing, whose face had turned green. He sighed and handed the pill formula over. Manor Master Lu took the pill formula and looked at it carefully. He then carefully put it in his pocket and said with a smile, "Chu Zhigao, look at you. I originally wanted to discuss this with you, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You caused such a huge crack in the friendship between us brothers. Sigh, if I let you go, wouldn't I have left behind a problem for myself? If you casually spread the news that the pill formula for the bone condensation pill is in the Parting Pine Manor, how could I accept it? You." Chu Zhigao was extremely angry. Just now. Manor Master Lu laughed and said, "Just take it that I was farting." Chu Zhigao turned around and looked at his mother, who was also filled with regret. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. "Kill him," Manor Master Lu ordered expressionlessly. The man who was holding Jing in his hands sneered and was about to use all his strength, but at that moment, he felt a chill in his chest and a wave of pain came from his back. The strength in his body was immediately sucked away. Not to mention lifting the child, his body had already collapsed to the ground. The man let go and Jing fell to the ground. Both of his legs touched the ground and he immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath. It was as if even crying had become an extravagant wish. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change, and they all looked on in astonishment. They saw that behind the man, a woman in purple was slowly pulling out a long sword from the man's back. Although her hands were trembling, and her lips were trembling, her eyes were resolute, and her movements were skillful. Behind the woman was a young man with a sword embryo in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger and he frowned slightly as he looked at the woman's long sword. "You. Who are you? How dare you spoil the business of my Jingle Villa?" Manor Master Lu was furious and shouted. "Xiao Hua. Hurry up and do it. Don't let me see these despicable people again." The woman was Meng. At that moment, she said with a trembling voice, as if she was extremely agitated. Not far away, Chu Zhigao and Jing's grandmother had completely different reactions. Chu Zhigao saw that the man from Jingle Villa was killed and his son Jing fell to the ground. He rushed over recklessly to check on his son's condition. Jing's grandmother first focused her attention on Jing like Chu Zhigao. But when she saw Meng's face, she unconsciously revealed a look of extreme fear. Her whole body trembled as she looked at Meng in horror, forgetting everything around her. After receiving Meng's order, Zhang Xiaohua unfurrowed her brows and said, "Don't worry, I am very good at dealing with the trash in Jianghu. I will soon return Jianghu to its former glory." As she spoke, she swung Pan Ri and directly pounced on Manor Master Lu. Manor Master Lu was shocked, but he did not have the strength to fight back. He quickly raised his long sword to meet the attack. But how could he be a match for Zhang Xiaohua's heaven-shaking stick and move? When Zhang Xiaohua swung Pan Ri, Manor Master Lu had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. Even Hu Ben of Ruijin Palace could not completely block this move, let alone the Manor Master of Jingle Villa. Poof! With a muffled sound, Pan Roa smashed Manor Lord Lu's long sword and his chest. A large part of his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell to the ground. It looked like he was going to spasm for a while before he stopped breathing. When the remaining people saw this, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But, in the wilderness, there was no one to be seen. It was also very easy to catch up with them. They were the ones who chose to deal with Chu Zhigao, but now, it became their burial ground. In just half a cup of tea's time, they all died an unnatural death. Chu Zhigao, who was holding Jing in his arms, saw that the Manor Master of Jingle Villa was killed by Zhang Xiaohua. He was overjoyed. He carried Jing to his mother and did not notice his mother's strange expression. He quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. Thank you for saving my life, Xiaoxia." "How should I address you, Xiaoxia?" "Hee," Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. This Xiaoxia already knew that you are Chu Zhigao, otherwise. However, Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Fragrant Cult's protector." "Fragrant Cult?" Chu Zhigao was shocked and said with respect, "So you are a disciple of a famous sect. You are really worthy of my respect." "No need. This is Senior Sister Bai's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her." When Chu Zhigao heard this, he ran over and thanked Meng. Meng seemed to have not recovered from the discomfort of killing the man of Jingle Villa. She waved her hand impatiently. Chu Zhigao was helpless. He ran to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I am really lucky to meet a disciple of the Fragrant Cult in this remote village." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. "Your luck has always been good." Chu Zhigao did not understand what Zhang Xiaohua was referring to. He also smiled. After a while, Chu Zhigao seemed to have thought of something. He took out the bone-solidifying pill formula from the body of Jingle Villa's Villa Master Lu. He handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with both hands and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, this is a secret pill formula of my Dragon Mountain. The pills concocted with this formula have a miraculous effect on injuries. If Xiaoxia does not mind, you can take it. Consider it as Chu's repayment for saving Xiaoxia's life." Hee hee, if I take it away, how will you survive? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. No matter, Chu has already memorized this formula. He can write it down with his eyes closed. Xiaoxia, don't decline. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and put the formula away. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and said, I can't take it for free. This is a pill concocted by me. It has a miraculous effect on cultivating internal strength. If you take it while you are meditating, it will be very beneficial to you. The bone solidifying pill formula that Chu Zhigao had given to Zhang Xiaohua earlier was used to concoct the bone solidifying pill. She had saved many people in the Misty School. Now that she was returning the meridian soothing pill, it could be considered as ending the cause of Chu Zhigao giving her the formula. Chu Zhigao knew the miraculous effects of the incense sex pills. He carefully accepted it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Brother Chu, where are you planning to go? Chu Zhigao was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He waved his hands and said, Xiaoxia, don't call me brother. I can't stand it. I'll just call you. He thought for a while but still couldn't find a suitable name. Forget it, we just met by chance. What's the harm in calling you Brother Chu? Zhang Xiaohua remembered Chu Zhigao's kindness in giving her the formula and said respectfully. Then. I'm really sorry. Chu Zhigao scratched his head and said, Sigh, this Dragon Mountain is where my mother grew up. 40 years ago, Chu Zhigao said and looked at his mother. However, Chu Zhigao's mother was hugging Jing with one hand. Her eyes were fixed on the dream and didn't even blink. Chapter 1006. Mother, Mother. When Chu Zhigao saw his mother's infatuated look, he thought that she was frightened by what had just happened. He did not bother to explain anything to Zhang Xiaohua and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind and ran over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chu Zhigao running away, she could not bear it. After all, this old woman was old and had been tormented by the people of Jingli Mountain Manor for a while. No one would be able to stand it. Hence, she followed along to see if there was anything she could help with. However, when he saw Jing's grandmother staring at the dream, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Chu Zhigao also ran to his mother and reached out to support her. He said anxiously, Mother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Those bad people from Jingli Mountain Manor have been killed by Ren Xiaoxia. There's no one else. Before he could say anything, Chu Zhigao's grandmother turned her head and saw Chu Zhigao. She immediately shouted, Boy's father, why did you run back? Didn't we agree to meet at Dragon Mountain? Aren't you walking right into a trap? Then, Jing's grandmother grabbed Chu Zhigao and jumped down from the carriage. With a plop, she knelt in front of the dream and kowtowed. She begged, Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. We are all cowards. Since we have already agreed to submit to the divine sect, how could we go back on our words? As she spoke, she grabbed Chu Zhigao and begged, Boy's father, you should also quickly beg the Sacred Ambassador. Although you are a disciple of the Daoist Temple, but after all, it is only in name. The Daoist Temple does not teach any martial arts. You don't put the Daoist Temple first. Chu Zhigao was pulled by his mother. He seemed to know that his mother had misunderstood something, but he did not dare to struggle. Thinking that Meng had also helped him, he kowtowed and said, Thank you for saving my life. Hearing Jing's grandmother's crazy words and seeing the two kneeling and kowtowing, Meng was already flustered. She moved away in a panic and shouted, Old lady, I am not the Sacred Ambassador. You should quickly get up. Jing's grandmother did not believe her and knocked her forehead until it was bleeding. At this time, Jing seemed to have woken up and started crying. Jing's grandmother became even more flustered and shouted, Sacred Ambassador, this is my son. I just named him Zhigao. Sacred Ambassador, please be merciful and take our lives. Let my son live. He is just a child. He doesn't know anything. You can take him away and do whatever you want to him." Meng's face was filled with panic and she could only wave her hands. Chu Zhigao. Tears fell from his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua flashed behind Jing's grandmother and pointed at Jing's grandmother. Grandma Jing closed her mouth and collapsed on the ground. "Brother Chu, I only hit her sleeping acupoint. After sleeping for a night, she might wake up tomorrow," Zhang Xiaohua explained. "Thank you, Ren Xiaoxia." Chu Zhigao's expression was gloomy. The yellow little monkey had just grabbed someone and was playing around in the carriage. At this time, it jumped again and jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Chu Zhigao was shocked and was about to scold it, but the monkey seemed to be familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. It reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hair and ruffled it, making it a mess. Chu Zhigao was embarrassed and scolded, "Come here." The monkey was very obedient and jumped onto Chu Zhigao's shoulder. "Ren Xiaoxia, don't blame it. This animal is too naughty," Chu Zhigao said apologetically. It's okay. Let's quickly settle your mother down." Then, he looked at Jing, who was lying on the ground and crying. He looked at the mountain path and said, "The child is also frightened and needs to rest. You see, going down the mountain. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Chu Zhigao sighed and carried his mother to the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua went over and picked up Jing. She wanted to coax him but didn't know how. Chu Zhigao helped his mother settle down and took Jing. He patted him on the back and hummed a few unknown songs. The child slowly stopped crying and after a while, he gradually fell asleep. After putting Jing in the carriage, Chu Zhigao smiled bitterly and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Ren Xiaoxia and the young lady. This is what it's like to have a family to feed." At this time, Meng also realized that Jing's grandmother had misunderstood. She must have thought that she was someone who looked like her 40 years ago. That person might be her mother. Therefore, she walked over. Hearing Chu Zhigao's words, she shook her head and said, "Hero Chu, this is the joy of a family. Many people can't even ask for it." "Perhaps." Chu Zhigao looked at the two people in the carriage with a gratified expression. He then looked at the sky and said, "Chu's little nest in Dragon Mountain has been burned down by the people of Parting Mountain Villa. However, there is still a place where Chu usually hunts. There are also some places where it's already late. Xiaoxia and the young lady, why don't you come with me and stay for the night? That would be considered my hospitality as a host." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and was overjoyed. She had something to ask, so how could she leave? She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu." Chu Zhigao drove a carriage, and so did Zhang Xiaohua. Meng sat behind Zhang Xiaohua and looked at the sunset of Tsang Mountain. She whispered, "Xiaohua, do you think that person is my mother?" "Well, most likely. She looks exactly like you. 40 years ago, she should be about the same age. When the old lady wakes up tomorrow, we can ask her. Even if there is a blood feud, it has been decades. You didn't exist at that time, so it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, we just saved their family of 3. We can ask some things, right?" "Alas, I hope so." Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back and said in a low voice, "Sacred Ambassador, this Sacred Ambassador, which Sacred Ambassador is she from?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng's dispirited expression and said, "You don't have to think too much. Just ask her tomorrow." After a while, the sky turned dark. Chu Zhigao, who was in front, was still rushing. He said, "Meng, do you want to rest? My driving skills are very good. The carriage doesn't shake at all." "Really?" Meng acted as if she didn't hear him and muttered, "Sacred Ambassador." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Zhuangxiang sect doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Daolan Temple also doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Among the big sects, only the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu sect have a sacred ambassador. If it were the other small sects, we wouldn't know. You don't have to think too much. Meng shook her head. How can I not think too much? She then thought of something and asked, you. How can you be so sure that Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador? If my mother is the sacred ambassador of Misty School, I should go to Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I stayed at Shixin Peak before. I know that they don't have a sacred ambassador. Oh. Meng nodded. I forgot. Chu Zhigao said that the place was very far away. When they arrived, the sky was already dark. At this time, the places where he usually hunted were just a few small caves. There were ready-made straws in the caves that were spread on the ground. Chu Zhigao then lit 2 bonfires, and the cave immediately warmed up. After settling his mother and child down, Chu Zhigao took out some dry food and roasted it over the bonfire. The monkey was not afraid of fire and kept jumping around the 3 of them. It seemed very happy. Ren Xiaoxia, as far as I know, your fragrant cult, female disciples shouldn't appear in Jianghu now. I don't know. Chu Zhigao said tactfully. Brother Chu knows that our fragrant cult is now open. In the future, our disciples will be the same as the disciples of other sections. They can freely roam Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, my senior sister and I came out this time to deliver the news to the Daolan Temple and invite the Daolan Temple's immortal master to come to our fragrant cult to participate in the martial arts convention. Martial arts convention? Chu Zhigao's face showed admiration. It's a pity that my martial arts are low. Even if I want to go to the convention, I can't. Then, he suddenly realized and asked curiously, Daolan Temple? Why did you 2 come to Dragon Mountain from Great Forest? This place is not close to the Daolan Temple, and it's not on the way. Zhang Xiaohua said secretly, that's what I wanted you to ask. Sigh, isn't it because of my senior sister? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, looking at Brother Chu, although it's a little difficult, the 3 of them can live together and share weal and woe. It's the true meaning of life. But how many people in this world are as lucky as Brother Chu? My senior sister looks at Brother Chu with envy. As he spoke, he roughly recounted what had happened in his dream. There's such a thing? When Chu Zhigao heard this, he looked at Dream, who was beside him with a sad face and was very sympathetic. He cupped his hands and said, Miss, looking at my mother today, she seems to know something. When we see her condition tomorrow, we can ask her in detail, how about it? Ren Xiaoxia's words make sense. Even if something happened 40 years ago, I'm still a child and don't know. Sigh, even if there's a great hatred between the 2 of you, since you've saved us today, we don't owe each other anything. Brother Chu, if such a thing really happened, I apologize on behalf of my mother. If there's anything you want to compensate, Brother Chu, please tell me. Chu Zhigao shook his head and said no more. Xiao Yao, I'm going to sleep first. Dream saw this and forced a smile. All right. Zhang Xiaohua brought Dream to the cave next door and settled everything. Dream lay on the straw and fell asleep not long after. Zhang Xiaohua held Dream's hand and looked at Dream's haggard face with heartache. She sighed and used the jade talisman to protect Dream. Then, she walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the full moon had just risen. Chu Zhigao stood in front of the cave and looked up at the full moon, as if he was thinking about something. The monkey also learned to stand. When it heard Zhang Xiaohua coming over, it hurriedly jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Chapter 1007. Seeing the monkey jump onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder again, Chu Zhigao felt very helpless. He apologized, Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame him. Although this monkey accompanied me in the Jianghu and did some shady business as a performer, but he was rarely as close to people as he is today. I've never thought that this monkey would actually hit it off with you, young hero. He's so affectionate towards you when they just met. Presumably, he's also grateful to you for saving his life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. When she saved Chu Zhigao that year, she covered her face. Chu Zhigao naturally wouldn't know that she was the one who saved him. This monkey must have smelled her scent and recognized her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Being close to each other is one thing, but it doesn't mean that it's the first time we met." Ren Xiaoxia, what do you mean? Chu Zhigao was obviously stunned. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out the book that Chu Zhigao gave her. Under Chu Zhigao's puzzled gaze, she handed it over. Chu Zhigao took it and looked at it carefully under the bright moonlight. He didn't need to open the book. He only needed to see the familiar cover. Chu Zhigao immediately understood, benefactor. As he spoke, he knelt down with a plop sound. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua reacted quickly and pulled him back. She smiled and said, "Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. I just happened to meet you that year and helped you, but..." Chu Zhigao struggled a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua's hands were like cast iron. He couldn't move at all. He could only apologize, but that day was also very dangerous. If it wasn't for Xiaoxia, I might have lost my life that day. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Chu Zhigao up and said, "In broad daylight, on the streets of Lu Town, how would they dare? Sigh, Xiaoxia is too kind. The evil tiger gang has done many things like robbing and killing." Evil tiger gang? I've heard that they have some power in Lu Town, but I've never had any dealings with them. Xiaoxia saved me. When I went to the side, I only found out after asking around. I was scared. The evil tiger gang probably didn't put me in their eyes and didn't know the power of the bone solidifying pill. But when I met that scoundrel young master, I couldn't do anything. Oh, that's right. Give this pill recipe back to Xiaoxia. This thing might be useful to Xiaoxia in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and waved her hand. This pill recipe. I've already seen it. Oh? Chu Zhigao was obviously disappointed. Xiaoxia, take it first. You don't understand it now, but maybe you'll understand it in the future. Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. What is this? Chu Zhigao stared blankly. When he opened the bottle and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Bone solidifying pill? Immediately, with trembling hands, he poured out a pill into his hands. Looking at the color of the pill, he brought it to his nose and smelled the scent of the pill. His face revealed an expression of wild joy. It really is a bone solidifying pill. It really is a bone solidifying pill. I actually saw a real bone solidifying pill. But immediately, Chu Zhigao had some doubts and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this is a bone solidifying pill refined according to my pill recipe? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, yes. But why is the medicinal smell of this bone solidifying pill so faint? In my family's pill recipe, there are records of medicinal fragrances that assail the nose. This. I don't know. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, but this thing is indeed refined according to Brother Chu's pill recipe. There's no mistake about it. Hee hee, that's good, Chu Zhigao said and put the pill into the jade bottle and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He asked again, then what about the other pill recipes? I wonder if Xiaoxia has refined them. Zhang Xiaohua saw him return the jade bottle to her and was slightly stunned. This is for you, why are you returning it to me? For me? Chu Zhigao couldn't believe his ears and said, this bone solidifying pill is a miraculous pill. Even my ancestors were unable to refine it successfully. Ren Xiaoxia actually gave it to me? Saying this, he shook the jade bottle and said with a smile, if Xiaoxia has the heart, just give me one pill. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She reached out and took out another bottle from her bosom and said, I have more here. Take that. You have more? Chu Zhigao was shocked. He wanted to verify, but he didn't dare to take Zhang Xiaohua's jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and put away the jade bottle, saying, "Don't be shocked. This bone solidifying pill also has a pill recipe in my fragrant religion. Usually, a few disciples with high status can get some. Although I don't have it now, I think I will in the future. So, this bottle of bone solidifying pills, you should accept it." Chu Zhigao couldn't tell if Zhang Xiaohua was telling the truth or not, but thinking that she had given him such a precious pill, he was already moved to tears. After he carefully accepted the jade bottle, he said mysteriously, "Ren Xiaoxia's righteousness really makes me blush with shame." "Oh right, Xiaoxia, do you still remember when I told Xiaoxia that my dragon mountain had a strange place?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I remember. Brother Chu also said that if there was a chance to come to Dragon Mountain, he would let me try my luck." "Huh, that's right." Chu Zhigao nodded. "At that time, I was hoping that Xiaoxia would come, but Lu Town is really too far away. If there wasn't a special reason, who would come here? However, since Xiaoxia came, then Chu can't be a person who doesn't keep his word. That strange place isn't too far from here. Xiaoxia and Chu coming here might really be fate." "That's good." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I love those strange things the most." "Well, then." Chu Zhigao was just about to move, but looking at the bonfire in the cave, he hesitated and said, "It's already late. Why don't Chu bring Xiaoxia over tomorrow?" "It's okay, Brother Chu, tell me the place and I'll go there myself. You just stay here and guard it." "Well, that's good too." Chu remembers that Xiaoxia's qigong is very good. Xiaoxia can go to that place if he wants. As he said that, he told her the location of that place. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and her heart jumped. This place, seems very familiar." Zhang Xiaohua greeted Chu Zhigao and flew towards the mountain valley. When she could no longer see, she used her flying technique and arrived at the cliff in a short while. The cliff was very clear under the moonlight, smooth and straight. A deafening sound of water came from below. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the cliff without hesitation. She followed the vines hanging from the cliff and came to the side of a waterfall. She saw that the waterfall was very strange. It surged out from a 10 feet wide crack in the rocks and hung at the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, she could faintly see a pitch-black deep pool. The deafening sound of water was really the sound of the waterfall falling into the deep pool. When Zhang Xiaohua was halfway down the waterfall, the surging water created a small mist which covered the entire waterfall. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area and a strange smile appeared on her face. She waited for him to descend further before she rushed into the waterfall. When she came into contact with the waterfall, she immediately disappeared. The cliff was actually empty. On the cliff, under the waterfall, there was a 10 feet wide hole. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the hole and looked into the darkness. She laughed. "Jinren Huolong, the Fei Lu mountain range that you mentioned is now gone. There is only this horned dragon mountain. If not for this strange waterfall and the cave within the waterfall, I wouldn't be able to confirm that this is the place of inheritance that you mentioned in the jade slip. Jinren Huolong, now that the immortal Tao has been destroyed for a long time, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi is recovering. This is also an opportunity for the immortal Tao to flourish. I am not talented, but I shall go in and take a look to see if your immortal Tao is still around. If it is, then I shall not stand on ceremony and keep it. Since you are a rogue cultivator and do not belong to any sect, I shall pass down this immortal Tao to you and call it Beta School." As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he laughed loudly and walked into the cave. With a luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua walked for half a cup of tea's time and came to a dry place. There were no longer any mountain paths here and there were only empty walls. Zhang Xiaohua walked to a place facing the west. She stretched out her hand and touched the wall but couldn't find anything. She then closed her eyes and formed a spell with her hands. Every time she formed a spell, the stone wall would vibrate slightly. After a dozen spells were formed, the stone wall suddenly emitted a faint red glow and a cave half the height of a human appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. "Kiki, this must be Jinren Huolong's cave." Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. This set of spells was obtained by Zhang Xiaohua from Zhenren Huolong's jade slip and she was already familiar with it. Zhang Xiaohua stooped down and squeezed into the cave. Then, he walked around for a while. Along the way, he encountered a few more restrictive spells, but they were all easily broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Finally, he arrived at a cave that was about 100 feet tall and 300 feet wide. It looked very simple. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a few luminous pearls and placed them around the cave to illuminate it. When he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had been to the incense religion's Jade Hall and Mo Xiangong's Grand Hall. He had also been to Wan Wuxin's Summer World and the Dalan Temple's main hall. He thought that even if Zhenren Huolong's cave was not as good as those places, it wouldn't be too far off. However, the cave in front of him was dry and there was a faint ripple of spell which was very weak. How is this the demeanor of an immortal Dao senior? It's almost like my Guizhuang house. If Beta school is like this, Kiki, wouldn't they be laughed at? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said. Following which, she looked at the layout of the cave carefully. She saw that there was a painting hanging on the stone wall in front of the cave. However, the painting had faded and she couldn't see what was on it. Below the painting was a praying mat. When she used her divine sense to scan the painting, she couldn't see anything special. On the left side of the cave, there was a row of shelves with some jade bottles on it. However, there weren't many of them and it seemed very empty. Chapter 1008. On the right side of the cave, there was a row of bookshelves filled with books. The bookshelf on the left looked empty but upon closer inspection, it was not filled with books but jade bamboo slips. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and jumped to the front of the bookshelf where the jade bamboo slips were placed. She stretched out her hand to grab the jade bamboo slips but just as she touched the bookshelf, a gentle force blocked her way. "Io, look at me, I am so anxious." Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly and released her divine sense. After looking at it for a while, her right hand agilely struck out a series of spells as though she was playing a zither. This spell was more complicated and the more she struck, the slower her speed became. Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more serious and at the end, her forehead was covered with sweat. After all, this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's impartation of Celestial Dao and the jade bamboo slips must have recorded Venerable Fiery Dragon's cultivation methods. Although it was not as precious as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained on the deserted island, these were the foundations of Celestial Dao cultivation. As long as she had these foundational cultivation methods, in addition to the recovery of the heaven and earth's elemental energy, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that she could establish the Beta school by herself. Thinking back to the time when the Righteous Alliance roped in the Long family, why? Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain some celestial Dao relics from the Long family? What kind of benefits could they obtain from it to find the path to celestial Dao? Now that this broad future was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, how could Zhang Xiaohua not work hard? At the end, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat and her face was pale. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Open." His right hand seemed to be holding something heavier than 10,000 caddies, and he slowly pushed it to the front of the bookshelf. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, as if something had broken. A faint red light flashed on the bookshelf, and everything returned to normal. Zhang Xiaohua wiped off his sweat. He did not sit down to adjust his breathing and recover his true energy. Instead, with a greedy look on his face, he waved his hand and the entire bookshelf flew into his belt. Then, he walked to a few bookshelves at the side and casually picked up a book. When he opened it, he could not help but be overjoyed. He saw that the book recorded several thousand years of travel. Needless to say, these bookshelves were all books that recorded the local customs, culture, and geography of the past. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaohua collected all the bookshelves into his belt. I wonder if there are any secret martial arts manuals in these books? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He then walked to the bookshelf on the left. There was a hole at the side of the bookshelf, and it was pitch black inside. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, this bookshelf was used to store pills. There were a few jade bottles that had their own seals on them. After Zhang Xiaohua rested for a while, he took out a primordial stone to replenish his true energy and broke the seals easily. He then saw that the jade bottles had the words, Peiyuan pill, written on them. Peiyuan pill? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I don't think there was any mention of this in the jade slip of Venerable Fiery Dragon. But, I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the seals on the jade bottles that were about to collapse. She then recited the seals to prevent the true energy of the pills from dissipating. She then kept the pills in her pouch. She then turned around to look at the empty cave. It was originally empty. After that, Zhang Xiaohua took the luminous pearl and entered the cave beside the bookshelf. The cave was not long, and it only took a few steps to reach the end. Looking at the furnishings, she knew that this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's alchemy room. There was a praying mat, a medium-sized alchemy furnace, and an earth fire. However, the earth fire had already cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua recited the seals, but there was no fire coming out. It seemed that the earth fire had already changed its path after 10,000 years. Although Zhang Xiaohua already had 18 trigrams purple gold alchemy furnace in her belt, Zhang Xiaohua still kept the alchemy furnace. She then used her divine sense to check, but there was nothing else. The Peiyuan pill was obviously made by Elder Hua. Why is there no record of the pill formula in the alchemy room? Zhang Xiaohua then laughed to herself, I'm really a miser. Elder Hua said very clearly that he placed all the orthodoxies together and left them for the fated ones. There are so many jade slips on the bookshelf. There must be a record in one of them. When I get out, I'll look for it carefully. Looking at the empty cave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, this itinerant cultivator is really poor. Even if I wanted to pick up some trash, there's nothing left. Sigh, this bastard still doesn't know how to be content. He has already taken away all the orthodoxies. What else does he want? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the portrait away. However, the portrait was already blurred. She couldn't see Venerable Fiery Dragon's face. Even if she took it away, it would be useless. Furthermore, didn't Zhang Xiaohua want to be the founder of the Beta School? After leaving the cave, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the pitch-black cave. Her eyes rolled and she cast a few spells to strengthen the restrictive spell in the cave. She then turned around, rushed out of the waterfall, and flew back. When she returned to the original cave, Chu Zhigao was already sitting crookedly by the bonfire and taking a nap. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide her footsteps. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to Chu Zhigao's side, Chu Zhigao immediately woke up. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately asked in surprise, how is it? Ren Xiaoxia? Did you find anything? Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, she asked, Brother Chu, you and this Dragon Mountain. How should I describe it? Your family has been living in Dragon Mountain for generations? No. Chu Zhigao didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant. However, he still shook his head, this Dragon Mountain belongs to my mother's family. Chu's family was originally in Poyang Town, Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out. Chu Zhigao was stunned. He asked curiously, how did Ren Xiaoxia know my father's name? He has passed away a long time ago. Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng was the last name on the list given to Zhang Xiaohua by the Daoist Temple's great master Changdeng. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had some impression of him. When she heard that he was Chu Zhigao's father, she couldn't help but nod and ask, your father is also one of the people my senior sister and I are looking for. Oh, Chu Zhigao suddenly understood. He nodded and said, That's right. Mother must know something about your senior sister. Then, he said, ever since father passed away, the Chu family has been in decline, and our family's martial arts have not been mastered. Mother was the only one in my grandfather's family at Dragon Mountain, so she brought me to Dragon Mountain. Then, is this bone condensation pill from Dragon Mountain or your Chu family? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. It's from Dragon Mountain. Chu Zhigao replied without hesitation. My mother's family seems to be guarding something in Dragon Mountain. However, it has been a long time. In my mother's generation, she is the only one. As for me, I only have one son, Jing. I estimate that the secret of Dragon Mountain will be lost soon. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked again, Brother Chu, you know how to refine pills? How could I? Chu Zhigao's face was slightly red. I just follow Dragon Mountain's pill recipe and brew some medicinal plasters myself. I can make a living in the Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Zhigao, saying, Brother Chu, your bone condensation pill has been of great help to me. I have nothing to repay you with. Take this jade talisman. If anything strange happens, feel free to break it. Oh, right. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out some banknotes and silver and handed it over, saying, Take this silver. It's not of much use to me. Chu Zhigao was about to decline when Zhang Xiaohua continued, Furthermore, in the future, if I have any matters, I will have to trouble Brother Chu. If possible, I would like Brother Chu to come to my sect to refine pills and practice martial arts. This can also be considered as repayment for the time you have spent at Dragon Mountain. Repayment for the time we have spent at Dragon Mountain? Chu Zhigao didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but when he came to his senses, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, Ren Xiaoxia, could it be that there really are secret martial arts manuals in that place? But Chu has been there more than once. What? I didn't discover anything. Chu Zhigao still didn't quite believe it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Why would little brother lie to you about such things? Don't tell me that this little brother will support your family of 3 for no reason? Ren Xiaoxia, don't misunderstand. Chu just doesn't dare to believe it. That place is just an ordinary cave. Although mother occasionally mentioned it, but Chu Zhigao stuttered a little. After a while, he sighed, I heard mother say that fate is decided by the heavens and not by men. Perhaps this is what it means. My Dragon Mountain has been guarding this place for many generations, but we haven't been able to find it. Even I, Chu, have been there many times. I didn't expect that when I impulsively invited young hero over in Lu Town, it would actually. He couldn't help but sigh. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed, Brother Chu, you are thinking too much. Although Brother Chu may not be able to learn this secret martial arts manual, Jing is still young. What's the difference between Jing and your younger brother obtaining it? Ren Xiaoxia? You mean, you want to accept Jing into the cult of fragrance? Chu Zhigao was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, that's not it. I have other orthodoxies. However, this matter shouldn't be publicized. Once I have settled everything, I will come and find Brother Chu. Other orthodoxies? Chu Zhigao suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead and said, Chu understands. Chu is also willing to go. It's just alchemy and martial arts. It's better than being bullied in Dragon Mountain. Brother Chu, my sect is not the cult of fragrance. You should be clear about this. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. With a disciple like Ren Xiaoxia, even if it's not a famous sect, so what? Chu Zhigao said, besides, Chu is just a Jianghu performer. I'm grateful that your sect has not abandoned me. I'm already moved to tears. The two of them talked for a long time. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua did not disturb her. He sat at the entrance of the cave and placed a restriction on it. He began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Chapter 1009. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as soon as the sun rose. He removed the restriction at the entrance of the cave and around the dream before walking out of the cave. He had obtained many jade slips from the cave behind the waterfall, and they were all Daoist teachings of Venerable Fiery Dragon. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to count them as he had already kept them in his belt. He would look at them when he had the time. The morning of Horned Dragon Mountain was no different from the other mountain ranges. The crisp chirping of birds, the fresh air, and the occasional roar of unknown beasts could be heard. Unknown little wildflowers were blooming quietly. Regardless of whether there was anyone around to admire them, the sparkling dew on the tall wild grass was glowing. Zhang Xiaohua stood in a spacious area and finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. He then picked up the Great Wisdom Sword and practiced the Tong Tian Staff technique that he had been pondering and comprehending for the past 10 days. The sky-piercing staff technique was the same as the Big Dipper Fist technique. After Zhang Xiaohua's memory was erased, there were only 360 moves left. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had been trying to string these moves together. Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's experience in practicing the Big Dipper Fist technique, but it wasn't too difficult to string these 360 moves together. However, he had been working hard and didn't have any extra time to practice. He closed his eyes and recalled the entire staff technique in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the long sword and prepared to practice the moves one by one. However, just as he was about to practice the first move, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The moves of the Tong Tian staff technique were all staff moves, and most of them required 2 hands to hold the staff. His Great Wisdom heavy sword was a sword embryo, and only the sword hilt was comfortable to hold with one hand. The other places were wide and thick, and he couldn't hold it with one hand. Therefore, using this staff technique was rather awkward. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua braced himself and used his left hand to grab the sword embryo's heavy sword. He used Bo Ruo as a staff to dance, but, after struggling to perform a few more moves, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and threw Bo Ruo to the ground. He thought to himself, it seems that this staff technique still needs to use a staff. That day, I thought wrong. I thought that if I could use the heaven-shocking staff Bo Ruo, then the staff technique should be able to be used as well. Sigh, what a pity. This Tong Tian staff technique seems to be extremely powerful. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on the small tree at the side, his eyes unconsciously lit up. He walked over and pulled out the small tree that was as thick as a duck egg. Using the short sword, he cut off the branches and used it as a staff to dance. After a few moves, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head again. This small tree is too light. It's as light as grass. When I dance it, there's no feeling at all. After that, Zhang Xiaohua found another one that was as thick as a bowl. Needless to say, it was much heavier than the previous one. However, this time, it was even more uncomfortable. Apart from the light weight, Zhang Xiaohua could not completely hold the small tree with one hand. Holding it was also uncomfortable. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua only used a few moves before throwing the small tree to the ground again. He angrily said, "This is really uncomfortable. In the past, I had the Great Wisdom Sword but did not have a matching move. Now that I have a move, but do not have a matching weapon. What can I do? What can I do? Xiaohua? Who are you angry with?" It was Meng's concerned voice that asked. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head. Meng was standing at the place where the sun shone. Her white skin was especially soft under the orange sunlight. Her pitch-black hair fluttered in the mountain wind, making her look like a flying fairy. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. Didn't I see a set of staff techniques at the Dalan Temple a few days ago? I took it out today to try it out. Who knew that I did not have a suitable weapon? That staff technique was a waste of time." Huh, Meng grinned and said, "As the saying goes, skills are not a burden. If you can learn a little more, then learn a little more. Weapons are a small matter. You will slowly come across them in the future. That staff technique is something from the Dalan Temple's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This is probably your only chance to enter it in your lifetime. Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, "You're right. I thought so too. But when I think of not being able to practice the staff technique, my heart always feels uncomfortable." Well. Meng pursed her lips and said, "If it's possible, when we return to the Lingxiang Peak, I will earnestly ask the hierarch to bestow you a weapon. Anyway, there are many weapons in the weapon refining hall." "That's right. How could I forget?" Zhang Xiaohua patted her head. Her gloomy face turned bright. "Ren Xiaoxia, Ren Xiaoxia." Chu Zhigao was thrown out from the distant cave again. A child was also cheerfully following behind him. "Jing, come here. This is the person who saved you yesterday." "Ren Xiaoxia." Chu Zhigao first pointed at Meng. Then, he remembered that Meng did not introduce herself yesterday. He could only point at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, Hero Ren, for saving my life." Jing was extremely obedient. He fell to the ground and kowtowed. Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled him back and said with a smile, "Yesterday, I really did not save you. The one who saved you was my senior. You can call her Wuxia Heroine." "Yes, thank you, Wuxia Heroine, for saving my life." Jing kowtowed in front of Meng again. Quickly get up." Meng was happy to see that Jing was sensible. She pulled him up and thought for a moment. Then, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to him. "This is the Yuhuandan pill from my incense sect. It is most effective for healing injuries. I heard that when you meet a child, you have to give a greeting gift. I don't have anything here, so take this as a greeting gift." Chu Zhigao was slightly surprised when he heard this. Who in the Jianghu didn't know the name of the Yuhuandan pill? It was a godly item for healing injuries. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. At this moment, Jing turned his head and looked at Chu Zhigao. He was probably asking for something. Chu Zhigao wanted to shake his head, but Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Accept it. This is a token of appreciation from Wuxia Heroine. It's rare for someone to call her a heroine for the first time. She is very happy. Don't disappoint her." Chu Zhigao nodded slightly when he heard this. Jing took the Yuhuandan pill and skipped back to Chu Zhigao's side. He passed the jade bottle to Chu Zhigao. "Thank you, Wuxia Heroine, for your generous gift." Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and thanked her. Then, he carefully kept the Yuhuandan pill. Then, he asked carefully, "Ren Xiaoxia, my mother, has rested for a night. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She patted her forehead and said, "Brother Chu, I will unseal your mother's acupoints now." The four of them walked to the front of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "Meng, you go to the cave next door first. It won't be too late for you to come out after I ask Brother Chu." Meng didn't say anything. She nodded slightly and entered the cave where she rested last night. Jing's grandmother was still lying on the straw and sleeping soundly. When Zhang Xiaohua unsealed her acupoints, she first opened her eyes quietly. When she saw that she was in an unfamiliar place, she immediately panicked. However, when she saw her son and grandson, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked, "Jing, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Grandma. Thanks to Hero Ren, I'm fine." "Hero Ren?" Jing's grandmother only saw Zhang Xiaohua now. She thought about what happened yesterday and struggled to get up. However, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You don't have to thank me. I just happened to come at the right time. I saw injustice on the road, so of course, I had to help. Moreover, I met Brother Chu before and received some benefits from Brother Chu. Yesterday was my repayment." Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Mother, didn't the boy tell you about Lutown before? This Ren Xiaoxia is the one who saved the boy." "Ah." Jing's grandmother was even more delighted. "Then I have to thank him even more." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Don't be anxious. Last night, I have already told Brother Chu some things. Let him tell you slowly in the future. In the future, we will be together for a long time. It's really troublesome to thank him. If you want to thank me, you'd better listen to what I have to say first. Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. When she saw Chu Zhigao nodding, she smiled and said, since Xiaoxia said so, I won't insist anymore. Xiaoxia, what do you want to say? I'm all ears. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and told her about her dream. In the end, she said, I know that perhaps Meng's mother killed Brother Chu's father. But this has nothing to do with Meng. Jing's grandmother waved her hand and said, Xiaoxia, you are overthinking. Yesterday, when I saw Miss Zixia, I saw that she looked exactly the same as the sacred ambassador from 40 years ago. I was scared. Coupled with the incident at home yesterday, I was agitated. That's why I hope Ren Xiaoxia can forgive me for my rudeness. She then said apologetically, although I don't know the relationship between Miss Zixia and the sacred ambassador, but Jiqiang's father wasn't killed by the sacred ambassador. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she was pleasantly surprised. She said, Grandma, you are right. How could I be wrong? My husband was a lay disciple of the Daolan Temple, but he wasn't welcomed in the Daolan Temple and never received any true teachings. Later, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect and knew that he had some skills in alchemy, so he wanted to recruit him into the Dragon God sect. Who knew that the news was leaked and the Daolan Temple's law enforcement disciples were dispatched? They caught and killed many people. My husband had just met the sacred ambassador and didn't express his opinion. He was beaten dozens of times by the Daolan Temple, crippled of his martial arts, and expelled from the Daolan Temple. Later, he became depressed and died of a serious illness. It had nothing to do with the sacred ambassador. Ah, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh and said, then I am relieved. Otherwise, even if Brother Chu didn't say it out loud, he would feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Then, Grandma, can you tell me about your meeting with the sacred ambassador? Zhang Xiaohua asked, did my senior look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador? Grandma Jing thought for a moment and nodded. If my memory is correct, Miss Zixia does look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador. Of course, it has been 40 years and I can't guarantee that my memory is accurate, but the two of them look very similar, that's for sure. Chapter 10:10. Back then, I left Dragon Mountain and followed my husband to live in Poyang Town. My husband was considered a martial arts family, but there were very few people. In his generation, he was only a little stronger than me. He was the only one left. When he was young, he had just finished laying the foundation for his family's martial arts. The old man died of illness, so he didn't have time to teach him the rest of the martial arts. When I married into the family, his martial arts were still sloppy and ordinary. Later, in Poyang Town, he met a lay disciple of the Daolan Temple. That disciple introduced him to the Daolan Temple. Unfortunately, the lay disciples of the Daolan Temple weren't the main focus of the Daolan Temple's cultivation. They were only used as a way to consolidate the power of the secular world. My husband didn't receive any guidance from a brilliant master in the Daolan Temple. He could only follow a group of lay disciples of the Daolan Temple and work hard to expand the power of the Daolan Temple. When my husband slowly understood and regretted, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. The sacred ambassador showed him a mysterious martial arts skill and said that as long as my husband could learn the Dragon God sect's alchemy skills and refine the elixirs they requested, he would be allowed to practice the internal strength cultivation method of the Dragon God sect. My husband was naturally moved and wanted to agree on the spot. However, the sacred ambassador said that there were some other people who wanted to go with her. She asked my husband to think about it for one more day. When night fell, she would bring those people back and they would return to the Dragon God sect together. Unexpectedly, when night fell, the sacred ambassador didn't come. Instead, the law enforcement disciples of the Daolan Temple arrived first. When they saw my husband, they captured him without any explanation. Just as they were about to take him away, the sacred ambassador appeared again and asked my husband if he was willing to join the dragon god sect. If he agreed, she would immediately rescue him. Unfortunately, before my husband could answer, an old monk from the Daoist temple appeared and fought with the divine envoy. That magical martial arts made me feel. How should I put it? It was like watching a circus show when I was young. It was incredible. However, at the end of the battle, when there was no clear winner, the sacred ambassador suddenly clutched his abdomen and pointed at the monk, cursing how despicable the monk of the Daoist temple was. After that, he fled with a pale face. The monk of the Daoist temple chased after him. My husband was naturally brought back to the Daoist temple by the law enforcement disciples of the Daoist temple. About 10 days later, my husband was released. His kung fu was crippled and he looked dull. Later, I had Zhigao. My husband only taught him kung fu for a few years and then passed away. I felt that I couldn't live in Poyang anymore, so I took Zhigao back to Dragon Mountain. Alas, although Zhigao was talented, he didn't practice kung fu properly since he was young. Therefore, although he had inherited kung fu from his family, he could only run around Jianghu and make a living by selling his skills. Fortunately, the elixirs from Dragon Mountain are real and the medicinal plasters are effective. That's why we can barely make ends meet. Alas, it was this elixir that brought us a lot of trouble. The most dangerous 2 times were if Xiaoxia didn't save Zhigao. I'm afraid Zhigao would have died. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew what to do. She smiled and said, "This is fate between me and Brother Chu." Then, he thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask, Elder, how far is Poyang town from here? Does Xiaoxia want to go to Poyang to have a look?" Grandma Jing asked. "That's right. What you see doesn't mean that my senior sister has anything to do with the Tenryu sect's sacred ambassador. Therefore, Poyang, we want to go there and have a look. Maybe we can find something." If Xiaoxia thinks like this, why don't you go to the Dragon God sect directly? If Miss Zixia has something to do with the Tenryu sect, won't you know once you go there? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We are disciples of the fragrant religion. We still have work to do. How can we go to the Tenryu sect? We should wait until later. Maybe when the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect comes to our fragrant religion, we can ask him. In this case, it doesn't matter whether we go to Poyang or not. However, when Chu Zhigao told her the location of Poyang, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Poyang is on our way back to the fragrant religion. It won't be too far away. Let's go and have a look." Poyang is the territory of the Daoist temple. There are often disciples of the Righteous Alliance there. If Miss Zixia wants to find someone from the Dragon God sect, I'm afraid, you have to be careful. Chu Zhigao advised. Well, we are the emissaries of the fragrant religion. We also have the permission of the law enforcement hall elder. There shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then asked, "Grandma, I heard from Brother Chu yesterday that your family's ancestor has been guarding something in the Dragon Mountain. What's going on?" Jing's grandmother frowned and stared at Chu Zhigao. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a little promise from the ancestor. There's no need to go into details." "Mother," Chu Zhigao said, "Ren Xiaoxia has already been to that place. Moreover, he went in. Didn't you say that the place was left by the ancestors for those who were fated to go there? Ren Xiaoxia is kind-hearted and warm-hearted. He should go to that place to have a look. Don't you think so? Ren Xiaoxia has already gone in." Jing's mother was shocked and said, "That place, in the Dragon Mountain, for thousands of years, no one has ever been able to go in." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded, "I did go in, but I don't have any proof. There are so many things inside. I reckon that you haven't seen any of them. How can you identify them?" "Xiaoxia, is there a portrait in there?" Jing's grandmother asked seriously. "Yes, but it's too old to be seen clearly." "Oh, then can the handwriting be seen clearly? Does Xiaoxia know whose portrait it is?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I can't identify the handwriting. According to what I know, this portrait should be of fiery dragon Jinren. Fiery dragon Jinren? Jing's grandmother was in disbelief. She opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Did you just say fiery dragon Jinren?" "Yes, it's fiery dragon Jinren." "What's wrong with that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, puzzled. "Son, you don't have to guard the dragon mountain like me anymore." When Jing Er's grandmother heard Zhang Xiaohua say the words fire dragon spiritual master, her face was already covered in tears. She couldn't help but cry. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. After waiting for a while, Jing's grandmother stopped crying. She wiped her tears and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Ren Xiaoxia. I don't dare to, please enlighten me." Sigh, come to think of it, this was something that happened thousands of years ago. It was said that there used to be an immortal living on Dragon Mountain. One year, a young man with the surname Li eloped here with his beloved. Both of them were sickly and on the verge of death. They were saved by the old immortal. However, both of them had poor aptitudes, and were only accepted as unofficial disciples by the old immortal. He taught them some basic immortal techniques. After that, the old immortal went on a journey and instructed the young couple to guard this place well. If there was a fated person who could enter his cave and see the portrait and say the name of the portrait, Fiery Dragon Jinren, that person would inherit his legacy. They and their descendants would no longer have to guard this place. Of course, the young couple and their descendants could enter and try. After the young couple agreed, the old immortal left behind some superficial things and swaggered off. His whereabouts were never seen again. The young couple stayed behind to keep their promise and guard this cave residence. However, the world has undergone great changes. Not every generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain is a man who can inherit the family name. Over time, when it came to my generation, the family name was changed to Erwan. If there are no accidents, the next generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain will change to Chu. Thank you for your hard work, old immortal. I would like to express my gratitude to you and your family on behalf of Fiery Dragon Jinren. Zhang Xiaohua was very touched and bowed deeply. I wouldn't dare. Since you promised Fire Dragon immortal and have been rescued by him, of course, you'll have to guard the cave abode for him. After that, Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao and said, however, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Xiaoxia can fulfill it. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, Mother, if you want to help the boy, you don't have to. Ren Xiaoxia is a righteous man. He had already told the boy last night. You know the boy's talent. It's already very good for him to make a living in Jianghu. How would he dare to be like Ren Xiaoxia? Ren Xiaoxia has already promised that when the time is right, he will accept Jing as his disciple. Boy, and mother, can also settle down in his sect. Really? Jing's grandmother was very surprised and said, We will join the incense sect? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and waved her hand. You've misunderstood. It's not the incense sect. Oh. Jing's grandmother immediately realized and said, Of course, Xiaoxia has received Old Immortal's orthodoxy. Naturally, he will use Old Immortal's sect. I just don't know which sect Old Immortal belongs to. My ancestor has never said anything about it. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, This Old Immortal also doesn't belong to any sect. I have already boldly named it Beidou School. I don't know if it's appropriate or not. When Jing's grandmother heard this, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, Old Immortal is indeed a fated person. It is recorded in ancient books that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first Tianshu Palace is the Life Star Lord. The second Merak Palace is the Silas Star Lord. The third Tianji Palace is the Lutsuan Star Lord. The fourth Tianquan Palace is the Longevity Star Lord. The fifth Yuheng Palace is the Calculator Star Lord. The sixth Kaiyang Palace is the Crossing Disaster Star Lord. The seventh Alcade Palace is the Benevolent Star Lord. The 7 Stars Lord is in charge of the survival of the world. They are in charge of the survival of the world. Xiaoxia's Beidou School is the leader of the Jianghu. It will definitely be able to suppress the incense sect and Tenryu sect. It will become a famous sect in history. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely and said embarrassedly, "Old immortal is flattering me. It's just that I am speaking without thinking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Jing's grandmother laughed and asked again, "Then Xiaoxia's Beidou school? Is it going to be set up in Dragon Mountain? Old immortal's cave is here." "No, no," Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands, "I'm still young. I can't take on such an important task. Let's talk about it in the future. Besides." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "There's nothing in Fiery Dragon Jinren's cave. It's not convenient to go in and out. Even if I have the chance to set up a sect in the future, I don't think it will be here." Jing's grandmother's face revealed a look of disappointment. Chapter 10-11. Jing's grandmother's disappointment disappeared in a flash. She smiled and said, "Big Dipper, I really hope to see the rise of the Beidou school. I want to see if my Jing can become the backbone of the Beidou school." As she spoke, she lovingly looked at Jing, who was nestled next to her as if he was listening to a story. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Yes, yes. Don't worry, elder. When I finish the Beidou school, I will teach Jing the cultivation method." Jing's grandmother was waiting for him to say this. She pushed Jing and said, "Jing, why aren't you coming to greet your master?" Jing was stunned. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and prepared to kowtow. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped away. With a wave of her hand, Jing was unable to continue kowtowing. He hurriedly said, Elder, don't be like this. How old is this kid? How can you accept a disciple? This kid hasn't even finished practicing his martial arts." Jing's grandmother wasn't willing to listen. When she saw that Jing wasn't kowtowing, she thought that Jing didn't understand etiquette. She immediately used her hand to press down on his little head and kowtowed to the ground. However, it was as if there was a stone wall in front of Jing. No matter how hard Grandma Jing tried, she couldn't move Jing's head at all. Seeing that Jing's grandmother was obviously trying to cook the rice, Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy. However, looking at Grandma Jing's attitude towards Jing, it seemed to be the same as how her grandmother treated her in the past. As long as there was something that could benefit her, her grandmother would do it even if it meant losing her face. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bring herself to be angry. She could only wave her hand and said, Elder, don't make things difficult for this kid. Since this kid has promised to let Jing practice martial arts, he will definitely keep his promise. If you continue to force him, it won't be good. Grandma Jing knew that she couldn't do it. Her face was slightly red, and she said awkwardly, Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled softly. Elder, there's no need for you to say anything. It's not shameful to do something that goes against one's conscience for one's descendants, and I can understand that. I'm already grateful that you were able to clarify the matter regarding my senior. At this moment, Dream, who was outside the cave, asked softly, Xiao Yao, how is it going? It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had been asking for a long time. Meng had been waiting impatiently in the cave for a long time. After hesitating for a while, she finally walked over and asked anxiously. Senior sister, you came at the right time. The old man has already told us about the matter. It's different from what we thought yesterday. And the old man also gave us some clues. Let's go to Poyang town to take a look. When Grandma Jing saw Meng, she didn't panic like she did yesterday, but she still hurriedly got up to greet her. This woman might be the daughter of the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. Now, her status was much nobler than that of a disciple of the fragrance cult. How could she dare to disrespect her? When Zhang Xiaohua repeated the matter again, Meng's face was a little red. She said, Thank you for telling us about the situation. I can't repay you. If you have any problems in the future, please send a message to the fragrance cult. I'll do my best to help. Grandma Jing repeatedly said that she didn't dare. Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to Chu Zhigao, now, time is tight. I still want to go to Poyang town with my senior. No matter whether we can find anything or not, we have to hurry back to the fragrance cult. We can't stay here any longer. If there's any progress in my beta school, I'll come to Brother Chu. Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and said, when Ren Xiaoxia summons Chu, Chu Zhigao will definitely come. Go up and shout. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Then, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng said goodbye to Chu Zhigao's family of 3. They hurriedly went down the mountain according to Chu Zhigao's instructions. Poyang town wasn't too far from the Dragon Mountain, so they arrived in a few days. On the way, Meng's gloominess gradually disappeared. She also talked and laughed. Although she wasn't very sure about her identity, 2 women who looked exactly the same in the world, with a difference of more than 20 years, were not mother and daughter. If they weren't mother and daughter, who would believe it? Therefore, Meng was almost certain that the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect was her mother. Now, what she needed to do was to go to the Tenryu sect to find her mother. As for going to Poyang town today, Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had the same feeling. It didn't matter. Since it was on the way, they should go and see if there were any clues. However, when they got closer to Poyang town, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the town entrance, she became really excited. She patted her deer and went straight into the town. She didn't ask passers-by for directions like before. Meng was happy and didn't ask her. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was trying to confuse the mysterious person who might be following them, so she patted her horse and followed. However, Zhang Xiaohua's performance surprised her. She saw Zhang Xiaohua riding her deer as if it was her own home. She turned left and right and went through a few alleys very familiarly. Finally, she stopped in front of a big restaurant. Meng looked at the plaque of the restaurant that wrote, "Food is God," and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, I was wondering why you were running so fast. So your nose has already smelled the fragrance of food?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and was very carefree. She jumped down from her deer and said, "I won't talk to you now. Come, come, come. Try this restaurant's spicy chicken giblets." Spicy chicken giblets? Meng was surprised. Have you been to this restaurant before? At this time, in front of the restaurant, there was still an endless stream of people and carriages. It seemed that the business was more prosperous than before. Zhang Xiaohua led her deer to the door. There was a waiter standing in front of the door. He was not old and was sweating profusely. However, he was methodically greeting every customer who came in. When the waiter saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes immediately lit up and said with a smile, "Dear customer, did you come from afar? Please take a seat." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. You can tell?" "Of course." The waiter smiled charmingly and said, "This humble one has worked in this restaurant for 3 years, and is familiar with everyone in town. Your face is unfamiliar, and you're riding a horse with a weapon on it. Needless to say, you must be a martial arts hero from the Jianghu. You must have some important business in town. If this humble one can't recognize you, how can I still be a waiter in this restaurant?" While they were talking, a person walked out of the restaurant and scolded, "Ma Xiaoxi, the customer came from afar and is hungry. Why aren't you inviting the customer in? What are you nagging about?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when she saw this person. Wasn't this the waiter who greeted her when she came to Food is God 5 years ago? She thought that she would not be able to meet him this time, but she actually met him again. "Shopkeeper, this little one will invite the customer in now," Ma Xiaoxi said with a smile. "Shopkeeper?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She then cupped her hands and said, "This, shopkeeper, this little one came from afar and I have some questions. I wonder if shopkeeper has some free time." The shopkeeper frowned. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange horse and the weapon on it, as well as Meng's clothes behind her, he smiled and said, This little one has to personally welcome a guest from afar. As he spoke, he called for the waiter to bring Zhang Xiaohua's David's white horse to the side. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to the private room on the second floor. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the main hall, she looked around with joy on her face. Then, she found a table and sat down. Not only was the shopkeeper frowning, but Meng was also puzzled. She walked to his side and asked, "Why don't you go to the second floor?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and then at the shopkeeper. She said meaningfully, "This place is good. Isn't it lively?" When he saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, the shopkeeper was also puzzled. He could only smile apologetically and said, yes, this guest is right. This main hall is indeed lively." Following which, a waiter came over with a teapot and poured tea for Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and asked, "Does this tea cost money?" "Yes." The waiter was startled and said, 6 copper coins for a pot. This is the rule of our Food for the Heavens restaurant. It is also approved by the government. Hee, all right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. After the waiter poured the tea, the shopkeeper took the menu and said, "Guest, please take a look at the menu. What would you like to order? If there isn't anything delicious on the menu, I can give you a few of our restaurant's secret dishes. These dishes aren't written on the menu. This little one saw that you are a guest from afar, so I prepared them for you." "All right, shopkeeper, please tell me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. Sure enough, the shopkeeper only listed a few dishes. He was still eloquent and extremely pleasant to listen to. Even Meng was attracted to him. "All right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. She said, "I won't order anything else. Give me a portion of the dishes that you listed. It doesn't have to be too much. Just a small portion will do." "Yes, guest." When the shopkeeper heard, he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. This little one will get the chef to prepare it." When the shopkeeper was about to turn around, Zhang Xiaohua called out again and said, "Give me another plate of spicy chicken giblets." "Spicy chicken giblets?" The shopkeeper was stunned and said, "Guest, please wait a moment. It will be served immediately." "Oh right, how much is this spicy chicken giblets?" "Guest, you should know that spicy chicken giblets are 55 copper coins a plate." "Ah, 55 copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is it so expensive? I remember that it used to be 45 copper coins. Moreover, the tea is also 5 copper coins a pot." "Sir, are you an old customer of my Food for Heaven?" The shopkeeper understood immediately. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why you looked so familiar." The current Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua of the past. She naturally knew that the shopkeeper was just being polite. She waved her hand and said, "Yes, when I came here that year, you were just a waiter. Now, you are already the shopkeeper. Io, you are indeed an old customer. Don't say any more. Guest, please wait a moment. This little one will pass the dishes to the chef first. I will immediately come over and chat with you. The dishes on your table, today, will definitely have a 50% discount." The shopkeeper said and left. Not long later, he came back with a wine pot and sat beside Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Chapter 10-12. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, "Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant?" 5 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully, "Back then, I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here." "Ha ha ha, 50 copper coins?" Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. "Xiaohua, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly, it was 5 years ago when I met you and Shirtai outside Poyang town. God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memory started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Chang Gung of the Daoist temple wrote Poyang town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since we're already here, and there's no Chu Sanfeng here, I presume that the mysterious person behind us doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Shirtai that day, I came out alone. I don't even remember the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, how am I supposed to find it? Yes, I understand. Dream nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper came over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, have you been here before? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I didn't think of it. Hee, food comes first. How many people come in and out of the restaurant every day? If the innkeeper remembered, then food comes first would have already. What you said makes sense. Sigh, back then, when the innkeeper saw that an outsider actually remembered him in the past, he felt rather emotional. As he drank, he bragged about his past. Actually, it was quite simple. The innkeeper was just quick and nimble in handling matters. He was recognized by the old innkeeper and the old innkeeper betrothed his only daughter to him. While the innkeeper was bragging, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that had existed in her memory for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely emotional even before she tasted it. That was then, and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, innkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive? As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the innkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, you don't know. This food comes first was left behind by the old innkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years, the price of meat has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially. The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed, and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you increase in price as well? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma. Karma. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer, dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come, guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. Huh, it's nothing. It tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, no, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, I've been there before. It's on a mountain outside the town. Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. Huh, that's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, the food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here, I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot, 1 silver ingot? Or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, oh right, I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised, you even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago, he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the west of the town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now, he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town after obtaining the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the Refining Heart Cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore, she couldn't use her divine sense to find the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, sure enough, it's here. In my impression, it was a mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. It's really ugly compared with lingering Fragrance Peak. Where is the mountain god temple? Dream asked. You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago, you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain. Dream sighed and said, by the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, when Shirtai took you away, how did you get out? Nonsense, of course. Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong. How did you know Qin Gong at that time? Then she said with a soft look, it's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually came back to the town from the ferry with your own strength. Hee, that's right. I, Xiaoxia, have been outstanding since I was a child. Even the teacher of our Guizhuang house didn't dare to accept me for fear that he would lead me astray. Ha ha ha, Dream laughed and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, they went up the Python Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed to the place where the setting sun fell and said, Dream, there, is the place where we met for the first time. Chapter 10:13. Yes, it was the first time. It was the place where they met for the first time. It was the place where Meng's love for Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's longing for Meng began. The two unfamiliar men and women suddenly met at that nameless ferry. That one chance meeting planted the seed that they had to rely on each other in their hearts. That seed was planted so deeply and so discreetly. It was only when they met again 5 years later that the seed gradually sprouted. And once it sprouted, it was full of vitality. The yearning they had for each other during those 5 years was turned into fertilizer, allowing their feelings to multiply without restraint. At this time, perhaps it was not the harvest season, but snuggling in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and standing on the bridge that stretched into the river, Meng tilted her head and looked at the quietly flowing river. She couldn't help but whisper, Xiaohua, what if my hook didn't hook you that day? You won't recognize me? Zhang Xiaohua put her hand on Meng's shoulder and looked at the sunset. The orange light scattered on the running water, and she said with certainty, no. Xiaohua. Meng was very emotional. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and raised her little face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and lowered her head, kissing Meng's cherry lips deeply. They tasted the sweetness in each other's hearts. The cottage by the river was still the same. It seemed that very few people came here. Although Dream hadn't been here for many years, she still cleaned up the dusty cottage with great familiarity. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream sat where they had sat 5 years ago and chatted until the full moon came. The next morning, the two held hands and went on the road again. Zhang Xiaohua walked through the woods behind the cottage with Meng. The mysterious inhibition was still there. She saw the flaw clearly with her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there was nothing inside, so he didn't stop. He used his Qin Gong and went straight to the west. The two of them walked for an hour, but they didn't see any signs of human habitation. They knew that people rarely came here. Using their divine sense, they also didn't find anything. Meng's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Her eyes kept looking around, trying to find the place she remembered. Suddenly, she saw a thick tree. The silver leaves made Meng's eyes light up. She immediately cried out, Little Blossom, I remember it. This big tree, I have an impression of it. Master must have brought me here before, or I walked past it. Zhang Xiaohua perked up when he heard that. He asked, then. Which direction did it come from? Do you still remember? Meng looked for a long time and pointed in a direction. She hesitated and said, maybe it's this direction. Okay, let's go and see. Zhang Xiaohua said happily. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and used her lightness skill to continue forward. However, the further they went, the more confused Meng became. Her face gradually turned pale. She looked like she was in pain. Meng, what's wrong with you? Did you remember something? Zhang Xiaohua saw this and held Meng's hand. She asked with concern. I don't know why. The further we go, the more familiar this scene is. And the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Meng gritted her teeth and said. This. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said worriedly, Can you still walk? Yes, we must walk down this road today. Meng insisted. This time, it seems that we are walking in front of others. But, we can't let others ruin everything. Well, that's fine. If you can't hold on because of the headache, let me know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said. Okay. Meng sighed and looked forward. I don't know what secrets Mother has, or what secrets I have to hide. Someone actually erased it in advance. I think it's the Tenryu sect. Zhang Xiaohua said, It seems that after we met the Tenryu sect's patrol team, many things happened. They must be the ones who did it. But I'm just the daughter of the sacred ambassador. How does this affect the Tenryu sect? How would I know? Maybe we've arrived. Zhang Xiaohua was laughing bitterly. Suddenly, she paused and a smile appeared on her face. What's wrong? Meng Qi asked, Did you think of something? I didn't think of anything. It's just that, we've been in the mountains for so long. I think we've discovered something. That's bad. There are very few people here. Even beasts are rare. What could have happened? Why did you forget to walk this way? Don't you see the stream here? If there are people living here, they must be near a water source. Let's follow the stream. Maybe we'll discover something. Xiaohua, you're amazing. You even know this? Amidst the praises of the dream, the two of them continued to walk forward for a long time. Suddenly, smoke rose from a valley in front of them. Xiaohua, quick. Look, there are people there. Really? Don't worry. Let's go and take a look first. The smoke might be from those hunters. Was there a need to say more? After turning around the valley, a small village appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to look around. There were only about 10 families. She then looked around the village. There were no fields. This village was really small and looked very poor. Every household did not have any walls. They only had mud brick houses and many of them were simple straw huts. It was almost noon. Some simple chimneys on the roof had begun to emit some smoke. In the small village, there were a few children of 3 or 4 years old playing happily. There were no adults watching over them. Is it here? Zhang Xiaohua looked back with concern. Meng's face was pale. Her brows were tightly knitted. Her small hands were cold and began to tremble slightly. She clenched her teeth and looked at the small village with a complicated expression in her eyes. At this moment, the children who were playing seemed to have noticed the strangers standing not far away. They all showed vigilance and curiosity. Then, they all rushed away. A little girl ran into the nearest straw hut. After a while, she held the hand of an old woman and walked out. As she walked, she was still talking and pointing in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. The old woman came out. She shaded her eyes with her hand and looked over for a long time. She did not speak. Then, she waved her hand and signaled them to go over. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Meng was still at a loss for a while and was surprised for a while. She said with concern, Let's not think about it first. Go and ask the old woman. Maybe she knows something. Meng walked half a step forward. Then, she stopped and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little timid. She patted her back and held her hand with her hand to show her encouragement. Then, Meng staggered forward. The old woman standing at the door held the little girl's hand. Her turbid eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, who were gradually approaching. When they got closer, the old woman blinked. There seemed to be surprise in her eyes. She raised her hand and pointed at Meng. She could not believe it and said, You. Are you Ya? Yes, you must be Ya. The old woman asked and answered her own question. You child. Where have you been these years? Why didn't you come back? Meng heard the old woman call her Ya. Her body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if she was struck by lightning, she trembled violently and murmured, Yes, I am Ya. Ya is me. While she was talking, a few younger middle-aged women came out from the other huts. When they saw Meng, they also exclaimed, Ya. You're still alive? Sai, where have you been? You've been gone for 4-5 years. When Granny Chiu passed away, she was still thinking about you. Yes, Granny Chiu never closed her eyes. She said that she had let down your mother by losing you. Sai, you child. You're finally back. Go to Granny Chiu's grave and kowtow to her. Let her rest in peace. Who is this young man? Yeah, you. They all talked at once. Meng's expression kept changing. Then, she held her forehead and fainted in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly held Meng in her arms. She was a little flustered. Child, don't worry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's panic, the old woman said kindly, Ya has always been like this. She'll be fine after a while. Granny Chiu's hut hasn't been cleaned for many years. You should bring it to my house first. The other women also showed that they were used to this and came over to help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need them. She easily carried Meng into the old woman's cottage. The cottage was not as small as it looked from the outside. It was actually divided into 3 rooms. The old woman pointed at the hut on the left and said, This is where I live. Put Ya on the straw. I think she'll wake up in less than an hour. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. It was indeed small. There was a thick layer of straw on the ground and some animal skins on the straw. Zhang Xiaohua put Meng on the animal skins and checked her meridians with her true qi. She also checked her pulse. After confirming that there was nothing serious, she walked to the hut in the middle. The hut was not big. It was very crowded when the women came in. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Aunties, this is Granny. I'm Ren Xiaoyao. I'm Ya's junior brother. The granny frowned and said, Where has you been for the past few years? Well. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Meng fainted when she came to the village. She wasn't sure if she had anything to do with the village. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell anyone about Meng. The granny didn't say anything. The other women laughed and said, Young man, Ya was born here. She grew up here. We are very familiar with Lady Aya. Lady Aya? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Is she his mother? Chapter 10:14. The women were surprised. Didn't you mention it to you? But then, they showed more sympathy. It seems that Ya's condition has worsened. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Aunties, before Ya came here, everything was normal. It's just that she lost her memory and didn't know where she came from. She didn't faint like today. Although Zhang Xiaohua had studied medicine in Rejuvenation Valley, Meng was obviously a mental problem. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even figure out Yan's relatively simple illness, let alone Meng's strange illness. Is that so? The old lady nodded slightly. From your expression, you should have recovered. I guess, it's because she forgot everything here and suddenly found it today, so she couldn't accept it? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, that's what I think too. By the way, old lady, you also watched Meng. You grow up, right? How should I address you? Hee, young man, just call me Lady Jiao. At this time, the little girl who pulled Lady Jiao out just now came over with a big black bowl. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, brother, drink some water. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the little girl's cute appearance and took the big bowl. He smiled and said, little girl, how old are you? What's your name? Brother, my name is Nyonyo. I'm 5 years old this year. Nyonyo is so obedient. Zhang Xiaohua finished the water in the bowl in one gulp. The water was so sweet that it quenched his thirst very quickly. Young man, tell us, where has you been these years? What has she been doing? How did you know each other? By the way, you're her junior brother. Are you from Lady Aya's sect? Yeah, did you find her father? The women seemed to have never seen an outsider before, or perhaps they were concerned about Meng Qi. They kept asking questions, which made Zhang Xiaohua not know how to answer. She looked like a village woman in the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, touched her nose and said, aunties, it's not that I don't want to say it, but it seems to be noon right now. Everyone's home. Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, one of the village women came to her senses and said, oh, I still have sweet potatoes on the fire. As she spoke, she hurriedly ran out. The other village women also remembered that they were cooking in their own homes. They were so curious that the food on the fire was going to. Oh no. In an instant, Granny Nine's cottage was empty. A smile appeared in Granny Nine's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and said embarrassedly, Lady Jiao, please don't blame me. It's better for you to say these things. I'm too embarrassed to say it. Lady Jiao grinned, revealing her few remaining teeth. By the way, Lady Jiao, are you and Nyonyo the only ones at home? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other room and asked. No, there's also Nyonyo's father. He went hunting with the other men in the village. He'll probably be back at night. Yes, I understand. No wonder there's no farmland around the village. It seems like the villagers rely on hunting for a living. Yes, this land is barren. They used to plant crops, but the harvest wasn't good, so they switched to hunting. After hunting for a long time, there's no prey nearby. They can only go to the depths of the forest to look for prey. That's why they leave at dawn every day and only come back at night. Sigh, it's really hard. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It can't be helped. The laborers in the village don't know how to do anything except hunting. However, the people in the town like the game in the mountains. They can be exchanged for a lot of things in town. It's more suitable than farming. Oh, speaking of which, I have to thank his mother. Why? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice suddenly came from inside the house. Xiaohua, save me, save me. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the house like a ghost. Lady Jiao was old and dim-sighted. She accidentally lost sight of Zhang Xiaohua, which scared her. In the house, Meng sat up and looked around. She saw Zhang Xiaohua rushing in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She buried her head deep in his chest. Zhang Xiaohua patted her back and said gently, I'm here. Don't worry, Meng seemed to have a nightmare. The warmth of Zhang Xiaohua's body and the voice that made her feel at ease gradually drove away her fear. After a long time, Meng raised her head and asked, is this my home? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, this is the village you lived in, but your home is still next door. Well, Xiaohua, my mind is in a mess. You must stay with me, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I can't ask for more. Meng Ran smiled sweetly. Her eyes were a bit more stable. Accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, Meng came to the cottage. She bowed to Lady Jiao and said, "Granny, I can't remember what happened here. Can you tell me more about it?" Granny Jiao looked at Meng and kindly said, "Of course you can. Actually, as long as you can wake up and not be as muddle-headed and unconscious as before, even if you forget everything that happened in the past, so what?" Meng nodded and said, "I thought so before, but I thought that my parents might be waiting for me here. I had to come back. That's why I came all the way here. Granny, can you tell me about my parents and my past?" "Alas, your mother came here for the first time, and I was the one who brought her here. Even you could be considered as me helping you give birth. Your matters, how could I not know?" Meng was surprised and said, "Granny, why can't I remember anything?" While they were talking, footsteps were heard outside the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. It was the few village women who had just gone out. They were all holding some food in their hands. Seeing that Meng had woken up, they were all happy. "Yeah, you're finally awake. Come, you must be hungry. Eat something first." The village women all handed the food to Meng. The cottage was crowded again. Lady Jiao smiled and said, "Let's go. It's too small here. Let's sit outside." After listening to Granny Jiao's instructions, a few of the village women quickly set up a few simple boards outside the house. They also took a few animal skins and placed them on the ground to serve as a table and chairs. Everyone sat on the animal skins. Meng could not refuse the village women's courtesy and ate a few mouthfuls. The rest of the food was given to the boys who came after hearing the noise. They each took a small bowl and chewed happily. Looking at Meng's expectant eyes, Lady Jiao smiled and said, "Yeah, you were like this when you were young too." Then she pointed in the direction where Zhang Xiaohua and the others came from and said, "I can't remember when it happened. Maybe 30 years ago? At that time, I was still out hunting with your father. In the wee hours of the morning, I was preparing to go hunting outside the village, but after walking for a while, I realized that I didn't bring any anesthetic. I had no choice but to return to the village. When I walked to the river, I saw a woman in white with her left arm covered in blood. She was your mother. Looking at her motionless appearance, she must have fainted. When I was young, I was also a big man with some strength, so I carried her back alone. That day, I didn't go out to hunt again. I helped your mother settle down. At that time, she was bleeding a lot. Moreover, there was a blood-red handprint on her waist. I didn't dare to act rashly. I just bandaged her up and waited for her to wake up or for the child's father to come back. Fortunately, she woke up before noon. Seeing that I was by her side, she asked me about the situation vigilantly. Then, she took out a few types of medicine and told me which ones to apply externally and which ones to take orally. I followed her instructions one by one. Later, your mother fell asleep again. She did not wake up until the head of the family came back. At that time, the cottage was still small. The head of the family went out to find a place to sleep. I stayed here to take care of your mother. After a few days, your mother's injury got better. The head of the family and several men in the village discussed and asked for your mother's opinion. Then, we built a simple cottage in the east of the village for your mother to live in temporarily. At that time, although the men in the village were strong and skilled in archery, they did not practice martial arts. After your mother recovered, she taught them some simple martial arts. On the one hand, it was for self-defense. On the other hand, it was for hunting more prey. Young man, just now, you said that you wanted to thank his mother. If she did not teach us martial arts, I am afraid that our life would be more difficult now. What happened after that? Meng held her cheeks and listened carefully. After that, your mother lived in this village for a year and suddenly disappeared without leaving any message. Of course, at that time, we all knew that your mother was not a simple person, so we did not dare to ask her anything. After she left, we all thought that she went back to her previous sect and would never see her again. However, 2 years later, your mother came back again. This time, she did not come alone. She came with an older woman, Granny Chiu, who took care of you later. Oh, when your mother came back again, her belly was slightly bulging. It seemed that she was 4 months pregnant. After your mother and Granny Chiu came back, they lived in the cottage that she used to live in. However, after Granny Chiu's renovation, the cottage was much bigger. It seemed that they planned to live there for a long time. Later, I secretly asked Granny Chiu. She said that your mother was tired of the life outside and would live in this village in the future. After your mother came back to the village for the second time, she never went out again. Only Granny Chiu went out a few times a year to buy things from outside. Chapter 10-15. After a long time, the villagers gradually became familiar with your mother and Granny Chiu. Your mother asked us to call her Lady Aya. We don't know her specific name. But your mother was very generous. Every time Granny Chiu went out to buy things, she would give something to each family. We were all very grateful to her. Especially me, because I saved her life. I gave more things than others every time. You were born in the spring of the second year after your mother came. There weren't many outsiders in our small mountain village, and there weren't many people who had children. There was no midwife at all, so I volunteered to help you deliver. Let me think, you should be 18 years old this year. 18 years ago, it's gone in the blink of an eye. After Lady Jiu finished lamenting, she continued, after giving birth to you, your mother's health had always been poor. She was often bedridden. At that time, I was very surprised. After giving birth to you, I didn't change much. Later on, my body became stronger. Your mother knew martial arts, so shouldn't she be better? Later on, I heard from your mother that because she was seriously injured last time, she couldn't be cured. After giving birth to you, her vitality was greatly damaged, and she couldn't recover. What's the old saying again? Misfortunes never come singly. Your mother's health was getting weaker and weaker, and you had problems. Since you were born, you looked fine for the first few years, but for some reason, from the age of 5, you were often muddle-headed. Sometimes, you didn't even know who you were, and you didn't know your mother. You often got lost outside the village. We all advised your mother not to live here anymore. She should move back to the town or a bigger town, and let the doctors there treat your mother and you. However, your mother refused to agree no matter what. She only said that your illness was related to her injuries in the past. It was because her vitality was greatly damaged. She said that your yin meridians were damaged, which caused your congenital deficiency. When you grow up, you will slowly recover. Of course, we couldn't do anything about it. We could only pay more attention to you. Anyway, this village is small, and it's easy to take care of you. But when you were 7 years old. Lady Jiu, not 7 years old, but 8 years old. I just came here that year, a village woman corrected her. Oh, then you were 8 years old. You fell ill and didn't know anyone. You even used a small bow and arrow to shoot people. Your mother was also seriously ill. Finally, she couldn't hold on and passed away. Then. My mother. Where is she buried? Meng asked sadly. Of course it's behind the village. Over there, it's on that mountain ridge. Granny Nine said as she pointed at a mountain ridge. When I'm done, let Nyonyo and the others accompany you. When Granny Chiu was still alive, she often took you to pay respects. Alas, after your mother passed away, your illness worsened. You were like a different person. Granny Chiu was told by your mother to take care of you wholeheartedly. But when you were awake, you were as obedient as a kitten. When you were confused, you would hit her. You were a child, so you didn't know. Although you weren't strong, it was still very painful. Granny Chiu endured it. Alas, she took care of you until you were no different from when your mother was alive. Early in the morning, Granny Chiu couldn't stand the cold and went back to put on a cotton-padded jacket. Lu Xuan was thinking of using a dustpan to catch the sparrow, so he forgot about you. When Granny Chiu came back with a cotton-padded jacket, you were gone. We followed the tracks you left in the snow to the stream, but we couldn't find your footprints. At that time, Granny Chiu ran down the mountain along the stream like a crazy person. We followed her everywhere, but we couldn't find any trace of you. We didn't know where you went. We went back to the village, but Granny Chiu didn't come back. We searched for 4 days and 4 nights without sleeping, but we still couldn't find any trace of you. We even went to the town in the east, but we couldn't find you. After we came back, Granny Chiu fell ill and couldn't recover. Within half a year, she died. Meng was already in tears. She cried and said, "Lady Jiu, I didn't know about this. When I woke up, I was already with my master. And it was already 5 years ago. It was at the ferry at the foot of the mountain in the distance. I even saw my junior brother. Why didn't you find that place? Silly girl, we almost searched the entire mountain. Why didn't we find that ferry? That cottage was built by us before. But when we went there was no one there at all. Meng, don't think so much. Lady Jiu is talking about what happened when you were 9 years old, and you're talking about what happened when you were 13. There are 4 or 5 years in between. Maybe you went somewhere else first, and then you were rescued by the Shirtai. Don't forget, Lady Jiu said that you were delirious at that time, but when I met you, you were very clear-headed. In these 4 or 5 years, maybe something happened to you, and then you were taken to the ferry by the Shirtai. Meng finally stopped crying and nodded slightly. You're right. Fate makes fools of people. Things are often like this. Seeing Meng sad, the village women next to her wiped their tears. After a while, Meng stood up and said, "Lady Jiu, I want to pay my respects to my mother and Granny Chiu." Yes, you should go. Your mother should pay her respects, and Granny Chiu should pay her respects even more. She was still talking about you when she died. Meng's eyes turned red again. Under the guidance of Nyonyo and some other children, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came to the mountain ridge behind the village. There were more than 10 graves on the mountain ridge. In the southernmost area, there were 2 inconspicuous ones. There were 2 wooden signs in front of them. One of the words could not be seen clearly, and the other one was also blurred. However, one could still vaguely see that it was Grandma Chiu. Nyonyo said in a childish voice, "These 2 are Lady Aya and Granny Chiu. Every year when we came to pay our respects, Grandma would always talk about them. I remember them very clearly." Hearing Nyonyo's words, Meng's tears couldn't help but fall like a broken string of pearls. Meng quickly walked to her mother's grave and knelt down. She kowtowed 9 times and murmured, "Mother, I'm back. Forgive me for being unfilial. I didn't know that Mother was buried here. I couldn't come to pay my respects to Mother." Seeing the lush grass on the grave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She walked over and pulled up the grass one by one. Then, she asked Nyonyo to bring a shovel from the village to add new soil on the grave. Then, Meng cleaned up Granny Chiu's grave. After Meng finished paying her respects, she scratched her head. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to do. She couldn't kneel down and kowtow, could she? So, she asked tentatively, Meng heard Zhang Xiaohua calling her with tears in her eyes. She looked at her lover standing next to her, bit her lips, and said, "Thank you, Xiaohua. Mother and Granny Chiu will be very happy if they know that you helped them repair their graves." Then, she looked down at the 2 inconspicuous graves and murmured, "Your son wants to be filial, but you are not here. Mother, your daughter, has grown up now. My illness should be cured, but you are not here. You've left and taken away all of my memories. Even if I wanted to miss you, I couldn't. Are you worried about your daughter?" Meng's shoulders shook again, and she cried softly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and did not know how to comfort her. After thinking for a while, she found a place to sit down. The children around her played for a while and found it boring. They all clamored to return to the village. Beside the desolate little graveyard, there was only the beautiful Meng, who was filled with endless melancholy. There was also Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to comfort her but was powerless to do so. The afternoon passed quickly. Lady Jiao and the other village women knew how Meng felt, so they didn't disturb her. They waited for the sky to turn dark, and several people came back from the other side of the village. They had bows and arrows on their backs, crude spears and padao in their hands, and some game on their shoulders. These people came from the mountain ridge. They saw people on the graves from afar, so they quickened their steps. When they saw Meng, an older man shouted in surprise, "Yeah, you are back?" Then, he shouted behind him, "Sikong, Granny Chiozia is back." "Ah, Xiao." "Yeah." As he shouted, an old man jogged over from behind. "It's really ya. You are back. You don't know, Granny Chio. Sigh, I complained so much. She only spoke to me when she was about to leave." Meng didn't know what to do when she saw Sikong's sincere smile and concerned tone. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua for help. She didn't have the spirit she had when she killed the bad guys on Dragon Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Sikong, I am Ren Xiaoyao, Meng, Ye's junior. Ye has lost all her memories. She doesn't recognize Sikong, or the other uncles and aunties in the village." I know. Sikong nodded kindly. "Ye used to be like this too. I haven't seen her for a few years. She seems normal now. She will be fine in the future." "Yes, Sikong. She just doesn't remember the past. Everything else is fine." That's great. Which miracle doctor cured her? This old man needs to thank him properly." Meng wasn't used to Sikong's unusual care for her. She said embarrassedly, "Sikong, are you close to me?" When a man beside her heard this, he smiled and said, "Littleya, fourth master isn't very familiar with you, but he's very familiar with Granny Chio." Sikong's weathered face was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "All right, it's good that you are back. Yeah, go back to the village. It's windy here. Don't get sick again. Otherwise, Granny Chio will blame me again." Meng's eyes reddened again. She nodded and said, "Yes, Sikong." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng returned to the small village with a few men who came back from hunting. Sikong pointed to a large wooden house in the north of the village and said, "Yeah, this is where you lived with your mother and Granny Chio. Do you remember?" Chapter 10:16. It was a very ordinary wooden house. It looked even more dilapidated than Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. At this moment, the lights in the wooden house were already lit up. The village women must have known that Meng was going to stay in the village tonight. "We're back!" a man yelled at the top of his lungs, startling a few birds on a nearby tree. In an instant, the previously quiet village immediately became lively. First, a few children ran out from the small houses, shouting, "Daddy," as they scrambled to be the first to pounce on the men. When they arrived in front of the children, the men threw their weapons and prey on the ground. Then, they hugged their children and raised them up high. Then, they put their unshaven faces close to the children's faces, causing the children to giggle crazily. A few village women also came over at this time and took the weapons and prey that the man had thrown down. They stood beside their men and children and looked at them with smiles. From time to time, they would stretch out their hands and knock away the grass, leaves, branches, and other things on the men's bodies. Then, these men and children slowly walked back to the village and returned to their own houses. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua walked at the back. Looking at the happy family, their hearts were filled with tenderness. At the same time, they also felt a slight pain. Although the pain was different, they secretly held each other's hands. Zhang Xiaohua whispered in Meng's ear, "We will have them, okay?" Meng replied in an even lower voice. Her face was slightly red. Although Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence disappointed her, it was sweet to hear it. My parents are also waiting for me at home. My brother and sister-in-law's children have grown up. If you go back with me, you will be as happy as them. Yeah, you, go back to your house first. I will go back and pack up. You haven't been back for a long time. The uncles and aunts in the village will welcome you. After Sikong finished speaking, he smiled and took the things to the house not far away. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng waited in front of the wooden house. They saw Lady Jiao coming out. She smiled when she saw them. I was about to ask the children to call you. Coincidentally, we met Sikong. Yes, where did Sigong and the rest go hunting? Who knows where they went? They came back early today. I think they had a good harvest. Yeah, and Xiaoyao, you guys go in first. The other aunts and I have already tidied up the house. I will go back to see Nyonyo's father and make some delicious food. Meng waved her hand and said, Lady Jiao, don't bother. I don't have any appetite. Alas, child, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You have to live well so that your mother and Grandma Chiu can rest in peace in the underworld. Oh right, I made your favorite rabbit meat soup. You should drink a few more bowls later. After saying that, Lady Jiao left in a hurry. Looking at Lady Jiao's back, Meng murmured, they are so good to me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, yes, they watched you grow up. They treat you like their own child. Of course, they like you from the bottom of their hearts. But they have their own lives. I am not their family after all. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and said, they are not, but I am. Yes, I know. Meng bit her lip and pulled Zhang Xiaohua into the wooden house. The wooden house was very simple. In the middle was a room like a hall. There was a large low wooden table with a few low stools beside it. There was a tea set on the table, which didn't look expensive. There were also some common furnishings in the village. It was similar to the central room of the Guizhuang house. There were 2 wooden walls on both sides of the central room, which separated 2 rooms. Meng hesitated for a moment and walked into the room on the right. Zhang Xiaohua brought a candle to accompany her. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. As soon as they entered, they saw a dressing table with a dusty bronze mirror on it. Next to the mirror was a small box. Next to the dressing table was a maroon wooden cabinet. It wasn't locked. Next to the wooden wall was a rough wooden bed. At this time, there was nothing on the wooden bed, only a bare wooden board. Meng walked to the dressing table and raised her hand to wipe off the dust on the bronze mirror. Then she looked at her face with the candle in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She was in a daze. It seemed that under the candle, in the bronze mirror, she saw the scene of her mother putting yellow flowers on the mirror more than 10 years ago. After a long while, Meng sighed and raised her hand to open the small box. There were many compartments in the box, but those compartments were already empty. When Meng was about to close the box, her eyes focused. She saw something in a small compartment on the lid. When she reached out and took it out, it was a wooden hairpin. The hairpin was very rough and there were no patterns. It was similar to a chopstick. Meng carefully rubbed it a few times and held it in her hand. Looking up at the wooden cabinet, Meng opened it again. As expected, it was empty. Meng looked at it carefully and then reluctantly put it down. Looking at the empty room, Meng came to the room on the left again. The room on the left was obviously bigger than the one on the right. There were 2 wooden beds, one small and one big. This room was even emptier than the previous one. Except for the wooden bed, there was nothing else. However, Meng still walked over and sat on the small bed. She closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, footsteps came again. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw Sikong. At this time, Sikong had changed into a new set of clothes. His face looked a little energetic. Sikong entered the wooden house. Following Zhang Xiaohua's light, he saw Meng sitting on the bed and said with a smile, "That's the bed you've been sleeping on since you were a child. I helped Granny Chiu make it. Granny Chiu lives here, so it's convenient for her to take care of you at night." Then he looked around the room and said, "Before your mother left, she left half of her things to you and Granny Chiu. She gave the other half to the villagers. She hoped that the villagers would treat you well. Later, you were lost. Before Granny Chiu left, she gave the things in this room to the villagers. You know, the villagers are very kind, but they are also very poor. It's okay. Sikong, uncle and aunt live a very hard life. They also took care of me when I was a child. These things should be given to them. I just want to see the things my mother used when she was alive." Sikong's eyes fell on the wooden hairpin in Meng's hand and said, "This hairpin belongs to your mother. She didn't give it to anyone. Even Granny Chiu left it behind when she passed away. I don't know why, but I think she wanted to give it to you." "Oh, that's good. Sikong, I don't want anything. I just want this hairpin." Meng nodded. "By the way, will you live here in the future?" Sikong suddenly asked. Meng shook her head. "No, although you are very kind to me and treat me as your family, but I can't remember you at all." Meng was a little sad. Sikong sighed. "It's good that you don't live here. You're still young and have a long life ahead of you. Although life here is simple, it's also hard. It doesn't suit you. Maybe in the future, when you want to come back, you can come back. I'll let the others keep this wooden house for you." Meng shook her head. "No, Sikong, life in the village is very difficult. I see that Lady Jiu lives in straw huts. If it's possible, let's let them live in this wooden house. Sai, your mother was very kind to the villagers. No one is willing to live in this wooden house. It's just a memento. 1 year, 10 years, or 40 years can all be mementos. What about 50 years, 60 years? Sikong, mementos are in the heart. This wooden house is empty anyway. It's better to let everyone live in it." Okay. I'll tell Lady Jiu later. By the way, Sikong, I don't want to leave my mother, but she's buried here. I'll miss her." Sikong thought for a moment, then said, "Yeah, you're still young. Maybe you don't think so much. Your mother must be someone with a story outside. Why did she come to this isolated place while pregnant with you and live here for decades? Didn't she like the peace and quiet here? After she died, she told us to bury her on the mountain ridge. She didn't say anything else. Didn't she want to breathe the free air here after she died? I think you should respect your mother's wishes and not touch her grave. Let her rest here peacefully. If you miss her, you can come and visit. Anyway, you already know how to get here." Sikong is right. I didn't think it through," Meng said after thinking for a moment. "Also, fourth elder brother, my mother, did she say anything about what happened to her outside?" Sikong shook his head. "No, we just guessed that your mother was very powerful outside because she taught us martial arts moves. Then, did my mother say anything about my father?" Meng's voice trembled when she asked this question. Her eyes flashed with hope. However, Sikong still shook his head. "Your mother never mentioned it when she was alive. And I also asked Granny Chiu. At that time, she wanted to send you to your father because of your serious illness. But Granny Chiu didn't know anything about it." Sigh. Meng sighed and didn't know what to say. "Young man." Si Gong turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaoya is the child of our entire village. You must treat her well in the future. If the old man knows that you don't treat her well, even if I have to risk my life, I will settle the score with you." Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, Meng's face turned red. Zhang Xiaohua held the candle and said with a smile, "Sikong, don't worry. Ye is my senior sister. Her martial arts are better than mine. She will bully me in the future. how can I bully her? You should worry more about my miserable life. Zhang Xiaohua. Meng's face turned red. She forgot to call Zhang Xiaohua Ren Xiaoyao. Chapter 1017. Sicom saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Dream were so close, and his eyes unconsciously showed a kind smile. Not long after, Granny Nine returned with a large pot of white meat soup in her hands. Even from afar, Zhang Xiaohua could smell the fragrance of the soup. Although Zhang Xiaohua had long since abstained from eating, he still couldn't help but move his fingers. The people in the small village were very enthusiastic. Although Dream didn't know any names, they all called her Ya. They cooked the game they hunted during the day and brought it to Dream's wooden table. Although Dream had eaten countless delicacies in Xuanxiang cult, she was still touched by their friendship. She felt that the things in this mountain village were her favorite. This wooden house had been dark for several years. Tonight, the candlelight swayed and the sound of laughter was endless. However, when the people dispersed, Dream also rested in a house. Zhang Xiaohua sat alone in the hall, listening to the silence of the village. She also released her spiritual sense to look at the quiet village. She felt a little strange in her heart. However, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that it was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Is it because that mysterious person didn't come, so I'm being paranoid? Zhang Xiaohua could only think with self-mockery. The next morning, before Zhang Xiaohua woke up, the men in the village packed up their weapons and went on the road early. The village women sent the men away and went back to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone in the wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. She was very keen to find that Dream, who always woke up late, was standing in front of the window of the wooden house. The window was facing the graveyard on the ridge. "You're awake?" Dream asked. Her voice was a little strange. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Dream, did you sleep well last night?" "Well, it was okay." When Zhang Xiaohua went to the window, in the sky, she saw that Dream's eyes were a little red. She couldn't help but sigh. "You didn't sleep last night, right?" "Well, how could I sleep?" Let's go to Mother's grave and take a look." Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to the tombs again. Meng bent down and kowtowed a few times in front of the two tombs. She looked up at the sun that had jumped out of the horizon in the east and smiled. A new day has come again. Yes, it was. We couldn't find it yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua also raised his head. The warm sunlight shone on the faint flames in his eyes. Since we couldn't find him yesterday, then, why bother looking for him? With that, Meng took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and walked away along the mountain ridge. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Lady Jiao and the others?" Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. "There's no need. To be honest, although they treat me very well, and I know that I grew up here, but I don't have them in my heart. Looking at how much they spoil me, I feel a little ashamed. If we were to face the separation head-on, perhaps they would be a little sad. However, I only had my attachment to my mother. It could not help but be said to be a kind of embarrassment. Since that's the case, it's better to leave without saying goodbye. You've grown up, Meng." Zhang Xiaohua held her hand and smiled. "By the way, I forgot that your name is Ya. Do you think I should call you Ya or Meng? What do you think?" Meng smiled. "I think you should be called Meng Ya." Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "One is the name I gave you, and the other is the name your mother gave you. Isn't it just right to put them together?" "Bah, you're dreaming." Meng Qian smiled and said, "How can you put the name my mother gave me together with the name you casually gave me? If yesterday doesn't reappear, then what's the point of saying yesterday's name again? Just keep the name Ya in your heart and engrave it in your memory. Oh, by the way, I left in a hurry just now and forgot to leave some money for Lady Jiao and the others." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. "Oh, by the time you think about it, the cucumber will be cold." Meng snappily rolled her eyes at him and said, I put all the money I had on the table and left some commonly used pills. Well, that's great. When I first arrived at Imo Cho City, I also exchanged some money. It's enough for us to go all the way back to Huanxiang cult. Meng was surprised and asked curiously, what did you exchange for? Pills? Pills? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, those things are used as money in Huanxiang cult, but outside it's a life-saving thing. Why would I exchange it for pills? It's just some gold leaves that Nie Qianyu gave me. I went to the bank and exchanged them for money. He, I thought you would steal it. Meng said with a smile. No, how can I have such a character in your eyes? Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes at Meng Qian. You think? After speaking, Meng Yao released Zhang Xiaohua's hand and activated his internal energy. Using his qinggong, Meng Yao flew away. His silhouette in the forest that had just woken up in the morning was incomparably. Meng Qian's light laughter was like the sound of a bird crying for the first time. 10 days later, Zhang Xiaohua was riding on the David's deer on a rather secluded official road. Meng was riding on a big white horse. Both of them had a smile on their faces. They didn't talk much and only turned their heads occasionally. They looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. There was a kind of tacit understanding between them. It was as if their hearts were connected. But, after a while, Meng Qian looked at the scenery beside her and unconsciously said, Xiaohua, what kind of road are you leading us on? This doesn't seem like a road we've been on before. Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, of course not. We went to Yixia town and Poyang town. We didn't have enough time, so I found a shortcut. Then she proudly said, you can follow me. I guarantee that you will be able to see the light in front of your eyes. You will have the feeling of, at the end of the road. Really? I don't dare to believe it. Meng pursed her lips and said, you don't know how many times you got lost along the way. How dare you boast today? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. How long have we been out? I am a brand new me. Ha ha ha, Meng Qian laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. Aren't you still a pair of small eyes and a flat nose? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and felt a little wronged. When she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned slightly. After a while, a strange expression appeared on her face. She patted her bald head and slowed down. When Meng Qian walked side by side with her, she said with a smile, Meng, I have something to tell you. What? Meng Qian said, why are you so mysterious? Then she blushed and said vigilantly, you don't think too much. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, I really didn't think too much. While they were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind. The official road was straight, so they could see very far at a glance. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked back, they saw dozens of horses chasing from a distance. Oh no, what's wrong? Meng Qian was shocked. The official road was very remote. They had been walking for a long time and had not met anyone. Now that someone was chasing after them, they were in trouble. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. She saw that the person in front was Liang Zhangxiu who ambushed Peacock. And the person behind him was one of the people who set up the tripartite formation. Oh no, Zhang Xiaohua shouted, Meng, something bad is going to happen. Meng Qian panicked, what's wrong? You know all these people? Which sect are they from? How dare they go against the fragrant sect? Zhang Xiaohua nodded, yes, do you remember when Peacock was returning to the fragrant sect from Rejuvenation Valley? She was ambushed. Yes, I do. You, are these people? Yes, I followed Peacock back to the fragrant sect. So I've seen them before. The first one is the one. Then, why don't we run? I'm afraid that won't work. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, even though we can't be sure that these people are coming for us, we still need to be prepared. How about this, you don't need to be afraid. We are the emissaries of the fragrant sect. In the future, the fragrant sect will go out into the world. If we don't go back, not only will the hierarch be angry, even the Daoist temple will be angry. They won't be able to bear the consequences. But Meng Qian was at a loss. What are you afraid of? Meng Qian, don't forget. Besides the Fragrant sect and the Daoist temple, you have the Tenryus sect as your backing. Tell me, how dare they? Meng Qian nodded. Her mother was the sacred ambassador of the Tenryus sect. There was no doubt about it. Even the great master Chang Gung could see some clues. How could the leader of this mysterious sect not see it? Then, what do you mean? Meng Qian looked at the approaching crowd and felt a surge of courage. It's nothing. They're just here to capture us or cause us trouble. I have an idea. Since the two of us aren't a match for them, why don't we go with them and see which sect this mysterious force is from? What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua said in a relaxed manner. I thought it was a good idea. It's a bad idea. Meng Qian said helplessly. It's okay, Meng. I promise you that you'll be fine. Besides, if you don't want to play with them, we'll leave immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua said, patting her chest. Leave? That's easy for you to say. My Qinggong isn't as good as Senior Kong's. If she can't run, how can I? Meng Qian said disdainfully. No, it's not that Peacock can't run. She can't run. Zhang Xiaohua explained, Rejuvenation Valley's caravan, cough. Don't say any more. They're already in front of us. Meng Qian glared at her. The two of them rode to the side of the official road. The one in front was Liang Xianxia. He held a long knife in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qian hiding on the side of the official road, he couldn't help but smile. He whispered to the disciple next to him, Sect leader is really good. He knows that this pair of man and woman are inexperienced. That's why he ordered us to capture them. Look, they still think they're on a scenic tour. Brother Liang is right. However, these two are still young. We have more than enough manpower. Asking Brother Liang to do this is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Knife? Liang Xianxia waved the knife slightly. There was a sound of the knife. He then said seriously, the cult of incense is not to be underestimated. 2 years ago, we went to Rejuvenation Valley to kill Peacock. Although we arranged it well, didn't we still return in defeat? Chapter 10:18. Liang Xianxia led everyone to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua. With a wave of his hand, he surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them coldly. When everyone stood still, she cupped her hands and said, I am the disciple of the incense cult who sent the message to the Daoist temple. May I know what business you have with me? He. Liang Xianxia rode forward and cupped his hands. I am Liang Xianxia from between the clouds and the water. Greetings to the disciple of the incense cult. Between the clouds and the water? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, is it a sect? Between the clouds and the water? Liang Xianxia smiled, yes, our sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water. We have not made a name for ourselves in Jianghu yet. We have embarrassed Ren Xiaoxia. Brother Liang, since you know that my surname is Ren and that I am the disciple of the incense cult, it seems that you have come prepared. What business do you have with me? Liang Xianxia nodded and said, I'm looking for young hero Ren and Miss Xia. Of course I have something to discuss with you, but it's not convenient to talk here. Can you follow me to the other sect? Where is Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Ren Xiaoxia is really muddle-headed. Between the Clouds and the Water has not made a name for itself in Jianghu yet. Of course, this place cannot be told to him. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, then it will be difficult. I have to rush back to the incense cult to report to the cult leader. Hee, it is not up to Ren Xiaoxia to decide whether to go or not. Don't you think so, Miss Xixia? Meng looked at him coldly and said, I'll listen to junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, see? Before he could finish his sentence, the saber in Liang Zangxiu's hand trembled slightly and hummed continuously. A disciple next to him said angrily, You brat, Brother Liang is giving you face and advising you nicely. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Noisy. Zhang Xiaohua scolded, I'm talking to your brother Liang. When did you open your mouth? As soon as the word, open your mouth, was said, Zhang Xiaohua's figure floated up from the David's deer and used the ethereal steps to get closer. The disciple only saw a flash and a figure appeared in front of him. Without waiting for the disciple to make a move, a voice angrily said, You dare. Unfortunately, as soon as the word dare was said, a light paw sound was heard. The disciple felt a burning sensation on his face and a pain in his mouth. Just as he was about to spit out blood, a saber light flashed in front of him again. However, when the blade reached the disciple's eyes, it stopped. This was because Zhang Xiaohua was already laughing. He turned around and flew back to the back of the David's deer. Ha ha ha, I dare. Zhang Xiaohua threw this sentence in front of the saber light. When Zhang Xiaohua sat on the David's deer's back, the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth. You. The disciple placed his hand on the saber at his waist, but in the end, he was unable to pull it out. Liang Zangxiu's relaxed expression was now serious. He took the saber back from the disciple's eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Ren Xiaoxia is actually good at qigong. Along the way, he hid it and didn't reveal it. This is really unexpected for Liang. Then he coldly said, What's the reason for Ren Xiaoxia's move? Making a move in front of Liang, does he think that Liang is blind? There's no reason. It's just that Ren doesn't like other people telling him what to do. If Ren wants to do something, even if you stop him, Ren will still do it. If Ren doesn't want to do it, even if you beg him, Ren won't do it. Moreover, Ren is just a disciple of the fragrant religion. Mo Xinggong's senior sisters are all better than me in qigong. There's no need to be so proud. Ren Xiaoxia is young and full of vigor. The martial arts of your sect's inner disciples, Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to show off. Liang naturally knows, but, even if Ren Xiaoxia's qigong is good, are you sure he can escape from my hands? Liang Zangxiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, his saber still in his hand. Running is not running is running. What's the difference between running and not running? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Liang Zangxiu was stunned, and then he clapped his hands. You really came back from the Daolan Temple. You actually learned the catchphrase of the Daolan Temple. Unfortunately, you're not Master Changxing, nor the great Master Changgung, nor the Changxing abbot. So, even if you're good at talking, you can't escape today. I won't run. Brother Liang, I have a few questions. If you can answer truthfully, I'll persuade my senior sister to go with you. What do you think? What questions? Liang Zangxiu said vigilantly. If it involves the secrets of my sect, forgive me, Liang, for not being able to answer. Then listen first. Okay, Ren Xiaoxia, please speak. Brother Liang? Another disciple next to him whispered, Why are you being so polite with him? Just take him. We have so many brothers, what's there to be afraid of? Liang Zangxiu frowned and glared at him. I have my own ideas. Brother Liang, your junior brother, doesn't seem to understand your painstaking efforts. It's not strange at all. Even a wise man can make mistakes. My disciple just wants to do his best for the leader, but he forgot that you're the envoy of the cult of fragrance, and you're on a diplomatic mission to the Daolan Temple. If we take you away, won't between the clouds and the water offend the cult of fragrance and the Daolan Temple before we even enter Jianghu? Will we be able to live a peaceful life in the future? It's better to invite Ren Xiaoxia and Miss Zixia to Between the Clouds and the Water as guests. It'll be easy to come and easy to send. It'll be good for everyone. Respect, respect. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. Brother Liang, with your level, you should be sent to the Cult of Fragrance as Awakening Jellyfish. Awakening Jellyfish? Liang Cangxiu frowned slightly, then smiled. Ren Xiaoxia, is this the first question? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. If you think so, then so be it. Well, since Ren Xiaoxia said it clearly, then Liang will tell you the truth. Awakening Jellyfish was sent to your sect by Between the Clouds and the Water. It's just that, there hasn't been any news of Awakening Jellyfish for a long time. Moreover, Ren Xiaoxia also knows about it. I'm afraid that he's most likely dead, right? Well, it's impolite to keep in touch. I'll also answer Brother Liang's question. I only found out about it from the mouths of your sect's other spies. As for who it is, whether it's dead or alive, I really don't know. However, before I left the valley, something big happened in the sect. In a fit of anger, the sect leader captured all the spies from the various sections. I'm afraid that Lord Awakening Jellyfish is among them. Oh, so that's how it is. Liang Cangxiu nodded. Is the master the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Yes, that's right. There's no need to hide this. Ren Xiaoxia came from the Cult of Fragrance and appeared in Macho City. I'm sure he also knows about the incident in Rejuvenation Valley. Sai, you are really something. You even know that Ren and senior sister went to Macho City? I don't deserve such praise. Ren Xiaoxia and Miss Zixia went to the Daoist temple without anyone knowing. That's what I call amazing. The people of Jianghu were all kept in the dark by you. If it weren't for the disciples of the other sects, Liang wouldn't have known that these two unremarkable disciples were actually the emissaries of the Cult of Fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it was your sect spies in the Daoist temple who told you. Huh, is this the third question? Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm the one asking such an idiotic question? Anyone with a brain can think of the answer. She then looked at Meng and asked in a low voice, did you guys do the shirtai? Shirtai? Liang Cangxiu was stunned and immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Is Ren Xiaoxia joking? Ren Xiaoxia knows the martial arts of the shirtai better than I do. If I want to send someone from Between the Clouds and the Water, what kind of person should I send? How did this person sneak into the Cult of Fragrance? Ren Xiaoxia. You can think of it with your brain. Why bother asking? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and laughed. I'm just casually asking for confirmation. You don't have to be so sarcastic, do you? Then what other questions does Ren Xiaoxia have? Liang Cangxiu seemed to be tirelessly teaching. Nothing. Let's wait for Ren to think of it and ask him then. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Wait. Meng stopped them. I have a question. Miss Zixia, please ask. Who is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? Sacred ambassador? Liang Cangxiu was stunned and shook his head. This question. Forget it. Since you asked, Liang should answer. Liang has never heard of the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. However, Liang has heard that the Tenryu sect has a mysterious saintess. This saintess has a noble status in the sect. She is second only to one person and above everyone else. Other than the sect leader, Sakura, everyone has to be respectful to her and listen to her every word. Of course, this is only what Liang has heard. This Tenryu sect saintess has always been mysterious. Not to mention outsiders, even in the Tenryu sect, very few people have seen her true face except for the demigods and semi-devils. Anne. Meng asked again, is Grand Elder Jing Gang? Grand Elder Jing Gang? Liang Cangxiu was stunned and asked curiously, What about Grand Elder Jing Gang? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Meng shook her head. Liang Xianxia fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng. Meng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Also, is there an old man wearing a bronze mask between the clouds and the water? He calls himself a banner lord or something. Banner lord? Liang Xianxia said without hesitation, between the clouds and the water doesn't have a banner lord. This old man isn't from between the clouds and the water. Then he said impatiently, all right, Liang has already answered your questions. Will the two of you follow Liang? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, a gentleman keeps his word. Since I said it, I won't go back on my words. Good. Straightforward. Liang Xianxia didn't expect the matter to be resolved so smoothly. He laughed and said, I hope the two of you don't mind if I seal your acupoints. Chapter 1019. Nonsense, of course I mind. Zhang Xiaohua said, do you think we're fools? If you hit our acupoints, won't we be at your mercy? That's not very good. Liang can't let you know where between the clouds and the water is. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's your problem. Anyway, we can't let you hit our acupoints. Hee, forget it. Since Ren Xiaoxia doesn't agree to hit our acupoints, then we won't hit them. Liang Xianxia smiled and said. Then what should we do? Zhang Xiaohua had an ominous feeling. You'll know when the time comes. Liang Xianxia also smiled and didn't answer. The three of them chatted for a long time, and it was as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like they were hostile to each other. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream followed beside Liang Xianxia, and Liang Xianxia walked in the middle of the Aqua Cloud disciples. They found another official road and headed southeast. After a few days, Liang Xianxia got a carriage from somewhere and took out 2 pieces of black cloth. He said, apologetically, Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, if you go any further, you'll reach between the clouds and the water. For safety reasons, please get off your horses and use these 2 pieces of black cloth to cover your eyes. My disciples between the clouds and the water will lead the carriage and send you to between the clouds and the water as guests. Out of Liang Xianxia's expectation, Zhang Xiaohua agreed very readily. She obediently got on the carriage and covered her eyes with the black cloth again. She said, Brother Liang, what do you think? Of course, this is good. Well, if this is the case, if between the clouds and the water is found out in the future, you can't say that you have something to do with Ren. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's mockery, Liang Xianxia turned a deaf ear. He waited for the two to cover their eyes and said, between the clouds and the water hasn't appeared in Jianghu yet, so naturally, we have to keep it a secret. But when between the clouds and the water becomes famous in Jianghu, I'll invite Ren Xiaoxia to be my guest between the clouds and the water. Sure. As long as there's good wine and good food, call me at any time. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and spoke casually. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng got on the carriage, and Liang Xianxia sat in front of the carriage to accompany them. The carriage continued to move forward. The carriage traveled for another 3 days and nights. Zhang Xiaohua also used her divine sense to observe for 3 days. But as she watched, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Except for the first day, when the carriage went in a straight line, the rest of the days were curved. Even though Zhang Xiaohua was a road idiot, she naturally knew the same scenery after seeing so many times. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She sat quietly in the carriage and only looked outside occasionally. Most of the time, she was comprehending the way of heaven and comprehending the new dragon and tiger talisman. As for the heaven-reaching staff technique, she had already memorized it in her mind. She was just waiting for a suitable weapon to practice it properly. Meng Yi sat close to Zhang Xiaohua in the carriage. A few days ago, when she found out about her background, she was both sad and happy. Later, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, she gradually figured it out. Now, according to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement, they were going to the nest between the clouds and the water to have a look. She took advantage of these few days of peace to think about the future and straighten out her thoughts. Therefore, in the carriage, there was silence. The three of them didn't speak anymore. On the fourth day, the carriage no longer curved and sped forward. After traveling for half a day, they came to the front of a continuous mountain range. The carriage didn't stop and picked a random path to get closer. When they reached the front of the mountain, the carriage couldn't move forward. Liang Xianxia jumped down from the carriage and called out, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, you can get down now." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi groped their way down and asked, "Have we arrived at between the clouds and the water?" Not yet. But it's close at hand. The carriage can't go on the road below. I'm sorry you two have to ride horses. No problem. The two of them then rode on their respective horses and David's deer, following the rugged mountain path. After 4 hours, they turned around a tall mountain. A gust of cold air blew against their faces, and a large pool appeared in front of them. The pool was dark green in color, and at the intersection of the several pools, there was a mist that covered a huge island. "Well, you two can take off the black cloth," Liang Xianxia said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi took off the black cloth. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes showed a surprised expression. This is your sect? Between the clouds and the water?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, I was thinking along the way why your sect had such a strange name. Now it seems that the sect is just like its name. Yes, Ren Xiaoxia is right. Between the clouds and the water is above the blue water and under the white clouds. Water and clouds are the state of the sect's prosperity. Looking at Liang Xianxia's complacent expression, Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out, "Does your sect leader tell you this every day?" Meng Yi looked at it for a while and asked curiously, "Senior brother Liang, your sect's water island is a foreign land. Looking at your sect's image, it should be the realm of immortality. But why have I never heard of your sect's name?" Liang Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Our sect has experienced a drastic change in the past. Many of our disciples have perished. Our sect leader Darren has been enduring hardships to achieve what we have today. Perhaps many people in your sect resent our sect's private methods, but who knows how difficult it is for our sect to survive." Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "How can we not be hurt when we're in Jianghu? We only practice the art of escape." Then she looked a little embarrassed, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Liang Xianxia laughed and said, "You let others take the hit for you." Pfft, Meng Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said with a hint of admiration in his heart, "Senior brother Liang is very talented. This little brother admires you. Junior brother Ren is joking. Liang invited you here. I hope you won't blame him in the future." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, "Didn't I say that if we don't want to come, we won't come no matter how you invite us? Brother Liang invited us to see the wonderful view between the clouds above the water. I can't thank you enough." "Okay." Liang Xianxia appeared very open and candid. He raised his hand and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, please. Our sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone went down the mountain and walked to the edge of the pool. There was already a big boat docked on the shore. Zhang Xiaohua was worrying about how to get the great wisdom sword on the boat when Liang Xianxia said, "Please don't blame us. You can leave the horses on the shore." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "We'll follow Brother Liang's arrangement." The two of them boarded the boat. The big boat moved slowly. When they got closer, the giant island between the clouds and the water gradually revealed its true appearance. The island was like a big mountain standing between the pools. The mountain was densely covered with pine and bamboo and strange rocks. At a glance, they couldn't see any path up the mountain. About 10 feet above the water, there was a thick fog that shrouded the mountain. Everything couldn't be seen clearly. Even when the big boat arrived in front of the island and looked up, the thick fog still couldn't be seen. It was as if it was attached to the island. Brother Liang, this fog is quite strange. It's different from normal. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. You're really a disciple of a famous sect. Liang Cangxiu almost gave her a thumbs up. He said proudly, this is our sect's method of immortality. It's the foundation of protecting between the clouds and the water. Meng snorted and said in a low voice, it's just a so-so. Compared to my fragrant sect's protective formation, the peak protection formation, it's still a bit weaker. Miss Zixia is right, but, your sect's formation, hee. Meng rolled her eyes at him and didn't argue with him anymore. When the big boat got closer, it stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited for the disciple who was controlling the boat to walk to the bow of the boat. Then, he raised 2 scarlet triangular flags and waved them left and right. No one knew what the flags meant. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the big boat moved on its own and slowly drifted along the water island. When one looked carefully at the water below the boat, one could see that the water was divided into different parts. Some were moving forward, some were moving backward, and some were moving straight toward the water island. Only Zhang Xiaohua's boat seemed to be on a fixed course. It went in one direction and kept moving forward. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived, she hid her divine sense and true energy. She didn't release her divine sense and couldn't see the abnormality of the water flow. However, Zhang Xiaohua still praised, Brother Liang, this entrance method is quite similar to my sect's formation. Liang Cangxiu's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, how does one enter your sect? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Chang Chang and the magical bead he buried beside Jinghai Lake. She smiled bitterly and said, your sect has been searching for a long time. Until now, you still haven't found the secret of our sect? Liang Cangxiu smiled faintly and said, who says we haven't? Liang just wants to hear Junior Brother Ren's opinion. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I won't embarrass myself. As they were talking, the big boat tilted and shook violently as if it was about to flip over. Then, it rushed toward the moss-stained stone wall of the island. Ouch! Meng couldn't help but cry out. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked too. However, when she saw Liang Cangxiu's calm expression and the disciple at the front of the boat using the 1,000-kilogram drop to stabilize himself, she immediately understood. She reached out her left hand and held Meng's small hand. Meng held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and felt at ease. At this moment, the big boat was about to crash into the stone wall. However, the strange thing was that there was no sound at all. It was as if the stone wall did not exist. The big boat sank into the wall. After that, everyone's eyes lit up. An extremely wide waterway appeared in front of them. On both sides of the waterway, there were a few rows of short peach trees. At this moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Wherever the breeze passed, countless petals would drift and fall on the water surface of the waterway. It was a poetic and picturesque scene. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, what a good place to go. Your sect leader seems to be a cultured person. Junior Brother Ren is right. Our sect leader has great talent and bold vision. She is indeed rare in this world. All the traps and arrays between the clouds and the water were set up by her. She is truly admirable. Chapter 1020. The boat traveled for several li, but it still didn't reach the shore. At this time, it was the disciple who steered the boat. The 2 sides of the waterway had become cliffs and precipices. On the cliffs, the cries of apes and cranes rose and fell one after another. The precipices were also lush and verdant, with many green things hidden in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and felt quite strange. She pointed at the green on the precipice and said, Brother Liang, what kind of medicinal herbs are these? This humble one has never seen such a thing before. Liang Cangxiu glanced at it and said with a smile, Junior Brother Ren has misjudged. Those aren't medicinal herbs, but tea trees. Tea trees? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, are those green leaves tea leaves? Why are they different from what I usually see? Naturally, they are different. Liang Xianxia said, junior brother Ren has seen that they have been processed. These are grown on tea trees, so of course they are different. Huh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, reading 10,000 books is really not as good as traveling 1,000 li. If I didn't come to your sect, how would I know that tea leaves would be like this? While chatting and laughing, the big boat went against the current and entered a small pool. When it docked on the shore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. There is an island in the water, and there is water on the island. The Tao of immortality is really magical. On the shore, an old man with white hair and beard was waiting with several disciples. After jumping ashore, Liang Xianxia introduced, Ren Xiaoxia, this is Li Su of Huiming Hall. Li smiled, his mouth wide open. He cupped his hands and said, on behalf of Bai Zhangmen, I welcome Miss Zixia, Ren Xiaoyao, and Ren Xiaoxia from the incense cult. Although Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were forced to come here, they saw that Liang Xianxia did not make things difficult for them along the way. This Huiming Hall's Li Su was also polite to Li. Although they were puzzled, they also went forward to greet him. They bowed and said, thank you very much, Mr. Li, for welcoming us. Miss Zixia and Ren Xiaoxia are too courteous. Li smiled. Both of you are the messengers of the incense cult. Of course, you represent the incense cult. How could I, between the clouds and the water, not treat you with respect? We don't dare, we don't dare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Bai Zhangmen of the incense cult still has important matters to attend to. For the time being, I will have to inconvenience you too. This way, please. I have already arranged a place for you too. Please take a rest. This way, Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia. Liang will take his leave first. Liang Xianxia cupped his hands and said goodbye, then left without saying a word. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were led by Li to an abode. In the abode, several beautiful maids had already brewed fragrant tea and picked some rare fruits, waiting for the guests. After the guests and the host landed, Li raised his teacup and said, Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, please try our cloud mist tea. This is a specialty of our incense cult. You can't taste it anywhere else. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng both picked up their teacups and took a sip, praising it endlessly. Meng was fine with it. She only felt that this mouthful of refreshing tea made her mouth salivate and had endless flavors. Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. She only felt that when the tea entered her stomach, a wisp of qi of heaven and earth was naturally born. She only needed to slightly circulate her qi to refine it into her body. She knew that this tea was indeed precious. Zhang Xiaohua had also drunk tea with qi of heaven and earth in the Guizhuang house. That tea only had an ordinary taste. Although the qi of heaven and earth was comparable to this tea, the taste was worlds apart. Good tea. Zhang Xiaohua put down her teacup and praised, Ren can be considered to have drunk countless good teas, but I think this is the first time he has drunk this kind of celestial tea. Li was overjoyed, and said, Ren Xiaoxia can actually taste 3 of its flavors? Sect leader Bai is also a tea lover. He often says that this is a celestial tea. Although this old man can taste the differences, I can't tell why. Please enlighten me, Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly, and said with a smile, Old Hall Master is thinking too much. I just feel that this tea is indeed a little different from the tea of Chuanshan cult, but I don't know what the difference is. Let me tell you something, but I have disappointed Li. Li was indeed disappointed, but he still said, since Ren Xiaoxia likes it, then please wait a moment. This cloud mist tea is also precious in between the clouds and the water. This old man will go and see if the sect leader is free. At the same time, I will also ask for some tea for Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, and cupped her hands, and said, Thank you very much. After Li left, Zhang Xiaohua also asked the others in the house to leave. Meng rebuked, When did you drink tea on Lingering Fragrance Peak? Why didn't I know? Why are you talking nonsense? Don't you care about your face? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Mother and father at home both like to drink tea, but they drink despicable tea. Now that they see a rare tea, how can they not ask for some? Bring it back for father and mother to taste? For this, why would I care about my face? Meng was a little disappointed. Sigh, you can give up your face to find something fresh for mother. Even if I want to give it up, who can I give it to? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua patted Meng's shoulder and said, don't you still have my father and mother? If you have to give it up, then give it up. Meng's face flushed red, and she spat, they are your father and mother. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, but did not continue to harp on this. She said, that may not be so. Although your mother is no longer alive, your father can still be found. From Liang Zhangshu's words, your mother should be the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. Such a noble role, how bad can your father be? Perhaps he is a famous person in Jianghu? But what? Meng Qi asked. However, looking at your mother's appearance, she ran to a remote village to hide. There's an 80 to 90% chance that she's hiding from the Heavenly Dragon sect. That father of yours that you haven't met, I'm afraid he's not someone from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Sigh, yes, I think so too. But, my father is still my father. No matter what, I have to know who he is. Meng was melancholy. She then looked outside and frowned. Xiaohua, I have been thinking along the way. Why is Liang Zhangshu so polite and insisted that we come between the clouds and the water? If it was my decision, even Yu Sui would not agree. I listened to your idea and followed you here. You, how confident are you that you can escape from here? Why do we have to escape? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Although I don't quite understand the intentions of that Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water, just looking at Liang Zhangshu and Li Su here, they do not seem to have any ill intentions. Perhaps that Bai Zhangmen has something to ask us personally. I have a feeling that things are not so simple. Didn't you ask Liang Zhangshu a few questions earlier? You also told me on the way here. They have been working hard in Jianghu for so many years and have always maintained a mysterious appearance. Why are they being so polite to us? Don't forget that great elder Jing Gang was killed by them. They have been at odds with our fragrant cult for so many years. It would be easy for them to kill us now. Hee, you don't have to worry about this. Since this Xiaoxia dared to bring you here, I naturally have 100% confidence. If I had a 99% confidence, why would I be willing to let you take the risk? Let's not talk about other things, just you. Can't you talk about something else? Why do you always talk about my appearance? Isn't it just because my mother is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? As for whether or not she is the sacred lady, I don't know if she will give face. Meng was a little annoyed by Zhang Xiaohua's weak explanation. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little upset. She was brought to a strange place by between the clouds and the water and walked blindfolded for a long time. He couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. He held Meng's hand and chatted with her. Meng's expression gradually eased. After the time it took to eat a meal, the old hallmaster returned with 2 jade bottles in his hand. He had a smile on his face. He entered the door and said, I am really sorry for making you two wait. Then he handed over the jade bottles and said, this is between the clouds and the water's specialty, cloud mist tea. Please keep it well. Zhang Xiaohua took the bottles and opened the cork. A light and elegant fragrance rushed into his nose. His whole head felt refreshed. He used his divine sense to scan the jade bottles and found that there was a rich vitality in them. Zhang Xiaohua kept one bottle for herself and handed the other to Meng. Meng looked at him and said, you keep it for me. After Zhang Xiaohua put it away, Li said with a smile, Bai Zhangmen of the Bai sect invited Ren Xiaoxia to the White Cloud Hall for a chat. Me? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, why aren't there 2 people? The old hallmaster said, this is the sect leader's order. I don't know. I see. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. She said, please lead the way for me, Mr. Li. Then he turned his head and said, Senior Sister Xixia, please wait here. I will be back soon. Okay, you, be careful. Meng replied with concern. Zhang Xiaohua followed Li Su to a simple and unadorned hall. At this time, there were more than 10 people sitting on both sides of the hall. There were men and women, fat and thin. Liang Zhangxiu sat on the right side, slightly above. The 3 people who set up the 3 talents formation were also next to him, sitting below. Young Master Peng Yeyu was also among them. When Peng Yeyu saw Zhang Xiaohua, his face changed greatly. When he returned to Between the Clouds and the Water, he only told her about the immortal Dao people in Mo Cho City. How could he tell her about him and Huang Cheng? Although he knew that there were disciples of the fragrant religion in Jianghu, they were all male disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. Sometimes he faintly felt that Meng's words were somewhat credible, but he had always been secretly denying himself. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he knew that the unremarkable young man and woman were telling the truth. They were really disciples of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the people in the hall and her eyes fell on the beautiful woman who was nearing 40 years old. She saw that the beautiful woman's black hair was like clouds, her eyebrows were like black, her nose was high, and her face was sparkling like jade. She had a dignified face. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua just looked at the beautiful woman when a divine sense swept over her body. It went back and forth a few times. People of the immortal Dao? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and thought to herself, what Liang Zhangxiu said before, I thought it was an exaggeration. The immortal Dao in this world, other than the fragrant religion, the Daolan Temple, and the Tenryu sect, even the Misty School, the so-called inheritance of a large sect, does not have any experts of the immortal Dao. And the Righteous Alliance may not have any immortal Dao people. Between the Clouds and the Water, how could there be an immortal Dao cultivator? Chapter 1021. Reporting to Sect Master, Fragrant Religion Disciple Ren Xiaoyao is here. After Li reported, he sat on a chair on the left. Ren Xiaoyao from Fragrant Religion greets by Zhang Men. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Please rise. A gentle force appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua and lifted her up. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Zhang Xiaohua said, then turned to look at Peng Yeyu and cupped her hands. So Brother Peng is a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water, I'm sorry for my rudeness. When Peng Yeyu heard this, his originally gloomy face became even redder. He stole a glance at his sect master and cupped his hands. So Ren Xiaoxia is really a disciple of Fragrant Religion, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Night Rain, you know Ren Xiaoxia? Bai Zhangmen asked with a little surprise. This. Peng Yeyu only hesitated for a moment, then immediately told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, I don't know. Young Master Huang of the Falling Star Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua snorted, Young Master Peng, what do you think will happen to him? Peng Yeyu. Bai Zhangmen sneered, this sect master asked you to go to the Falling Star Alliance to inquire about Fragrant Religion, you and Huang Cheng, let's not talk about it, but Ren Xiaoxia already told you that they are disciples of Fragrant Religion, why didn't you say anything when you came back? Sect master, please don't blame me, disciple just thought that they were just talking nonsense. How can a disciple of Fragrant Religion really say that they are disciples of Fragrant Religion? They just wanted to scare us away, who would have thought? Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, we are gentlemen, of course we are magnanimous. Peng Yeyu, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Bai Zhangmen ordered without any explanation. When Peng Yeyu walked out of the main hall with an ashen face, Zhang Xiaohua was elated. This bastard actually dared to have ideas about my dreams. Letting you receive your punishment is really a gift from this Xiaoxia. Ren Xiaoxia, please take a seat, Bai Zhangmen said with a smile. A disciple brought a chair over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and said with a smile, Bai Zhangmen is too courteous. I wonder why Bai Zhangmen invited me and Senior Marshal's sister between the clouds and the water. Bai Zhangmen laughed and said, of course there is a reason. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many people. Hehe, Bai Zhangmen has eyes everywhere. There are few people in Jianghu who don't know about you. You even know about my affairs clearly. Why would you still need me? Ren Xiaoxia praises you too much. Many things are not necessarily seen with one's eyes. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't be at ease. All right, Bai Zhangmen, please enlighten me. I have to hurry back to the incense cult. At this time, I'm running out of time. Martial arts convention? Bai Zhangmen asked with interest. Sigh, since Bai Zhangmen already knows, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Zhangmen asked, when will the incense cult's martial arts convention be held? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, all the major sects have received the invitation. Your cult has eyes and ears in all the sections. Don't tell me you don't know. Is it the 26th of this month? That's right, Zhang Xiaohua replied snappily. Well, there's still more than half a month. If Ren Xiaoxia returns in time, he can also make it in time to report. Bai Zhangmen laughed. That depends on whether Bai Zhangmen will let me return in time. Zhang Xiaohua said. Why not let you return in time? This sect master has never thought of keeping you alive. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Oh, there's no need. In fact, I invited you here this time to ask how you came out of the incense cult. It seems that there's still some time before your sect protecting formation opens. Bai Zhangmen really doesn't know? Of course, I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent so many people and used so many methods to inquire about the secret passage of the incense cult. Sigh, why does Bai Zhangmen have to hide so much? I don't believe that Bai Zhangmen has no news. Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat evasively. Hehe, if not, how could this sect leader invite you all here? Forget it, then I'll get straight to the point. Ren Xiaoxia, is there a problem with your sect protecting formation? Yes, it is. Sure enough, if there were no flaws in the sect protecting formation, how could so many disciples come out? How could all the sects go to Lingxiang Peak? Bai Zhangmen's face showed a strange expression. Since the incense cult is about to reappear in Jianghu, then what about us between the clouds and the water? How can we be willing to fall behind others? Then he seemed to explain to Zhang Xiaohua, between the clouds and the water originally planned to summon the martial arts world next month and prepare to reappear in Jianghu. I didn't expect that the incense cult would send out a hero's invitation first. It's quite difficult for our sect. If we send out a hero's invitation after your cult, we'll inevitably be laughed at. Rather than that, it's better to take advantage of the Martial Arts Society Assembly to explain our sect's situation to the world's heroes. Good things come in pairs. Ren Xiaoxia, what do you think? Hehe, very good, very good. Bai Zhangmen invited me here so that I can pass this message to the cult leader of the other cult, right? Bai Zhangmen clapped his hands and said, exactly. If the other cult suddenly sends a disciple forward, it'll inevitably be rude and make Nanjing-yi unhappy. It's better to let Ren Xiaoxia pass the message to show our sincerity. Well said, I'll definitely do as you say. In that case, thank you very much, Ren Xiaoxia, Bai Zhangmen suddenly asked, your cult's protective array is gone? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, this matter is considered a secret now, but when Bai Zhangmen arrives at Dianqi Lake, he'll naturally know. It's not a big deal to tell him now. Well, it's no wonder that the disciples of the incense cult can enter Jianghu at will. Alas, with the appearance of the incense cult, Jianghu is in chaos. The protection of the celestial way has always had a limit. After thousands of years, the incense cult has finally fallen into the mortal world. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, listening to Bai Zhangmen's tone, he's quite emotional. Could it be that there's also a story between the clouds and the water? Hee, Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to know? If it's possible, please enlighten me. Then, if Ren Xiaoxia tells me why you didn't directly return to the incense cult after coming out of the Daoist temple, but instead went to Wuxia town, Baiquan mountain, and Poyang town, and even disappeared for a few days. Then, I'll tell you the truth. Alas, Bai Zhangmen is really amazing. I've always been careful, but I've still been targeted by your cult. It's just that, this matter, can't be told to outsiders. Bai Zhangmen, please understand. Is that so? I heard that the great master Chang Gung of the Daoist temple gave Ren Xiaoxia a note. What's on it? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Is it some kind of agreement between the incense cult and the Daoist temple? Is it something related to the celestial way? Maybe it's something that the incense cult left in Jianghu? The more Zhang Xiaohua listened, the more she felt that Bai Zhangmen was too imaginative. She shook her head. Bai Zhangmen finally slapped the chair and stood up. Ren Xiaoxia, don't hide it. The Ho family of Wuxia town and the Qing family of Baiquan mountain are inextricably linked to the celestial way. Even Poyang town, in my impression, is related to the celestial way. When Ren Xiaoxia went to those places, he immediately killed and destroyed the bodies. If it's not some secret of the celestial way, how can I believe it? Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She cupped her hands and said, Bai Zhangmen, what I said is the truth. Some of these are my personal affairs, so it's not convenient for me to tell you the truth. But one thing I can be sure of is that it has nothing to do with the celestial way that Honored Sir mentioned. If Honored Sir doesn't believe me, you can go and investigate. Honored Sir asked us to come here just to let us pass a message to the cult leader. I've already agreed. Sect leader, please go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak as soon as possible. Hee, sect leader Bai sneered and said, young hero Ren, you've always been sensible. Why are you so muddle-headed now? What? Zhang Xiaohua glared at her. If Ren doesn't say it, Bai Zhangmen won't listen? Compared to the secret of the celestial way, what's so important about you passing a message? Ren Xiaoxia should seriously think about it. There's no need to think about it, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Bai Zhangmen and said, this matter has nothing to do with the celestial way. You're really not going to say it? Bai Zhangmen didn't believe her at all. What? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Bai Zhangmen, do you still want to interrogate me? Ha ha ha, Bai Zhangmen laughed. A small disciple of the fragrance cult is so rampant. If this sect leader doesn't use some tricks, won't he be looked down upon by the other disciples? As he spoke, Bai Zhangmen's left hand lit up. It was the teapot that he usually held in his hand. His right hand had already formed a seal. With a pa sound, his finger slapped on the teapot. With a soft poof sound, the round teapot lid flew up, circled in the air, and suddenly enlarged. Bai Zhangmen pointed his finger, and the dustpan-like lid flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry at all. She reached into her chest and was about to take out Zhu Meng when suddenly a warm current flashed from her forehead. Her body was fixed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. Then, the thing that Wan Wuxin left in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace in the ruins of Huan flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and supported the flying lid. The lid immediately turned back to its original form. With a spin, it flew back to Bai Zhangmen's hand. At this time, the thing that flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead also spun in the air. In a moment, it expanded again and turned into a primordial spirit projection, standing in the air. Wasn't that Wan Wuxin? Seeing such an unforeseen event, everyone in the hall between the clouds and the water was stunned. Bai Zhangmen was first stunned, then shocked. Finally, he stared at Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection with an incredulous expression. Are you a disciple of the Shindao sect? Where did you get the demon refining gourd in your hand? Wan Wuxin asked faintly. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Shindao sect, Bai Yanxiu. Seeing this, Bai Zhangmen didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "This demon refining gourd was passed down by this disciple's master." Chapter 10:22. Well, the Lianya flask was not refined properly, and your cultivation of the Shindao sect's mantra is not up to par. Why is the Lianya flask controlled by a disciple with a weak cultivation like you? This. Bai Yanxiu was speechless. Is there anyone else here? Ask them to leave. No one is allowed to come within 500 feet, or else I will kill them all. Wan Wuxin said expressionlessly, "This is the friend I brought here. He needs to stay." Yes. Bai Yanxiu replied, and then said to the crowd, "All of you, leave. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 feet of this hall, or else you will be killed." Everyone understood that the matter was confidential, and immediately left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, looked bitter. Looking at the situation, Wan Wuxin was going to tell them what he told her in the ruins of Huanshu. This matter was unusual, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that her body was fixed by Wan Wuxin and she could not move, she had to listen even if she did not want to. Sure enough, Wan Wuxin said, "As the disciple who controls the treasure of the Shindao sect, you must be a disciple with a high status in the sect. Do you know who I am?" Bai Yanxiu said respectfully, "I have seen the portrait of the founder of the Shindao sect in the secret chamber, so I naturally know who you are." "Well, it's good that you know I. However, your cultivation is so weak, I think the Shindao sect has declined." "Yes, good master, you know that our Shindao sect has been destroyed by the incense cult, the Misty School, the Daoist Temple, and other sects thousands of years ago. The remaining disciples of the Shindao sect have never dared to show up in Jianghu, and only carefully passed down the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. Since a few hundred years ago, a genius disciple appeared in the sect and found the remains of the immortal Tao, and carried forward the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. However, in order to hide it and not forget the old shame, the Shindao sect has changed to Between the Clouds and the Water. I am not talented, but I have been taught by my master, and now I am in charge of Between the Clouds and the Water, and have been promoted to be the head of the Between the Clouds and the Water." Wan Wuxin turned a deaf ear to her words and nodded. There is no sect in the world that has not declined for thousands of years. Even in the cultivation world, the replacement of sects is like the stars in the sky, and the sun rises and the moon falls. As long as the orthodoxy is still there, even if it has declined, it does not matter, that's right. Since there is a primordial spirit projection, Between the Clouds and the Water will naturally restore the name of the Shindao sect. Under the leadership of the Grand Master, we will unify Jianghu and revitalize the immortal Tao. Bai Yanxiu's face flushed red, and she was obviously very excited. However, although Wan Wuxin could not hear her, he seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Silly child, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have left all the orthodoxy in the Shindao sect, so how can I help you again? Moreover, I am only a primordial spirit projection, which is not even a primordial spirit. Other than being able to speak, I can only judge the situation based on some mana." "What are you talking about? Whether you are a man or a woman, I don't even know. How can I help you?" "Ah." Bai Yanxiu almost covered her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of disappointment, but there was also a trace of relief in her eyes. "Okay, I won't say any more. I have limited mana. It is already very rare for you to bring me here and meet the descendants of the Shindao sect. The Taoist who brought I here is not a disciple of a big sect. He seems to be from an unorthodox small sect. You all take a good look at him. I have already promised him that I will leave some benefits for him. Later, give him a copy of the jade slip that I left behind." Then, Wan Wuxin cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Taoist, thank you for bringing I to the Shindao sect. It must have been a bumpy journey. Thank you for your hard work. I have already told my disciples that I will give you some things in a while. In addition, if what I said happens in your lifetime, my disciples will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition, I have some important things to tell my disciples in private. I hope you can understand." With that, she waved her hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was no movement around Wan Wuxin and Bai Yanxiu. Their mouths were moving, and even their hands were sometimes pointing to other places, but she couldn't hear a single word. Mute restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She wanted to shrug her shoulders, but unfortunately, her whole body was restrained by Wan Wuxin. Even her shoulders couldn't express her feelings. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the main hall for more than an hour like a clay statue. Within the restriction, Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed and finally turned into specks of brilliance. Like fireflies scattering in all directions, they finally turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. The mute restriction also dissipated. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua felt the restriction loosening and was about to move, Bai Yanxiu, who was still frowning and thinking hard, suddenly moved. It was the Immortal Way's levitation technique. He came directly in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Bai Yanxiu's 2 fingers pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua understood and unconsciously her face changed. Bai Yanxiu's series of acupoints sealed her whole body's power. Moreover, the technique used to seal her acupoints was Immortal Way technique. Bewitching finger. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that this was not some bewitching finger, but another Immortal Way technique in martial arts. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face change, Bai Yanxiu let out a long sigh. Without explaining anything, he turned back to sit on the chair and looked around the main hall in a daze. He seemed to be digesting Wan Wuxin's appearance and the shocking news that Wan Wuxin brought. The entire main hall was dead silent. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Yanxiu, no one would have thought that just a moment ago, the founder of the Immortal Way, the founder of the Shindao sect, had appeared here. Bai Zhangmen. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment, and made up her mind. She asked angrily, "What's the matter with you? Just now, didn't you say that as long as I answered some questions and brought the matter of your sect's visit to my sect leader, you would let me go back to the fragrant way?" "What? Are you going back on your words?" Bai Yanxiu was pulled back from his contemplation by Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, he smiled faintly and asked softly, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame me. What my founder said, I'm sure you know. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the Immortal Way. If my Shindao sect, no, between the clouds and the water can seize this opportunity, wouldn't we be able to suppress the Tenryu sect and become the #1 Immortal Way sect? We can also wash away the shame of my Shindao sect's previous extermination. For such an important matter, do you think I can let Ren Xiaoxia go? By the way, how did Ren Xiaoxia meet Senior Huan? Can you tell me? Bai Zhangmen, by treating me like this, you have completely violated the promise made to me by Senior Wan Wuxin. Tell me, do you think I can tell you anything? Ren Xiaoxia, you worry too much. I will definitely fulfill Senior Huan's promise to you. I'm just considering the consequences and want to keep Ren Xiaoxia for a few more days. Well, I forgot to tell Xiaoxia that the technique I used to seal his acupoints was left behind by the Immortal Dao. If I didn't do it myself, only Nanjing Yi and Nanjing Gang of your sect, or Elder Chang Xing of the Dalan Temple and Di Shi Tian of the Tenryu sect can undo it. If Xiaoxia doesn't want to suffer and wants what Senior Huan promised, then answer my questions honestly. I like obedient children very much. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to think for a moment and then told him about her trip to Huanshu. Of course, everything was simpler and more detailed than what she told Nanjing Yi. When she finished, Bai Yanxiu was surprised. What? It's that simple? You went to that 5 elements formation and met Senior Huan? Oh, the projection of her primordial spirit? He had only said a few words and then disappeared. She also said that she wanted you to find the Shindao sect and get the secret book of peerless martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, "That's right. Didn't Senior Huan mention it to you?" Actually, I already said that I was a disciple of the Shindao sect, and I've never heard of the Shindao sect, but she didn't believe me. I couldn't do anything about it, and I don't know when she hit it on me. Bai Yanxiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, seeming to be considering the authenticity of what he said. After a long while, she said, I don't know if what you said is true. It sounds really simple. However, I believe that you're an honest child who doesn't lie. Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud and raised her head. Of course. Well, that's good. What Senior Huan wants to give you is the jade slip of the immortal Tao. I'm afraid it's not useful to you, so I'll make the decision first. When I come back, I'll let you choose one of the secret books of peerless martial arts from our sect. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Why don't you give me the things of the immortal Tao? The jade slip of the immortal Tao can't be seen with the naked eye. Giving it to you is like casting pearls before swine. What's the point? It's better to give you some practical benefits. Also, about that matter, Bai Yanxiu smiled mysteriously and said, didn't Senior Huan say it? As long as you're still alive. I'll definitely give you some benefits. As long as I'm still alive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and then her face changed dramatically. She said angrily, Senior Huan's words are clear. If you don't meet Ren in your life, then you can only blame your bad luck. But, look at Bai Zhangman's actions now, he actually wants to keep Ren until. If you don't meet him in your life, won't Ren die of old age between the clouds and the water? Can't I? Bai Yanxiu was extremely surprised, but also extremely innocent. Senior Huan didn't say that I can't keep you. Moreover, I've done everything Senior Huan said exactly according to what you said. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in anger. What a good promise. Ren understands now. Maybe Senior Huan doesn't have any bad intentions, but when you make a promise, you have a countermeasure. Chapter 1023. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanxiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Xixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yanxiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanxiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. Sure enough, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops from the heroes' gathering palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately, there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanxiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanxiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water, but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, what took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back? Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. She smiled and said, it's nothing. This so-called Bai Zhangmen is very interested in our incense cult. He even inquired about our senior sisters and sect leaders' daily life. You think about it, how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of Shui Yun Club. How can I do that? How can I have the mood to drinks? Meng's here, my heart. Meng is here, where do I have the mood to drink to the wine, eh? Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed, "You're so charming. Nie Qianyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. I heard that she's become colder than before. She doesn't speak much to male disciples. Bai Zhangmen, why did he do that the moment he saw you? He eagerly gave you the position of guardian's disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "I'm not talented. I'm better than Pan and ha ha ha." Meng seemed to really see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She laughed so hard that she almost bent over. "I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, you can say the same thing." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged for no reason. "Anything is possible." I'm dying of laughter. "If you're that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of the fragrant religion." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room. She checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he couldn't bear to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one acupoint. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanqiu would find out the next day. She immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been unsealed. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai didn't ask anything because he and Zhang Xiaohua were by his side. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanqiu had some secret magic. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days in a row, Shui Yun Club seemed to be doing something big. Bai Yanqiu simply forgot Zhang Xiaohua and Meng at the back of her mind. She was busy appointing generals and dispatching troops. As for what she was busy with, the status of the disciples serving her was limited, so their knowledge was also limited. Meng was also anxious. While she nagged Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. The disciples only smiled and didn't say a word. Meng didn't know how to deal with them and could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still didn't know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she didn't hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she didn't know. However, according to what Bai Yanqiu said, perhaps even if she waited here for a lifetime, it still wouldn't happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. Hee, this guy actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How abominable. If I don't cause some trouble Between the Clouds and the Water, how can I be worthy of this guy's sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt depressed. On the way in from outside between the clouds and the water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples between the clouds and the water, he wouldn't be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he could only take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, looking at the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's cause some trouble between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother between the clouds and the water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Cangshu, or Li Su? Didn't you say that even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't touch us? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Daoist temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy between the clouds and the water as soon as they hear the news." "Ah." Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, won't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" "Io," Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so?" "Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then, he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." "Bah." Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room in a jog. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's butt. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back the moment it touched the fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't leave the island with the flying technique. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by ponds and there were restrictions in the ponds. Zhang Xiaohua knew only the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light was in the main hall where Bai Yanxiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large area of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanxiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanxiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1024. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, his divine sense had roughly scanned this large area. As he expected, his divine sense was bounced off at a towering palace and couldn't penetrate it. The palace was also pitch black. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the outside of the palace and looked at the closed door of the palace for a long time. He was just about to make a gesture to try to break the enchantment outside the palace, but when his gaze casually fell on the ground, his face unconsciously showed a trace of surprise. Then, regardless of the enchantment outside the palace, he just made a gesture and escaped into the ground. When he popped his head out, it was inside the enchantment. It turned out that the restriction only protected the palace above the ground, but the underground was completely unprotected. It was completely naked. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why this enchantment was so lame. Even the enchantment that he set up at night when he cultivated also considered the underground. It was not like this enchantment which only cared about the head and not the butt. Most of the palace inside the enchantment was no different from an ordinary palace. It was plain and there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Only in one of the large rooms, Zhang Xiaohua found a very obscure fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight into this room. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of cosmetics hit his face. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and took out the luminous pearl. With the brilliance of the luminous pearl, he could see the room clearly. The inside of this room was very luxurious. A large bed that could sleep 10 people was placed in the middle of the room. The bed looked to be made of a date red wood. Above the bed, there was a huge pink transparent cover hanging down from the thick beam of the roof of the palace, covering the entire large bed. On the large bed, there was also pink satin piled up. Whether it was the bedding or something else, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's concern. He looked at the row of cabinets on one side of the palace wall. The cabinets didn't have doors and were open. At a glance, he saw that the cabinets were filled with all kinds of clothes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi, so he turned his gaze away. What was left was an extremely gorgeous dressing table on the opposite side of the cabinet. There was also a bronze mirror that was about the height of a person in front of another wall. Furthermore, there was a small bronze mirror on the dressing table. There were also a few beautiful dressing boxes. However, there were no yuan qi fluctuations from them. "Oh, did I make a mistake?" Zhang Xiaohua was rather surprised. He used a seal to protect this palace, but there is nothing valuable inside. What is the meaning of this? Or, does Bai Yanxiu have a way to hide the fluctuation of primordial qi? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin. His eyes flickered as he released his divine sense. While he was carefully inspecting, his eyes were also looking around. He first looked at the large bed. That bed was really too big. Even if Bai Yanxiu rolled on it with all his might, he wouldn't be able to roll down. Why would she sleep on such a large bed? Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal path qi practitioner. Every night, he would sit cross-legged and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even ordinary martial arts experts would use their inner energy to replace sleep at night. For an expert like Bai Yanxiu who had stepped into the ranks of qi practitioners, there was no way he would make such a large bed just to sleep. However, when Zhang Xiaohua once again focused his attention on this somewhat overly large bed, he really did see some differences. This large bed was somewhat similar to the Kong bed in Zhang Xiaohua's Guozhuang house. The entire bed was supported by large stones. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with confusion. He walked to the bed, and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhang Xiaohua let out a laugh. He reached out and lifted the silk bedding on the bed, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was more than 3 fingers thick under the bedding. This stone slab was different from the stones supporting it. It was a complete piece. When the brilliance of the luminous pearl shone on the pitch-black stone slab, there was no reflection at all. The light seemed to have been absorbed by the stone slab. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and touched the stone slab. The stone slab was a little rough, and it did not match the smooth surface. After Zhang Xiaohua focused his eyes on it for a moment, he vaguely saw some unfathomable flashes of light within the stone slab. It was somewhat similar to the starlight in the night sky, but in a flash, it was similar to lightning. This Zhang Xiaohua touched the strange stone slab, not knowing what to say. In his divine sense, this stone slab was no different from the stones below. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. How could it be so different when seen with the naked eye? Whatever. Anyway, it's here to harm Bai Yanqiu. She slept under this thing every day. Needless to say, it must be something good. I'll just accept it. It's just that, this stone slab is too big. In my belt. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his divine sense entered his belt. He had collected too much 5 elements chalcedony in his belt, and there was indeed less space to store things. Fortunately, the stone slab was flat, and Zhang Xiaohua only needed to tidy it up slightly to free up the space. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the mysterious stone slab into his belt, another problem occurred. The stone slab was like the great wisdom sword, and could not be controlled with his divine sense. How should it be said, the great wisdom sword could not be controlled with his divine sense at all. This stone slab could be grasped by his divine sense, but it gave Zhang Xiaohua the feeling of using both hands to catch a small loach in the river. It was slippery, and there was no strength at all. However, it was still almost, and not completely impossible to control. Zhang Xiaohua exerted enough patience, and expended more than half of his divine sense, and paid the price with sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he manage to store the mysterious stone slab into his belt. It's painful but happy. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled happily. He did not know the origin of the stone slab, and did not know its use, but, to be able to take away something that Bai Yanqiu slept under, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Hee, you actually dare to turn I into Whitebeard Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you think about it, that won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Cough cough, it seems, to be a dream, to grow old together here, and not care about the affairs of the world. Hee, it's also a happy thing. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged, and carefully operated God's guidance, gradually replenishing his divine sense. His eyes looked around the bedroom again. Bai Yanqiu was a descendant of the Shandao sect, and if it was said that there were no relics of the immortal Dao in her bedroom, and that there were no rubbish that Zhang Xiaohua liked to pick up, even if Zhang Xiaohua's head was cracked open, he would not believe it. But, where were those things kept? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked around the bedroom again and again, and his divine sense swept again and again, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through everything one by one, and even the undergarments and outerwear in the wardrobe, his gaze landed on the huge mirror placed at the head of the bed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's idea, there was already a bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Bai Yanqiu could already put on makeup in front of it, so there was no need to place a huge mirror at the head of the bed. Since this huge mirror was superfluous, and it was even placed at the head of the bed, what was the use of it? Needless to say, if there was something out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong with this huge mirror. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror, and the light from the luminous pearl shone on the bronze mirror, and even the silk on the huge bed could be seen clearly. It was obviously a bronze mirror, right? How different could it be? Looking closer, he did not find anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and landed on the bed, and danced around on the bed for a while. The reflection on the bronze mirror was the same, very normal. Io, what is going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that Bai Yanqiu likes to see how I look when I sleep at night? This fellow's hobby is extremely wonderful. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaohua covered the bronze mirror with his divine sense from top to bottom, and wanted to do a final check, but it was still to no avail. There seemed to be no movement, and there seemed to be no sign of it. Perhaps Bai Yanqiu kept the things close and put them somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he prepared to leave the bedroom. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the small bronze mirror on the dressing table from the corner of his eye, he immediately froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. Everyone, what do you think? It turned out that the small bronze mirror also faintly reflected Zhang Xiaohua's face, but that face was Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Pan An's handsome face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the huge bronze mirror in disbelief, and the reflection in the bronze mirror was actually a complete Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, a feeling of horror rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This bronze mirror could actually reflect his original appearance. It was no wonder, he just stood in front of this huge bronze mirror for a long time, and the mirror was filled with Zhang Xiaohua. It was originally him, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. If not for the small mirror, he almost forgot that he disguised as Panin. This is it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to put the large bronze mirror into his belt. However, the bronze mirror seemed to have grown roots, and no matter how Zhang Xiaohua moved it with his divine sense, it did not move an inch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He walked to the front of the bronze mirror, bent down, and grabbed the bottom edge of the bronze mirror. Using the strength of his arms, he lifted it up stiffly. The strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms could be said to be shocking, but the bronze mirror only shook slightly, and he could not lift it up completely. Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a difficult position. Then, Zhang Xiaohua circled the large bronze mirror a few times, his hand holding his chin, and his eyes darting around. After half a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the huge bronze mirror, he stretched out his hand and took out the small mirror that he inherited from the incense sect, which was called the Hao Tian mirror by Nanjing Gang. Who knew, when the Hao Tian mirror was taken out of the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost control of it, and it flew out of his hand in midair. Chapter 1025. After Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror from her purse, it immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and hovered in midair. The clear sky mirror slowly floated in midair and stopped in the middle of the large copper mirror. Then, the surface of the clear sky mirror faced upwards and gradually emitted a silvery white brilliance. This brilliance became increasingly resplendent and bright. When the brilliance gathered to a certain extent, it formed a weak light pillar. The light pillar slowly dimmed and elongated, shining towards the ceiling of the bedroom. When the light pillar shone, the ceiling of the bedroom seemed to be transparent, revealing the thick fog in the night sky outside. Then, the fog melted like snow in boiling water, revealing a huge round hole and the resplendent stars in the night sky. After a few breaths, the stars in the round hole suddenly flashed rapidly. A crazy amount of star energy rushed into the clear sky mirror as if it was smashing down. The clear sky mirror buzzed and let out a joyful sound, as if it was absorbing the starlight in the sky. After the time it took to eat a meal, the clear sky mirror gradually stopped shaking. Then, it tilted slightly and gradually faced the large copper mirror in front of the bed. Immediately, the starlight was reflected by the clear sky mirror. The large copper mirror did not have any reaction at first, and the starlight was not reflected again. Even Zhang Xiaohua's figure in the large copper mirror disappeared. Gradually, a silvery white dot appeared in the middle of the large copper mirror. That dot grew bigger and bigger. When it was the size of a copper coin, it stopped expanding and turned into ripples that spread across the entire copper mirror. Then, the surface of the copper mirror rippled like the surface of a lake. After rippling for a few rounds, the silvery white dot gradually expanded. This time, it only stopped expanding when it was the size of the clear sky mirror. At this moment, the surface of the copper mirror stopped rippling. Instead, it slowly twisted and the circle in the middle became brighter. When it was as bright as a small full moon, the floating clear sky mirror turned again and faced the circle on the copper mirror. At this moment, the light beam from the clear sky mirror disappeared. The starlight that filled the sky also stopped pouring down. The entire ceiling of the bedroom returned to its original state, leaving only the brilliance of the large copper mirror and the clear sky mirror. The brilliance of the two mirrors illuminated the entire bedroom as if it was daytime. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and carefully observed the silver brilliance of the clear sky mirror and the circle on the copper mirror. The two lights reflected on each other as if they were communicating. After a few breaths, the brilliance of the two mirrors suddenly became so bright that it dazzled Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She closed her eyes naturally. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, the clear sky mirror moved forward silently. In an instant, it crossed the distance between the two mirrors and disappeared into the large copper mirror. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the clear sky mirror had already disappeared. The silvery white brilliance of the large copper mirror gradually dimmed. Even the circle in the middle gradually shrank. "Io, where's my small mirror?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew to the front of the copper mirror. Did it get eaten by the large mirror? Shit, I went for wool but came home shorn. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling regretful, the circle on the copper mirror disappeared. With a clear, chi sound, the large copper mirror swayed slightly. Then, there was a chi sound. The entire chamber was shaking. The large copper mirror in front of Zhang Xiaohua slowly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a hole that was about the height of a person in the wall that was previously covered by the copper mirror. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the hole. Instead, she focused on the shrinking copper mirror. The copper mirror looked different from before. There were some decorations on the round surface of the mirror that were made of an unknown material. It surrounded the entire supreme sky mirror, forming a rectangle. There were mysterious patterns carved on the surrounding materials. The patterns formed extremely profound talismans. Between the patterns, there were countless tiny tadpole-like carvings. On the top of the circular mirror, there were 3 tadpole-like words. However, these 3 words weren't the ancient words that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Supreme Sky Mirror? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and read it out loud. The clear sky mirror continued to shrink until it was 30 centimeters in size. Then, a purple light flashed again, and an extremely desolate aura was emitted from the clear sky mirror. After a flash, the clear sky mirror floated in the air again. Looking at the supreme sky mirror that had returned to its original state, Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand without hesitation. She grabbed the supreme sky mirror and flipped it around. Then, she immersed her divine sense into it. It had the same reaction as the small mirror in the past. It didn't seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua and the supreme sky mirror had returned to her original appearance as Zhang Xiaohua. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua kept the supreme sky mirror in her coin pouch. Then, she looked at the hole that was covered by the large mirror. Needless to say, the large mirror was a part of the supreme sky mirror and was used as a restriction on the hole. Now that the large mirror and the small mirror had combined to form the supreme sky mirror, the hole was naturally exposed. Furthermore, the hole was definitely the place that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking for. Using her divine sense to probe the hole, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense could only see 3 feet in front of her. There must be a restriction on her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand and took out Chasing Dream. Then, she flew into the hole. The hole was similar to the tunnels that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. They all led downwards. However, this tunnel was made of green bricks. It seemed to be man-made. There were burning torches in the passageway, illuminating the entire passageway. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that the entire passageway was quiet, without the slightest movement. Soon after, there were forks in the tunnel. There were small huts on both sides of the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pushed open one of the huts. There was only a simple praying mat inside. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the passageway and only picked up the things that could go down. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived at a place that looked a little rundown. It was only rundown that the green bricks were gone, and the passageway had turned into stone walls and mud. Moreover, there were fewer torches here, making it look very dark. After turning a corner, a small space appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. There were no more tunnels in this space. There were only 3 small doors on the left, right, and front. Each door looked exactly the same. There was a torch hanging on the wall in front of each door. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area 3 feet around her. She didn't find anything special. The small doors also blocked her divine sense. Hence, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she cautiously pushed open the small door on her left hand. The small door opened silently. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in her hand and quickly scanned the interior. She didn't see anyone. Then, she jumped in and closed the door behind her. The interior of the door wasn't spacious. It was only 2 feet square. At this moment, there were no torches hanging on the wall. Instead, there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded on the wall. There were so many of them that the entire room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door and looked around. There were 3 rows and 4 rows of jade tables in the entire room. There were jade scrolls, magic tools, and jade bottles on each table. They were placed neatly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I finally found the place. Zhang Xiaohua had picked up a lot of trash. She wanted to enter the secret room of a large immortal sect and find so many treasures. This was the first time in history. How could she not be happy? Rubbing her hands, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the jade table closest to her. There was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant here. The luster was a little dim, but the edges of the half-moon shape faintly flashed with a silver luster. It should be a magic tool with some history. However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take it, she was blocked by a layer of restriction on the outside of the magic tool. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said secretly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow. How did I forget about divine sense?" When she released her divine sense, she realized that there was no restriction on divine sense in the entire room. On each of the 12 jade tables, there was a different layer of restriction that firmly protected the things on the table. These restrictions were different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. What was the difference? It was very simple. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had seen that most of the restrictions were weak in primordial qi, which weakened the power of the restrictions a lot. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua could break the restrictions almost effortlessly. But the restrictions here had abundant primordial qi fluctuations. They were not affected by the lack of primordial qi of heaven and earth at all. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and checked the 12 different restrictions one by one. She sighed in her heart and felt very regretful. Since she came into contact with the immortal Tao, the history of breaking the old restrictions casually was probably gone forever. In the future, she really had to rely on her own strength to really break the restrictions. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her left hand and stabbed out with a nameless sword move. Sure enough, there was no primordial qi flow. Presumably, the primordial qi flow had already been consumed when she broke the restriction of the dragon vein. However, looking at so many things, she couldn't take any of them. It really made Zhang Xiaohua feel unreconciled in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did a little comparison and walked to a stone table on the right side of one of the stone tables. There was a lonely jade slip on it. The restriction on it emitted a faint blue light. Her divine sense felt that this restriction was a little familiar, and the primordial qi fluctuation inside was a little weaker than the other restrictions. Presumably, it was not important. Rubbing her chin and pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a fire talisman from her arms and threw it on the table. The flame produced by the fire talisman was extinguished immediately after it ignited slightly. Chapter 1026. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly, as if he had understood something. Next, he took out a jade scroll and inserted his divine sense into it. After carefully studying it for a long time, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Next, he retrieved 5 fingernail-sized 5-element chalcedony from his belt and casually tossed them into the air. After which, he sat down cross-legged and sent out a few fire talismans and a few hand seals, melting the 5 chalcedony floating in the air into a liquid state. Looking at the 5 fingernail-sized 5 elements chalcedony floating in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was dignified. He kept casting the hand seals on his 2 fingers and used one fire talisman after another. When the 5 elements chalcedony had shrunk to half its size, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified smile. Then, he did not dare to delay and changed the hand seals again. As if he was playing a zither, the true qi in the meridians in his body rushed to his fingers and formed hand seals on his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was also greatly consumed with the hand seals. When the 5 elements chalcedony in the air gradually solidified, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more dignified. His right hand slightly clenched into a fist at his waist, while his left hand slowly moved and formed hand seals. It was as if there were stones tied to his fingers. If one looked carefully, the strokes of his fingers were even more mysterious than before. Suddenly, the 5 jade chalcedony trembled at the same time. One moved up and one down, as if they were about to fly away. Zhang Xiaohua's face was not shocked but happy. His right hand, which had been at his waist all this time, suddenly opened up. 5 fingers stretched out in a hand seal that had been accumulating strength for a long time, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, hit the 5 jade chalcedony. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. A faint 5-colored brilliance flashed and the 5 elements chalcedony condensed into 5 different shaped jade talismans. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade talismans fell into his hand. Looking at these small jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just these 5 jade talismans had consumed all of his true qi, and it was only to break the most inconspicuous of the 12 restrictions. Why do I always feel that my cultivation is insufficient as my cultivation increases? It was true when I was in the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Later on, I reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Now, I'm already at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Why is it still like this? Is the cultivation of the immortal Tao really endless? Without further thought, Zhang Xiaohua first, he took out a spirit stone to replenish the true qi in his meridians. At the same time, he used spirit guidance and used to recover his spirit. Ever since 9 Radiance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use the spirit stone to cultivate. He just slept at night. Because he was often not alone, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when he just absorbed the true qi inside, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly noticed that the speed of absorbing true qi wasn't as fast as before. It wasn't just a drop. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, half of the true qi in his meridians had been replenished. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he put away the spirit stone. He stood up and placed the 5 jade talismans on 5 different places on the stone table. Then, he made a hand seal, and a 5-colored light curtain scattered on the restriction on the stone table. With a creaking sound, the water blue restriction gradually dimmed, and the fluctuation of true qi also weakened. Then, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth. The 5-colored jade talismans flashed, and the creaking sound became louder. Then, with 5 soft sounds, the 5-colored jade talismans broke and turned into 5 piles of fine powder. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with heartache. Then, he reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. It circled in the air and turned into 8 small swords that charged at the already dimmed restriction. With a series of crackling sounds, the water blue restriction finally shattered, revealing the ordinary-looking jade talisman inside. Zhang Xiaohua took back Chasing Dream and reached out to pick up the jade talisman. This time, he didn't encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua impatiently immersed his spirit sense into it and read the contents clearly. Unconsciously, a strange expression appeared on his face. It turned out that the jade talisman didn't record anything else. It was one of the 5 elements escape techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to for a long time, the would escape technique. Although this would escape technique was what Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to, but, under the current circumstances, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to obtain the water escape technique. Perhaps he could use his previous experience in cultivating the water escape technique before Bai Yanxiu returned. Then, he would be able to make some progress in cultivating the water escape technique and escape from this giant island surrounded by the deep lake. Sigh, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and kept the jade talisman into his money bag. Then, he looked at the other 11 stone tables and shook his head. The restriction on the wood escape technique was the weakest and he had already spent a lot of effort on it. Needless to say, he didn't have the ability to break the other restrictions at the moment. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. The other restrictions were all dim, but why was the restriction in the secret room between the clouds and the water so strong? With this question in mind, Zhang Xiaohua quietly left the secret room. He stood at the door and looked at the other 2 small doors. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He only had half of his essential qi left and his divine sense was insufficient. It seemed that the restrictions in the other 2 secret rooms were no small matter. Even if he went in, it would be useless. He might as well go back earlier and think about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the small door on the right was pushed open silently. It was pushed open from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about whether he should push the door open or not. He didn't expect that the door would be pushed open from his side. He was stunned on the spot. As for the person who pushed the door open, he didn't expect that there would be someone in this space. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his expression changed greatly. A look of disbelief and incomprehension filled his entire face. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. This person wasn't anyone else but his old acquaintance, Peng Yeyu. Senior brother Peng, why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and asked. Me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm expression, Peng Yeyu was also shocked. He thought that he had walked into the wrong place. But when he looked around, he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, this is my sect's forbidden area. Why are you here? Forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, since it's forbidden area, why are you here? Peng Yeyu hesitated for a moment before shouting, my sect leader sent me to retrieve something. I heard that Bai Yanxiu left the island this morning. How did she inform you to retrieve something? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. This is none of your business. As he spoke, Peng Yeyu came to his senses. He waved the long sword in his hand and a red sword appeared. He said angrily, this is my territory between the clouds and the water. You are just a disciple of the fragrant religion. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Peng Yeyu sneered, since you are here, this is exactly what I wanted. I was worried about how to cover it up. Now that I have killed you on the spot, I will say that I saw you sneaking into the forbidden area at night. I followed you and entered the forbidden area. This is perfect. He rubbed his chin and nodded, Senior brother Peng's words are reasonable. If Ren killed you and said the same thing, what do you think would happen? Ha ha ha. Peng Yeyu heard this and felt that it was very funny. He waved his long sword and said, Junior brother Ren, good idea. However, even if you came back from the Dalan temple and received the teachings of the elders, I don't think it will work. Would my sect leader believe you? Why not? If he didn't believe Ren, why would he let you go to the Huiming Hall to receive your punishment? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Peng Yeyu's face turned red. He said angrily, I am not unkind to you and Miss Xixia. I didn't kill you on the spot. Even if Alliance Master Huang of the Falling Stars Alliance wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Why do you have to hit me when I am down? Zhang Xiaohua picked her ears and said with a smile, when did Ren hit me when I am down? You can't blindly accuse me of something like this. Haha. Peng Yeyu said with a sinister smile, why would I talk to you? Of course, the sect leader wants you to stay in the sect for some reason. However, this is exactly what I want. If I kill you in this forbidden area, how can the sect leader not reward me? As for Xixia, she is just an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Since she is already here, the sect leader won't let her out of the water island. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy her, why don't you leave her to me? Peng Yeyu's pretense of being gentle was finally exposed at this moment. He raised his hand and the red long sword stretched out more than 3 inches. He waved the sword towards Zhang Xiaohua. Sword Qi. Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Since she knew that between the clouds and the water was a descendant of the Shindao sect, she vaguely knew why Peng Yeyu, Liang Zangxiu, and the others only used long swords. You know about the sword Qi? Peng Yeyu was stunned. His sword did not stop as he said, I guess your senior sister Peacock who survived a great disaster told you about it. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and threw Chasing Dream. She shouted, of course, I saw it with my own eyes. As she said that, her divine sense changed and Chasing Dream split into 2. The 2 sword lights pierced towards Peng Yeyu from the left and right. Flying sword? Peng Yeyu was shocked. He did not even notice Zhang Xiaohua's floating figure in the air. He waved his long sword and slashed at the 2 sword lights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. When the sword light flew in front of Peng Yeyu, it paused for a moment. Peng peng peng. 2 light sounds rang out. The 2 sword lights collided with the long saber and were knocked away. If the sword Qi can block the flying sword, then the sword light should be able to do the same. Zhang Xiaohua confirmed her thoughts. She moved her divine sense and Chasing Dream flew back. Chapter 1027. Peng Yeyu's expression returned to calmness when he saw that his blade had repelled Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He smiled and said, I thought that only the inner disciples of the incense cult had the chance to obtain the immortal Dao inheritance. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to obtain it at such a young age. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thank you for letting me win, but didn't senior brother Peng also obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Of course. My sect between the clouds and the water is blessed by the heavens. How can your incense cult compare? I heard that your incense cult hasn't had a disciple for many years. Oh, right, junior brother Ren, since there hasn't been a disciple for many years, how did you obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Could it be, your abbess Jingyi's? Peng Yeyu's face revealed a lewd smile as he spoke. This bastard. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. His initial impression of Peng Yeyu was not bad. Back in Aqua Cloud Club's main hall, he only saw the way Peng Yeyu stared at Meng Yeyu unhappily. That was why he exposed Peng Yeyu. Now that he heard Peng Yeyu's filthy words, how could he not know that Peng Yeyu was also a hooligan dressed in human clothing? However, all of this is fleeting clouds. Junior brother Ren, when junior brother Liang and the others were fighting the incense cult's disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've already cut off your head. No one else can compare to this merit, bah, keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaohua spat at him. Chasing Meng flew straight towards Peng Yeyu's chest. Peng Yeyu wasn't in a hurry. He waved his long blade and hid behind a scarlet blade. His right hand quietly reached into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Meng split into 2 and arrived in front of him. Peng Yeyu used his blade technique, wanting to repel the 2 flying swords like before. However, the moment his blade touched Chasing Meng trembled and split into 2 again. 4 sword shadows appeared. Ah! Upon seeing this, Peng Yeyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out his right hand from his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was in his hand, Peng Yeyu immediately circulated his qi. A crimson-red light screen quickly extended from Peng Yeyu's right hand. At the same time, Peng Yeyu also used the momentum to jump to the side. Peng! The two sword lights from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword pierced the red defensive light shield on Peng Yeyu's right hand. The light shield rippled a few times before it slowly closed. The other two sword lights struck Peng Yeyu's saber aura. The impact made Peng Yeyu's left hand numb, and he almost threw his saber to the ground. "Io, junior brother Ren, I didn't expect your cultivation of the immortal Tao to be so profound. To actually reach this level?" As Peng Yeyu spoke, his eyes glanced at the door he'd just pushed open. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any more words with him. With a push of her divine perception, chasing Meng once again flew back and transformed into 8 sword lights. One in front and one behind, they pierced Peng Yeyu's crimson defensive light shield. "Ah! You're Rejuvenation Valley's senior of the immortal Tao?" Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 8 flying swords, Peng Yeyu abruptly thought of the rumors of Rejuvenation Valley's immortal Tao. Didn't the senior who used the flying art use 8 sword lights? At this moment, Peng Yeyu finally noticed that Zhang Xiaohua was about half a foot off the ground. She'd been floating in the air for a long time. Peng Yeyu was terrified. How could he remain calm? How could he wield the long saber as freely as he did that day? Peng, 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 peng. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. 4 sword lights pierced the same spot on the defensive light shield. Peng Yeyu didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew over, intending to use his qinggong to escape towards that small door. Peng, 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 pu. First, there were 3 explosions, followed by a muffled sound. The chasing Meng Yeyu's small sword pierced Peng Yeyu's defensive light shield 7 times. The last sword pierced Peng Yeyu's heart. "Ah!" Peng Yeyu screamed tragically and fell to the ground. "Io." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She shot over like an arrow and didn't wait for Peng Yeyu's figure to land on the ground. She pressed a finger on the major acupoint at the back of his head. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little too late. She only managed to ask a few of the most pressing questions before Peng Yeyu breathed his last and died. "Sigh, my hand is still too fast. If only I could injure him heavily first. But isn't this a little too merciful? Just kill him. Why torture him?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Peng Yeyu, she already had a small plan in her heart. A plan to escape between the clouds and the water. And after Peng Yeyu's questions before he died, it confirmed the feasibility of her plan. She took out a fire talisman and burned Peng Yeyu's body. There wasn't anything special left on the ground. Even the long saber had turned into nothingness. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held Zhu Meng in her hands and walked to the door in the middle without hesitation. She pushed the door open and entered. Because according to Peng Yeyu, this was the forbidden area between the clouds and the water. Unless Bai Yanxiu gave permission, no one could enter easily. And at this time, Bai Yanxiu had brought most of the people between the clouds and the water away from the island. The strength of the sect was weak. Other than Peng Yeyu, a disciple who had been punished for no reason, he was angry. Tonight, he had rushed into this forbidden area recklessly and died unjustly. Absolutely no one would have the courage to enter this forbidden area again. Thinking about it, if it wasn't a forbidden area, anyone could enter. But everyone could see Bai Yanxiu sleeping on the big bed. Zhang Xiaohua thought wretchedly. Moreover, according to Peng Yeyu's words, there was a small door in the middle. Bai Yanxiu would definitely not let anyone enter. And Peng Yeyu's plan was to go to the passage that Zhang Xiaohua had just walked through to find some divine weapons or secret martial arts manuals. Opening the small door, a gust of cold air rushed to her face. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as she felt a sense of danger. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua first used her divine sense to explore. Fortunately, although her divine sense was suppressed here, she could still extend it about 10 feet. This was a pitch-black passage. It was no different from the mountain path that Zhang Xiaohua had explored before. Seeing that there were no changes, Zhang Xiaohua stepped in. The passage was winding downwards. The steps were quite wide. Zhang Xiaohua took almost 2 steps to complete 1 step. With the light of the luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua saw that there were some water droplets on the surrounding stone walls. And those water droplets followed the restriction that was invisible to the naked eye and gradually gathered and flowed to the bottom of the steps. She didn't know what time it was now, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left for her. Riding the wind, Zhang Xiaohua flew down. After walking for half a mile, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was almost at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far ahead, under Zhang Xiaohua's feet, there was a huge pit of about 10 feet. That light was emitted from the countless luminous pearl inlaid on the stone walls around the big pit. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the things in the deep pit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone, guess what Zhang Xiaohua saw? The first thing that entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes was in the deep pit. In an irregular shape, there were dozens of familiar-looking pill furnaces. 8 trigrams purple golden furnace? Zhang Xiaohua didn't look at other things and blurted out. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, a layer of transparent restriction blocked him, and he couldn't take another step forward. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and used her spiritual sense to control the flying sword to stab at the restriction. Unfortunately, after dozens of stabs, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense didn't even shake the restriction. Sigh, that's what I said. This is obviously the most important place between the clouds and the water. Why aren't there any strange restrictions along the way? So, it's waiting for us here. Looking at the restriction, it should be similar to the array that protects the dragon's vein in the incense cult. It's definitely not something that a qi refining stage cultivator can break. No wonder Bai Yanxiu was so relaxed and didn't put up any defenses. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought. At the same time, she looked at the deep pit again. After counting carefully, the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace in the deep pit, temporarily called the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace, there were a total of 25 furnaces. These 25 furnaces were arranged in 7 different places and each place should have 7 pill furnaces. But now, in these 7 places, there wasn't a single spot with 7 pill furnaces. They were more or less missing. In the place with the most missing furnaces, there was only 1 pill furnace placed in the innermost place. And in the middle of these 25 pill furnaces, there was an empty space. There was only a foggy thing floating in the air. From afar, she couldn't see clearly what it was. I'm envious, I'm envious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pill furnaces and felt like she wanted to reach out and tear the restriction. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up and looked at the restriction again with her divine sense. Then, she angrily comforted herself, needless to say, what kind of array is this? The pill furnaces that are missing are in my hands. If I don't go in, this array will never be complete. That's not right. There should be a total of 49 pill furnaces. There are 24 empty spots. There are only 18 pill furnaces in my belt. Doesn't that mean there are still 6 pill furnaces that are missing? Forget it, forget it. This array has no fate with me. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and turned to leave. But, she couldn't help but look back again. Looking at the ground, she made a gesture and directly went underground. She still wanted to see if this array was like the restriction in Bai Yanxiu's bedroom, with a strong start but weak finish. At first, the more Zhang Xiaohua looked, the more disappointed she was. The light purple restriction underground was still intact and protected the big pit on the ground. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to give up, she suddenly found that there was a well-developed underground passage in one part of the array. But this passage wasn't used by humans, but rats. Zhang Xiaohua knew from the Guozhuang house that rats in the fields were the most abominable. They always dragged unripe and ripe rice and other things into their underground caves. And the caves of rats were extremely complicated. Even if they could find the entrance, it was unlikely that they could find the hiding place of the rice. But at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the rat's cave, she almost wanted to thank the rats. Because on the side of the rat's cave, there was a cave entrance facing the restriction. Chapter 10:28. Looking at the seal on the side of the rat's hole, there was a spot that was about a foot wide. It was already dimmed, and the vital energy fluctuations were extremely weak. That rat had actually bitten through the seal. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Such a powerful seal was something that even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator like him couldn't do anything about. That ordinary rat was actually able to bite through the seal. Legend has it that a foolish old man moved a mountain, and here, a rat broke through a seal. I have to say, this is a legend that will last for eternity. Perhaps, time and perseverance are the most effective ways to break through all seals. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He moved to the front of the seal that was about to be broken. The rat hole was deep underground, and there were no signs of rats at all. The area within 100 feet of the hole was also abnormally clean. Perhaps the rats had already migrated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about the details of the person who broke the seal. He waved Chasing Dream in his hand, and several rays of sword light pierced into the hole. With just 5 rays of sword light, the light of the seal was annihilated. It was much easier and more convenient than breaking through Peng Yeyu's defensive light barrier. A hole that was about a foot wide appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter. He released his divine sense and observed carefully. As expected, the moment the hole appeared, it gradually began to repair itself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart gradually turned cold. However, a miracle still happened. The seal that was bitten off by the rat could no longer be repaired. The seal that was broken by Zhang Xiaohua only recovered to the spot that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It stopped abruptly. Sigh, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator couldn't even compare to a rat. This seal breaking must be the most unimaginable seal breaking. After that, Zhang Xiaohua broke the seal again. He used the transfiguration technique to shrink his body to about a foot, and smoothly entered the hole. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the pit, he did not wait for his body to stabilize in midair. A powerful force pulled him towards the bottom of the pit. With a bang, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body fell to the bottom of the pit. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his bones over the years, wouldn't he have been reduced to a pile of bones by now? Needless to say, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the restriction in the pit also prohibited the flight technique. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua shook her dizzy head and walked to the nearest pill furnace. Upon closer inspection, it really was another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. He sent his divine sense into the pill furnace. The pill furnace also had the words, 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, written on it. The inner walls of the pill furnace also had the same sacrificial chant. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be so bored as to actually refine 49 identical pill furnaces and arrange them into an array formation? This array formation, could it be that it possessed inconceivable power? I don't care anymore. Zhang Xiaohua thought. Her divine sense swept out, wanting to put this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into her belt. Who knew that when the pill furnace was lifted slightly, there was a strange connection from the other pill furnaces that were together with this pill furnace? The entire pit immediately produced a force, holding the pill furnace in place. No matter how much strength Zhang Xiaohua used, she couldn't put the pill furnace away. Io, this is bad. Could it be that this is a fixed array formation? Zhang Xiaohua thought. She walked forward and raised her arms, wanting to use the most barbaric method to move the pill furnace away from its original position. But just like before, just as the pill furnace left the ground, it was pulled by a powerful force. As the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms increased, the force also increased. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's arms couldn't support it and she threw the pill furnace to the ground. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end. It seemed that this pill furnace wasn't something she could put away. But since she couldn't put it away, if the pill furnaces in her belt were taken out, what would happen? Would this array formation be repaired? It shouldn't be, because counting the numbers, there were still 6 pill furnaces that weren't included. Looking at this small array formation that was still missing 3 pill furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua hesitantly took out one of the pill furnaces from her belt, wanting to put it in an empty spot in front of her. However, just as that pill furnace appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, before she could put it on the ground, a kind of fluctuation appeared from a small array formation in the distance. This fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation between the 18 pill furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt, but it was obviously much stronger. Once this fluctuation appeared, a suction force appeared from the array formation in the distance, instantly sucking that pill furnace horizontally into the array formation in the distance. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and found that there was only one empty spot in the array formation that sucked the pill furnace over. In other words, as long as this pill furnace fell to the ground, this small array formation would immediately be repaired. However, within this large pit, flying was prohibited. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps to rush over there. How could she catch up with the pill furnace that was flying over? With a "pa" sound, that pill furnace fell on the empty spot in the small array formation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped in her tracks and quietly looked at the small array formation. If there were any changes, she would immediately escape. However, when the pill furnace fell to the ground, the 7 pill furnaces in the small array formation were still and motionless. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Sure enough, as her divine sense swept over, Zhang Xiaohua found that the connection between the 7 pill furnaces gradually increased. When it increased to a certain extent, the 7 pill furnaces began to tremble at the same time, emitting a wang wang sound. The sound became more and more intense, and the ground of the large pit began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 7 pill furnaces floated up from their respective ground and began to rotate one by one. Woo-woo, the rotation caused the airflow and emitted a horrifying sound. As the 7 pill furnaces spun faster and faster, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could no longer distinguish the outline of each pill furnace. Even in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, those pill furnaces were gradually blurring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, a wang sound, like a huge cicada's cry, suddenly stopped. The other 6 pill furnaces did not show any signs of stopping. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think of anything, she crashed into that pill furnace. It's broken? Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the pill furnace emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately dimmed. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. That pill furnace was actually 7 pill furnaces combined into one. It was brimming with faint 5 colors, floating in the air. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua very keenly felt that the restriction on flying had weakened by a little. Looking at the new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace floating in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint connection with it. The original 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had been refined by Zhang Xiaohua with his qi. Presumably, this was the reason why Zhang Xiaohua felt a connection with this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew from not far away. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at it with his naked eyes. This pill furnace was obviously different from the one he had taken out just now. Not to mention the weight, and not to mention the faint 5 colors on the surface, just the spirit coming from the pill furnace was enough to show that this pill furnace was more than 1 level stronger than all of his previous ones. The refining technique on the inner wall of this pill furnace was the same, and the words of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had not changed. Presumably, if it was used to refine pills, it should have an even more shocking effect. With a move of his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua easily put this synthesized 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Then, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. One by one, he took out the refined pill furnaces that had not been synthesized. Then, he put them in groups of 7 and waited for them to rotate and combine. Until he took out the 18 pill furnaces he had obtained from the incense sect, he filled up the 6 small arrays. Then, he put away the 6 new 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces without any surprise. In the end, only the innermost small array with 6 empty spots was left. The same 8 trigrams purple gold furnace stood there all by itself. Using his divine sense, he looked at the 6 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. These 6 were the same as the previous ones. When they saw each other, there was still a faint connection between them. However, this connection was more obscure, and the fluctuations between them were more mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and hovered over the last remaining pill furnace. He originally wanted to give it a try. He did not have any wishful thinking. However, when he took it, it was beyond his expectations. The last pill furnace only trembled slightly. It was as if it was trying to resist. Immediately, it was put into Zhang Xiaohua's money bag. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why did this pill furnace suddenly lose its integrity? All the pill furnaces were put into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten. He pinched a spell and flew into the air above the big pit. The prohibition that restricted his flight must have been broken. Flying into the air, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of the fog-like thing that was surrounded by the pill furnaces just now. That thing was as big as a bucket. Outside it was a cloud of white silky fog. Above that thing, a thin thread of white flocculating gas extended in the air. It passed through the prohibition and the stone wall outside the prohibition. Could it be that the white fog that shrouded the water island is the fog on this celestial device? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Then, he waved his hand and cast a few spells. The white fog only tilted slightly and then gathered again. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He waved his hand again and that thing actually flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He hurriedly took out a rather big jade box from his arms. He pointed his finger and that big thing flew into the jade box. Zhang Xiaohua cast prohibition spells on the 4 walls of the jade box. He closed the lid and cast a few more prohibition spells. Then, he carefully put the jade box into his money bag. At this moment, the whole big pit was empty. Only the faint fog line from just now still led to the outside of the prohibition. But at the bottom of the fog line, the thing that produced the fog had disappeared. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1029. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Bai Yanxiu's palace and did not dare to delay. She immediately turned invisible and flew back to the abode. At this time, Meng was pacing back and forth in the abode, showing her anxiety. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, she hurried over and asked, "How is it? You've been gone for more than 2 hours. What did Bai Zhangmen say? Is there a turning point? Moreover, the more I think about it, the more strange it is. If she sincerely wants to visit the mountain, she should treat us with courtesy. Since she didn't even look at me, a female disciple of Mo Xian Palace, obviously, she doesn't want to treat us with courtesy. Even if she asked you some questions, she has the intention of going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to cause trouble. Moreover, our value is reflected before the Martial Arts Circle Convention. As long as this Bai Zhangmen goes to the convention and her evil plan succeeds, our value will be gone. Who knows, maybe the first people that Bai Zhangmen wants to kill will be you and me. Yes, and even if Bai Zhangmen comes back with us to the incense sect, we didn't send the message between the clouds and the water to the hierarch in advance. This is not a small crime." Meng was anxious and told her everything that she had just considered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. So he looked at the sky, walked forward, and took Meng's hand. He smiled and said, "You're right. I also thought a lot. Actually, I didn't see Bai Zhangmen just now. I heard that she left the island early. Io, what should we say? She can't have gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I don't know where she went. What we need to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible. Escape? How? It's not like you didn't see it when we came in. With so many immortal methods and so many troubles, how could the two of us fool the eyes of Aqua Cloud Room's disciples? Hee, Meng, you don't have to worry about this. I just went to look for Senior Peng Yeyu. Peng Yeyu? Dream frowned slightly. I don't like the way he looks at me. Why are you looking for him? I know you don't like it, but there's no other way. Other than him, there's only Liang Xianxia. These two are disciples we met in between the clouds and the water. Liang Xianxia seems to have left with Bai Zhangmen, so I can only look for Peng Yeyu. You? Are you looking for him to negotiate with him? Ask him to let us go? Dream sighed. Yes, under my persuasion, he was finally willing to help us, but he needs me to do something for him. Oh, as for what it is, you don't have to ask. I promised him to keep it a secret. Xiaohua. It's been hard on you. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and snuggled into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She couldn't speak to Zhang Xiaohua, so she opened her cherry lips and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips for the first time. Buzz. Zhang Xiaohua felt her brain heat up, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. It was as if Meng's figure was the only thing left in the world, and the only thing left in the world was the moisture and warmth on her lips. After a long while, both of them were panting, and reluctantly parted their lips. Meng's face was flushed red, and she said, "Then, why aren't we leaving? Isn't it convenient to go out in the dark?" "Yes, I wanted to tell you, but you kept pestering me." "I forgot," Zhang Xiaohua said with a shy face. Then, he explained, "I have already discussed with Peng Yeyu. He will come over in a while. You just need to follow him. He will send you out of the mountain first. Then, you quickly find a big white horse and go out in the middle of the night. I will go and help Peng Yeyu, and when I finish tomorrow, I will go and catch up with you. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Meng shook her head. "If we are going, we will go together." Why should we separate? Besides, even if I go alone, do you know where I am going? Where are you going to find me? Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face, and she held Meng in her arms, and said, "If we go together, we will be a bigger target." Moreover, in the hall between the clouds and the water 2 days ago, many disciples have seen my face. If I go with you, there will be problems. It is better if you go first, and you won't attract attention. As for where you are going, don't worry. Isn't it going to the Church of Fragrance? I have already asked Peng Yeyu, and now I will tell you the route. You go first, and I will catch up with you. Don't forget, Huan runs faster than your big white horse. Is that so? Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua speaking with such conviction, and she could only hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and said, Then I will listen to you. You have to come out quickly. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohua replied, and told her the route between the clouds and the water to the Church of Fragrance, and then she hurried away. Not long after, Peng Yeyu came from outside the house. Brother. Peng. Your throat. Meng did not like this Peng Yeyu, but after all, he wanted to send her out. After walking with Peng Yeyu for a while, Meng could not help but ask out of politeness. It's nothing, it's just, a few days ago, because of you, I was punished by the sect leader, and my meridians were injured. Peng Yeyu said unhappily, and his words were short and to the point. He was a man of few words. This. Meng had heard Zhang Xiaohua talk about this before, and she snorted coldly, and said, I don't know how Brother Peng plans to deal with my family. Ren Xiaoyao? If anything happens to him, even if you let me go, I will not accept your kindness. If I return to the Church of Fragrance and don't see him, I swear, I will destroy between the clouds and the water without leaving a single chicken or dog. Meng's tone was cold, but in Peng Yeyu's ears, it was like the sound of nature. This guy was Zhang Xiaohua in disguise, and if he did not have the face to do so, he would have pounced on Meng, hugged her, and kissed her. You are indeed worthy of being Ai's sweetheart, even your words are so ruthless. Hee, although you don't usually say anything, but behind my back, you call me hers, really intoxicating. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her voice was still fake, and she said vaguely, it's not dangerous, I will catch up with you in a few days. Meng continued to threaten, I'm curious, how did Xiaoyao persuade you? Do you have something you want him to do? Why are you asking me? If you want to ask your family. Ren Xiaoyao. Peng Yeyu curled his lips. Fortunately, his back was to Meng, and this familiar action was not seen by Meng. This dead man, he must say that he made an agreement with you to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I will pull his ear and ask. Meng said fiercely. Peng Yeyu naturally touched his ears and said thoughtfully, that's right, he definitely can't say it. While they were talking, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Under the light of the torches, they saw Peng Yeyu leading a woman. They couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, the person in the lead went forward and cupped his hands. External envoy Peng, you are. Peng Yeyu was slightly stunned, and looked at him. Do I need to tell you what I am doing? That person was also taken aback. He smiled apologetically and said, of course I can't interfere in external emissary Peng's matters. Now that sect leader has left, you must be relieved. TSK. I was too talkative. Please. Peng Yeyu nodded, and was about to leave. Oh, right, external envoy Peng, there are rules, please. Your password tonight is. Please don't blame me, this is, Yi Xiao Xiao. Peng Yeyu said in a bad mood. That person suddenly thought of something, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If he did not laugh, he would not be able to hold it in. Peng Yeyu glared at him, and left with Meng. The torches of the people behind them were crooked, and they were laughing extremely sullenly. On the short journey to the pier, Peng Yeyu and Meng encountered several patrols. It could be seen that between the clouds and the water was heavily guarded after Bai Yanxiu left. But who was Peng Yeyu? He was one of the few external envoys, and he always had the right to freely enter and exit between the clouds and the water. Tonight's password, although it was a little inappropriate, he had said it clearly, so who could stop him? On the pier, several large boats were docked, and one of them was lit. Peng Yeyu walked to the bow and shouted, who is on duty tonight? Who is it? A burly man shouted, and quickly ran out of the cabin with a small bone in his hand. When he saw that it was Peng Yeyu, he immediately threw the bone into the water, and rubbed his greasy hands on his lapel a few times. He cupped his hands and said, so it is external envoy Peng. This little one did not hear you, so sorry for the delay. Are you allowed to drink when you are on duty? Peng Yeyu frowned and asked when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the man's mouth. This. The man scratched his head and murmured, it is already late, this little one thinks that there is nothing wrong. Who told you that there is nothing wrong? Didn't I already have something to do? Peng Yeyu said impatiently. Yes, this little one will immediately tidy up. The man answered, and quickly went into the cabin. Not long after, several other men came out with food and wine in their hands. They all timidly looked at Peng Yeyu, who was coldly facing the pool, and hurried to the next boat. Meng looked on from the side with interest, but her heart was also a little uneasy. At this moment, a voice came, external envoy Peng. What are you going to do with this disciple of the fragrant religion? Meng's heart thumped. She turned around and saw that it was Li Su and Li from Huiming Hall, who had greeted them earlier. Peng Yeyu's expression also changed. He turned around and cupped his hands, saying, oh, so it is Li. I just received a message from the sect leader, asking me to bring this female disciple out. Oh? Is that so? Li Su frowned and looked at Peng Yeyu, and then looked at Meng, who was standing quietly next to him. He asked curiously, "What? The sect leader sent a message? Why didn't this old man know? When did external envoy Peng receive news more timely than my Hui Mingho?" "Oh, right, external envoy Peng. What happened to your throat tonight? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote recommendation or monthly." Chapter 1030. Peng Yeyu glanced at Li Su and said with a smile, "I am the external envoy personally appointed by the sect leader. If I don't have a direct message from the sect leader, how can I be called an external envoy? If your Huiming Hall knows about it, wouldn't the sect leader?" Peng Yeyu didn't finish his sentence. He turned to Dream and said, "Miss Xixia, get on the boat first. I'll send you to see the sect leader." Dream glanced at him, then glanced at Li Su. She calmly walked onto the boat. Li Su opened his mouth to stop her, but he raised his hand and put it down. "Li, I'll go to your place to receive my punishment. My meridians are damaged, so my throat is naturally a problem. There's nothing strange about it." Peng Yeyu saw Dream walk to the side of the boat. He turned his head and said, "Also, tonight's password was set by Li himself, right?" Li Su was somewhat baffled. He nodded and said, "Yes." "External envoy Peng, is there something wrong?" "There's nothing wrong. It's excellent. It's just that if some people don't know how to be flirtatious, they shouldn't do such things." Li Su was furious. This is Yi Yu Xiaoxiao's password. However, as soon as he said the password, he immediately understood. He looked at Peng Yeyu with a strange expression. Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, "Li, I left the island first. The sect leader sent me a message and I left the island in a hurry. The fragrant cult sent out 2 envoys. They only asked one about the fragrant cult situation and didn't ask the other. If that Ren Xiaoyao is hiding something, it will be inappropriate for our sect's operation. Therefore, she asked me to bring Xixia over. She has detailed information to ask." "Li, are you satisfied?" It's nothing. External emissary Peng has received the sect leader's verbal instructions, so of course he can do as he pleases. This old man was just asking, so don't take it to heart. Also, tonight's password is really this old man's slip of the tongue. Brother, please don't blame me, this old man will have his subordinates change it." "No, don't change it tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Peng Yeyu hurriedly stopped him and said, "I also didn't want to leave in such a hurry. So when I heard Mr. Li's command tonight, I felt a little unhappy." "Forget it, we're just talking about the facts. I still have a lot of respect for Mr. Li, wait for me to come back, then we'll have a toast." Well said, well said." Li Su smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Peng Yeyu and said, "This is a pill that I obtained from the Dalan temple. It's most suitable for external injuries. External emissary Peng, this throat injury is really not good. It's better to treat it as soon as possible." Peng Yeyu received the jade bottle and smiled, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Li." He then jumped onto the boat and shouted, "Hurry up and set sail. Before midnight, I want to get out of the pool." "Yes, external emissary Peng. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." The man controlling the boat saw that even Mr. Li was letting them go. How could he not quickly redeem himself? When the boat was out of the water, Peng Yeyu clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Li, rest early. When I come back, I'll thank you again. External emissary Peng, be careful on the road. Leave early and come back early." Li Su returned the gesture. His words were very warm. It made people feel that Shui Yupeng's old and new disciples were getting along well. Looking at the boat leaving, Li Su stopped smiling and scolded, "Look at all of you. What do you want me to say to all of you? Tonight's password, why didn't you remind me?" You already used his name as the password. How could you not make him angry? Go, hurry up. Sigh, forget it. If something like this happens in the future, you must tell me earlier. Then, he looked up and whispered, this external disciple can be really arrogant sometimes. Li Su did not know that on the boat not far away, Peng Yeyu's back was already soaked. Even his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this moment, he was brushing his forehead with his fingers and scolding, this old man, the man controlling the boat heard him from afar. He lowered his head slightly and focused on controlling the boat. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Dream sat in the cabin. Her two big eyes stared at Peng Yeyu, full of curiosity. The way out between the clouds and the water was different from the way in. However, Peng Yeyu did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stand at the bow of the boat. With the face of the disciples between the clouds and the water familiar with him and the password that made him a little angry, he was unimpeded. When the boat reached the shore, Peng Yeyu brought Dream down the boat. The man controlling the boat cupped his hands and said, External emissary Peng, I will not see you off. I hope you will make a new contribution soon. As he said that, he docked the boat beside the pool. At this moment, the disciples who were patrolling the shore quickly rushed over. Since they were already on the shore, Peng Yeyu dealt with them even more smoothly. He sent the disciples away with a few words. He even sent Dream's big white horse over. Dream rode on the big white horse. Peng Yeyu also rode on a horse. The two of them walked for a while and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sky, Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, Miss Zixia, I will see you off here. From now on, Miss Zixia will have to go by herself. Wait. Dream was a little worried. Young Master Peng sent me off under the pretext of your sect leader. If your sect leader asks about it in the future, how will young Master Peng answer? Why don't you follow me to the aroma cult? You will have a place to stay. Thank you, Miss Zixia. This is just a deal with Ren Xiaoyao. I naturally have a way to escape. Alright, it's getting late. Goodbye. Peng Yeyu obviously didn't want to say more. He patted his horse and went in another direction along the mountain. Dream looked at Peng Yeyu's back and waited for a while. She patted her horse and went in another direction. This was what she had discussed with Zhang Xiaohua earlier. Peng Yeyu walked for a while and didn't look back. He jumped down from the horse's back and waved his hand to hit the horse's head. The horse immediately fell down with a cry and stopped moving. Then, he took out something from his chest and threw it on the horse. The horse immediately caught fire. Not long after, everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Peng Yeyu suddenly waved his left hand. With a strange movement, he disappeared in an instant. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen. In the mountain range between the clouds and the water, in a cave, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done to Peng Yeyu last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He released his divine sense and found that Dream had disappeared. Peng Yeyu had also disappeared. Everything would be impossible to investigate. However, the stone in Bai Yanxiu's bedroom palace, the jade slip underground, and the pill furnace that had turned into 6-8 trigrams purple gold furnace had to be explained. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had planned it out last night. He stood up, changed his clothes, and changed into Pan An's appearance. He made a gesture and went to the mountain range. At this time, between the clouds and the water was still shrouded in thick fog. But, the mountain wind above the pool was gradually getting stronger. It had already blown away the fog at the outermost part of the island. It was no longer as thick as before. Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream, and it turned into 8 sword lights like swimming fish. They swam around his body. He used the flying technique to hide himself and went to the pool. When he reached the side of the island, his divine sense had found that there was a layer of array around the island. He didn't go in, but showed himself first and shouted, "Where is the girl from the Shindao sect?" He shouted 3 times in a row. These 3 sounds contained Zhang Xiaohua's genuine qi. The whole pool shook slightly. Between the clouds and the water, whether it was those who had not woken up yet or those who were on duty in the morning, were all alarmed. Everyone looked at the immortal flying in the sky in horror. The girl from the Shindao sect, she's not here? Then, that's easy. I came here to take away what belongs to I. You just have to tell her. Before his voice died away, Zhang Xiaohua flew out of the mountain. Not long after, he disappeared into the horizon. Standing on the giant island, the people who had been woken up from their sweet dreams finally woke up. It turned out that the other party had already infiltrated deep into the enemy's territory and taken away what belonged to them. What an immortal. There were so many of them, and they had such a tight defense, but they didn't even know when the other party left. Just when everyone was panicking, someone with sharp eyes saw the rising sun and shouted, "Look, look, the fog between the clouds and the water." Where did it go? Of course, the thick fog yesterday had been blown away by the mountain wind. The true face of the giant island between the clouds and the water was revealed. Not good. Li Su, who was hiding among the people, changed his expression and shouted, "Don't panic. The immortal has already left. Besides, he didn't come to find trouble with you. What are you afraid of? You, quickly go and see if the array inside and outside the island is still there." A man with a pale gold face ran to the shore. Not long after, he came back happily and reported, "Li, the great formation on the island is still there. The formation in the pool outside the island is also unchanged." Good. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Brothers, take care of the house. The immortal must have something to discuss with our faction leader. Since our faction leader is not here, and he has no intention of staying, let's all go about our business." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Gradually, they regained their calmness. Although they were not used to the disappearance of the clouds, after a short while, they began to bask in the sun lazily and enjoyed it, causing them to forget about the unforeseen event. Of course, Li Su could not conceal the fact that such a great change had occurred on the water island. He immediately sent the disciples of the Huiming Hall to leave the island by boat and report to Bai Yanxiu at full speed. Zhang Xiaohua fooled the people from between the clouds and the water. She hid herself as she walked, making it seem like she had disappeared into the sky. In fact, she landed on the ground after walking for a short distance. With a sweep of her divine perception, she had already found the location of the odd beasts. She used the earth escape technique and secretly pulled Huan out. Then, she jumped up and chased after Meng, who had been walking for a whole night. Chapter 1031. Chen pursed his lips and said, I'll encounter it sooner or later. It's better to ask now. Alright, I'll let you know that the bottleneck of the immortal Tao is different for everyone. Even our sect's bottleneck has nothing in common with the elders. Perhaps my experience can be used as a reference for the elder, but for you, it's like playing the lute to a cow. So be it. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If I can't comprehend it, I'll just treat it as a story. Chen said with a smile. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Immortality is different from martial arts. If you don't reach the bottleneck, you won't understand it at all. Instead, it may lead you astray. Nun Jingyi shook her head and said, however, if you want to hear a story, I'll tell it to you. Hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened and he almost clapped his hands in praise. He said, then, Sect Master. Tell me quickly. Nun Jingyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, actually, it's not a story. It's just that a disciple of Ruijin Palace, Missouri Qingshan, picked a Chao Huandan for my sect, and this Chao Huandan was obtained by the current disciple of the Guardian, Ren Xiaoyao. He returned the Chao Huandan to my sect according to Mo Qingshan's last wish. This Chao Huandan is an extremely rare immortal spiritual herb in the world. My sect refined this Chao Huandan into an elixir and took it. Naturally, I broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. This matter involved Nun Jingyi's love affair in her early years. Everyone in the hall knew about it. When they heard it at this time, they were all moved by Mo Qingshan's infatuation and could not help sighing in their hearts. Chen Chen said enviously, "This Ren Xiaoyao is really lucky. He went to Huanshu and got the Chao Huandan that no one had expected. This guy." "Oh, Sir Hierarch, it seems that tomorrow is the Martial Arts Circle Assembly. I heard that Master Changxing of the Daolan Temple has already passed Jinghai Lake and is accompanied by the Deputy Master of the Greenwood Palace. As for Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia, why is there no news about them until now?" Peacock frowned and looked at Nun Jingyi in confusion. She whispered, "I went to the Tenryu sect and junior sister Yuyan went to the Alliance of Righteous Sects. They both rushed back 10 days ago. Even though the Daolan Temple is far away, they should have returned by now." Nun Jingyi declined to comment. She looked at Nun Shuizhen and asked, "Do you have any news about these two people?" Reporting to sect leader, after the two of them appeared at Dragon Mountain and Poyang Town, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. Nun Shuizhen said, Besides, disciples of the Tenryu sect have appeared in Jianghu. I don't know if they have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream." Chen Chen asked curiously, "What does the Tenryu sect have to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream? Didn't senior sister Kong go to them?" "Alas, what should have happened has happened." Nun Jingyi sighed and said, "However, they are still disciples of the fragrance cult. They told the disciples in Jianghu that if they found any trace of them, they should report it immediately." Nun Jingyi's words were strange. Everyone was surprised. Chen Chen also opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't ask anything in the end. "Junior sister Shuizhen, how is the preparation for the reception in Huayu Peak?" "The preparations are almost complete. However, this martial arts assembly is a grand occasion that the fragrant religion has not seen for many years. There are a total of 230 sects that have received invitations. There are 512 sects that have not received invitations. According to Sir Hierarch, they are guests. The fragrance cult is also prepared to receive these sections. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 800 sections." Starting from Dianxi Lake, the outer disciples of the fragrance cult will accompany them. When they enter the mountain tomorrow and arrive at Huayu Peak, it will be the inner disciples of the fragrance cult who will receive them. Previously, we were only prepared to receive 500 sections. Now, there are 300 more sections. We don't have enough people. What's there to report?" Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "I guess the disciples of Lingxiang Peak will want to participate in such a grand occasion. You should inform Distant Fire Temple, Greenwood Temple, Ruoshui Temple, and Thick Earth Temple to send some disciples over. I'm afraid those disciples can't wait to be happy. Sir Hierarch is wise. I'll go and inform them now. There's one more thing, Sir Hierarch. I heard from the disciples of Jinghai Lake that the Tenryu sect hasn't sent a heavenly king, Peacock said in a low voice. It's fine. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The Tenryu sect is the most annoying. It's the inheritance of the demonic cult. There's a difference between life and death between us and the four immortal sects. Although the immortal sects and the demonic cult have been annihilated and there have been fewer battles of life and death in the past few thousand years, they're still incompatible with us. It's normal that they don't come. But, when I went, they didn't say that they wouldn't come. So, they'll be the last. Maybe when all the sects come to Huayu Palace, their heavenly king will be the last to arrive. Sir Hierarch, this Sakra. Why is he so arrogant? Chen Chen asked. Sakra? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. The Tenryu sect Sakra has never shown himself in public. He definitely won't participate in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. Even if someone from the Tenryu sect comes, it'll only be a heavenly king. Oh, I see. Chen was enlightened, but immediately asked, but... Sir Hierarch, you've broken through the bottleneck. Between the immortal sects and the Sakra, who's more powerful? Everyone's expression changed. Nanjing Fan and Peacock almost glared at Chen. Nanjing Yi seemed to have been asked. She stared at the clear sky outside the window. After a while, she said, the Sakra is the best in martial arts in the world. He's also the best in the immortal sects. Ever since the 4 immortal sects, Fragrance Cult, Daolan Temple, Misty School, and Shindao sect were founded, he's been the best. Even now, he's still the best. Silly girl, do you think our sect can compare to the Sakra? What? Chen was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Could it be that the Sakra of every generation is the best in martial arts? Sigh, we had our suspicions back then, but this is the truth, an indisputable truth. No one doubts this fact, and no one dares to refute this fact. But the immortal sects have been destroyed. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been destroyed. Why has the Tenryu sect always been so powerful? How did they pass down their knowledge? Chen seemed to want to cram in his knowledge of the immortal sects. The diabolism is different from the immortal sects. The immortal sects use the vitality of heaven and earth as the foundation for cultivation. The diabolism is different. As for what kind of inheritance they use, we don't know. We only know that although the vitality of heaven and earth has been greatly reduced, although it has affected the Tenryu sect, it has affected us more deeply. So, although the cultivation of the Sakra of every generation has decreased, this has not affected them. They've always been the number 1 sect in the pugilistic world. The Sakra has always been the number 1 in the pugilistic world. Then Master Jing Xian, Master Jing Gang. Peacock asked in a low voice, this time, should we ask about it? Nanjing Yi stopped and looked at Peacock thoughtfully. She nodded and said, yes. They killed 2 of our elders. Even if the Sakra is the number 1 person in the world and the Tenryu sect is the number 1 sect in the world, this matter must be explained clearly. Everyone praised him in their hearts and nodded, Lord Hierarch is right. But, Peacock, think about it again. Do you think it's possible to ask about this in front of all the heroes in the world? Master. Peacock's expression changed and she frowned. After a while, she shook her head and said, Master is wise and far-sighted. I'm still lacking in experience. This is not appropriate for me to ask. Chen was anxious and said, Senior sister, why are you talking in riddles with Master? Why don't you explain it clearly? Peacock looked at Nanjing Yi and turned to say, the death of the 2 masters is related to the Tenryu sect, but we don't have any evidence. If we ask them for no reason, they won't admit it. They might even ask us for evidence. Wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is incompetent? This matter can't be compared to the public vengeance in the martial arts world. We can't just ask for it openly. That's right. Chen also realized and said dejectedly, I thought I could find justice for the 2 masters. Justice is in the heart of the heavens, justice is in the heart of the people. Nanjing Yi nodded and said, this is something that the Tenryu sect needs to investigate. We won't ask about it in front of others. Moreover, the Tenryu sect has killed so many of the Tenryu sect spies. When will you hear them talk about it? Even if Chen says that a heavenly king of the Tenryu sect has been killed secretly, even if the Sakra is suspicious, he won't ask you in front of everyone. This is a slap to your own face. Nanjing Yi said, after all, tomorrow will be the most lively event that the Tenryu sect has ever seen in decades. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, everyone will be a guest tomorrow. Let's think about how to organize the Wulin convention tomorrow. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. One after another, they offered suggestions. Chen Chen glanced at Peacock and muttered to himself, "This adulterous pair, I wonder where they've gone to hide and have fun." The next day, it was a nice day. The Huayu Peak in the Tenryu sect was even more peaceful and calm. At the foot of the Huayu Peak, Nun Jingyi was dressed in a palace dress. Beside her, there were dozens of women dressed in palace dresses. However, everyone's head was covered with a veil, so it was hard to tell who was who. On the mountain path that was paved with yellow soil and sprinkled with clear water, there were already dozens of people in sight. Among the dozens of people, there were a few old men dressed in monk robes who did not ride horses. Behind the old monks, there were a few old men dressed in green who also did not ride horses. However, although these people did not ride horses and looked like they were just strolling, their figures were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Their speed was extremely fast. Even the dozens of young disciples behind them who were dressed in various clothes and riding horses could barely keep up with them. Seeing the old monk, Nun Jingyi's face was full of smiles. Her feet paused slightly and her body floated forward like a willow catkin. She only walked for dozens of feet in the air before she stopped and said, "Elder, Master Zhang-san, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip." Chapter 1032. Hearing this, Elder Changsheng, who was dressed in monk robes, exerted some force on his feet and also floated into the air. He was far ahead of the elders beside him and replied, "Amitba, I'm fine, but Abbess Jingyi." Congratulations Abbess Jingyi, you've broken through the bottleneck and your cultivation has increased by another level. Congratulations. Next to him, Alliance Master Zhang San, who was almost shoulder to shoulder with Elder Changsheng, also took large strides. He was actually using a rare qinggong, shrinking earth into an inch. He wasn't much slower than Elder Changsheng. When Elder Changsheng finished speaking, he also cupped his hands and said, "Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance has come to pay a visit to Abbess Jingyi." Abbess Jingyi smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, for coming from afar, this old woman is endlessly grateful." Then she said to Zhang San, "Alliance Master Zhang, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually mastered the qinggong shrinking earth into an inch. It's really commendable." Zhang San modestly said, "You're too kind. Compared to Abbess Jingyi's cultivation, my qinggong is insignificant. I wouldn't dare. All the martial arts in the world returned to their origin, and in the end, they all reached the same height." As they spoke, the long distance was covered by the two of them. When they arrived in front of Abbess Jingyi, Zhang San said, "I thought that entering Dianqi Lake meant entering the incense cult. Walking for a long time with it, this incense cult is indeed a paradise." "Isn't that so? I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so generous. She invited the entire Jianghu. Moreover, this Huayu Peak is actually so far from Jinghai Lake. Elder Changsheng, please don't blame me. I originally wanted to arrange for it to be at Jinghai Lake. After all, it's convenient for the heroes of Jianghu. However, that place doesn't have a ready-made palace, and it's also far from Lingxiang Peak. It took a lot of effort to arrange. After thinking for a long time, I decided to arrange for it to be at Huayu Peak. Huayu Palace is a palace left behind by the ancestors of the incense cult. It's the place where the ancestors of the Daolan Temple, the Misty School, the Shandao sect, and the Tenryu sect would drink and chat. Today's heroes of Jianghu are gathered here, showing that the incense cult is a place to treat guests. Ha ha ha. Alliance Master Zhang laughs. Our righteous Dao Alliance started after the immortal Dao Alliance. We have no chance to enter the Huayu Palace. Today, we have obtained Nun Jingyi's approval. We must take a good look around. Alliance Master Zhang, don't be ashamed of your inferiority. We are all inherited sects, while the Righteous Alliance started from scratch. You are indeed a hero, but you are also beyond our reach. In the future, when our sects provide guidance on Jianghu matters, Won't the Righteous Alliance also be a frequent guest of Huayu Palace? Thank you for your praise, Abbess. Alliance Master Zhang said with a smile. Please go up the mountain. In the Huayu Palace, there is tea for the daughter of the Chuanxiang cult to taste. As they spoke, Nun Jingyi invited Elder Chang Chang and Alliance Master Zhang San. The three of them used their qinggong and headed towards Huayu Palace. Behind them, Great Master Chang Gung, Great Master Chang Xing, Vice Alliance Master Chai, Vice Alliance Master Mi, and the others were accompanied by Nun Jing Fan and Nun Shuezhen. The other disciples were also accompanied by their corresponding disciples. After the two sects, it was the other Jianghu sect's turn. The masters and disciples of Ruijin Palace, Greenwood Palace, Lihua Palace, Ruoshui Palace, and Thick Earth Palace accompanied them up the mountain path. Other than the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, which did not have a limit on the number of people, the other sects had a quota of 4 people. As for those who came uninvited, they were informed that there would not be more than 4 people. Generally speaking, other than the sect master, there would be a vice sect master or an elder, and then there would be the 2 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Therefore, there were more than 3,000 people from the 800 sects. Including the elders and disciples of the Chuanxiang cult, there would be more than 5,000 people. This was also the immortal path inheritance of the Chuanxiang cult. The Huayu Peak was incomparably tall, and the Huayu Palace on top of it was also built with immortal path techniques. It was not inferior to the Mo Xian Palace on the Lingxiang Peak. But even so, other than the 230 sects invited by the Chuanxiang cult, more than 1,000 people from the other 512 sects, nearly 2,000 people, could only sit in the square outside the Huayu Palace. How big was the square of the Huayu Peak? Even with Zhang Xiaohua's vision, it was amazing. Therefore, more than 2,000 people were more than enough. In addition, the Chuanxiang cult was very well prepared. Every sect had a set of tables and chairs. When they sat down, there was an order and there was no sense of uneasiness. Jingyi Shirtai invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San into the Huayu Palace and sat down. The elder looked around and sighed, I've only heard of the Huayu Palace before. Now that I've come here, it really lives up to its name. Before alliance master Zhang San could speak, Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, the abbot is right. The Chuanxiang cult's immortal atmosphere is not something our sects can compare to. You flatter me, you flatter me. Jingyi Shirtai had a smile on her face, but she was still modest. Your sect is a pure land, blessed by the Buddha and protected by the Dharma protectors. My Chuanxiang cult really doesn't dare to have the heart to compare. Hearing Jingyi Shirtai mention the Dharma protectors, Great Master Chang Gung was a little displeased. He looked around and said with a smile, what Dharma protectors? They're only there to intimidate demons and small Daoists. When they meet a real master, they can only protect themselves. The Dharma protectors that Jingyi Shirtai sent to my sect are the real Dharma protectors that can shake the Jianghu. Jingyi Shirtai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, Great Master Chang Gung, what do you mean? Elder Changxing said, the Dharma protectors of your Chuanxiang cult naturally know the whole story. Shirtai, why do you have to ask us on the spot? His tone was a little unfriendly. That was because Zhang Xiaohua broke through the 3 tests of the Dalan Temple and damaged the Dalan Temple's reputation. How could the Dalan Temple tell outsiders about this? Even if the Chuanxiang cult had spies in the Dalan Temple, they wouldn't know about this matter. Although Jingyi Shirtai sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Dalan Temple for her own reasons, she didn't receive any reports from the spies. She also didn't see Zhang Xiaohua and Dream come back. Of course, she didn't know the reason. But looking at Master Changxing's expression, Jingyi Shirtai's heart was already blooming with joy. She definitely wouldn't mention this matter in front of the Righteous Alliance or other sect leaders. She only smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao is the only Dharma protector of my Chuanxiang cult. He's still young. If he has offended you in any way, this old woman will apologize. The Chuanxiang cult has such a good disciple, and our Jianghu has such a handsome youth. This old monk and the others are all happy. There's no need to apologize. The elder laughed. Seeing that there was some misunderstanding between the two sects, Jing Shirtai could only say, "Three great masters, please don't blame me. This old woman really didn't mean anything else. It's because Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia still haven't returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak." The elder was stunned. He turned to look at Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing. He exchanged a look and said to Jing Shirtai, "Shirtai, you sent Miss Zixia to Jianghu as a diplomatic envoy. Presumably, you have other plans. Something has happened. Perhaps, three great masters can also tell?" Jing Shirtai didn't wait for Master Changxing to finish speaking. Master Changxing didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since Shirtai Jing can tell, why can't this old monk and the others?" Alliance Master Zhang San, who was sitting on the other side, was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He cursed inwardly, "You two great sects with immortal legacies. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." However, he still couldn't say it. Otherwise, it would show how ignorant and inexperienced he was. Therefore, he also pretended to nod, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Since that's the case, I don't think anyone from the Tenryu sect will come today," Jing Shirtai said with a smile. "That should be the case." The elder nodded. Alliance Master Zhang San also smiled, but he was already cursing in his heart. What did this have to do with the Tenryu sect not coming? Alright, let's begin the martial arts circle convention. As she spoke, Jing Shirtai stood up and walked to the side of the chair. She moved her hands slightly in her sleeves and said softly, "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion." Jing Shirtai's voice was very soft, but, in the ears of the people in Huayu Palace, it was as if she was speaking right next to them. When they focused on their ears, they found that the voice didn't come from Jing, who was standing in front of them. Instead, it came from all directions in Huayu Palace. It wasn't just the people in Huayu Palace. In the square outside Huayu Palace, more than 2,000 people were noisy at first. When they heard Jing Shirtai's voice, it was as if there were 2,000 Jing Shirtai sitting in front of them. The voice also came from the square beside them. Everyone was very curious. Their eyes were full of admiration. What was the demeanor of a great sect with immortal legacies? This was it. Apart from the Daoist Temple, fragrant religion, and Huayu Palace, which other sect could be so generous? Other things aside, just the fact that one person's voice could reach more than 3,000 people's ears so clearly was something that even a super sect like the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion's Huayu Peak. Please participate in the martial arts assembly for my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world. Standing in front of thousands of people, Jing Shirtai spoke with assurance as if there was no one around. As everyone knows, my fragrant religion has been blessed by my immortal seniors for thousands of years. Under the protection of the sect-protecting formation, we rarely participate in pugilistic world affairs. Although this has preserved the legacy of my fragrant religion, on the other hand, it has also erased the edges of my fragrant religion. We lack the guts of a great sect like the Righteous Alliance. Today, due to various reasons, the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion has collapsed. From today onwards, the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion will no longer be the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion. In the future, we will integrate into the Jianghu, into everyone. I hope that in the future, all the Jianghu sects will work together with the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion and push the development of martial arts to the peak. Today is a milestone for my fragrant religion. It is also a milestone in the history of the pugilistic world. Today is a small step for my fragrant religion. It is also a big step for the pugilistic world. Today, the pugilistic world has given my fragrant religion a chance. In the future, my fragrant religion will give the entire pugilistic world a surprise, although my fragrant religion is a great sect in the pugilistic world, my fragrant religion has always adhered to the principle of not forming alliances and not seeking hegemony. I believe that due to my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world, it will definitely bring peace to the pugilistic world. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1033. Abbess Jing-yi spoke for a long time before finally smiling. After speaking for so long, I just want to tell the disciples of incense cult that we're back. Jianghu, we're back. Instantly, all of the incense cult disciples roared. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison. It was a shocking sight. Not only were the sects outside Huayu Palace shocked, but even the sects inside Huayu Palace, the Daoist Temple, and the Alliance of Righteous Dao were shocked. Alright, this old woman has finished speaking. In the future, when the disciples of my humble sect roam the Jianghu, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me. Nun Jing-yi cupped her hands and said. No one dared to be rude. They all stood up and returned the gesture. Master Longevity stood up and walked over. Abbess Jing-yi knew this and moved away from where she had been standing. Master Longevity put his palms together and said, everyone, incense cult is a branch of Jianghu. Thousands of years ago, although there was a protective formation, the disciples of incense cult could still be found all over Jianghu. Now that the heavens have changed, the disciples of incense cult can once again appear in Jianghu. This is incense cult's fortune, and Jianghu's fortune. This old monk won't say much, but I'll represent all of Jianghu in welcoming the disciples of incense cult back into Jianghu. After hearing Master Longevity's words, the crowd applauded. Who wouldn't give face to a Daoist Temple elder? After Master Longevity left, Alliance leader Zhang San coughed lightly and was about to go on stage when a voice came from outside the palace. Incense cult has such a grand event, how can I be absent? Abbess Jing-yi wasn't surprised. She used her divine sense to scan the outside and was surprised. She raised her voice and said, which sect are you from? Of all the famous sects in Jianghu, my school of fragrance sends out disciples to invite you. As for the other famous sects, my school of fragrance has a limited number of disciples, so I can't invite them one by one. Since you're here, then you're a guest. My school of fragrance will naturally welcome you with courtesy. Heh. If the Alliance of Righteous Dao can participate in incense cult's martial assembly, why can't we? Since the incense cult could re-enter Jianghu after thousands of years, why can't we do the same? I'll let Abbess Jing-yi know that we came here because we wanted to use incense cult's martial arts tournament as an opportunity to tell the heroes of the world that between the clouds and the water has returned to the world of martial arts. Between the clouds and the water? Nun Jing-yi and Grandmaster Longevity looked at each other, then at Zhang San. Zhang San also shook his head slightly. Re-enter Jianghu? Nun Jing-yi raised her eyes and said, I wonder what this re-entering between the clouds and the water means? Hee. That voice suddenly became sharp and piercing to the ears. Then I'll let you take a look, lest you forget. Nun Jing-yi seemed to have seen something strange. The elders were also surprised. A fiery red light shot in from outside the palace like a flaming arrow. It hit the curtains of Huayu Palace. The curtains were originally restricted by the immortal Dao. A faint light flashed and the curtains shattered with a crack. Then, a similar light streaked through the air like a meteor and shot towards Nun Jing-yi. Whoosh! Everyone in the Huayu Palace stood up. Hidden weapons or arrows in the martial arts world might have a sound, but they definitely wouldn't have such a brilliance. Which sect in the Huayu Palace didn't have a little bit of background? Who didn't know about the immortal Dao? Huayu Palace wasn't the only place. Above the square of Huayu Palace, the fiery red light flew in from outside and streaked across the sky. They had long since noticed it. Perhaps these sects knew little about the immortal Dao, but the appearance of an immortal Dao senior in Rejuvenation Valley was now a hot topic in the entire Jianghu. Didn't they come here to inquire about the incense cult? As expected, the immortal Dao didn't disappoint. It revealed its ferocity. Skyshaker Bao? Nanjing Yi frowned and blurted out. Seeing that the arrow-like light was about to reach her, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took out a jade talisman and flicked it forward. Pop! Another crack sounded. A splash of water appeared in the air, blocking the light. Sizzle. When the light touched the water, it drilled forward and slowly faded away. After a few moments, the result was clear. Puff! The light penetrated the water and continued to shoot towards Nanjing Yi. Humph! Nanjing Yi sneered. You only have the Shindao Sect's protection. Even if you have the Shindao Sect Skyshaker Bao, your cultivation is insufficient. What can you do to our sect? As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a dark green net from somewhere. With a shake of her hand, she wrapped it around the light. Although there were many transparent holes in the net, there was a pearl smaller than a mung bean at the intersection of two threads. When the light was trapped by the net, it stopped in midair. Although it seemed to have a mind of its own, it was still trapped by the net. Nanjing Yi snorted. Her finger moved slightly and pointed at the net. The net shrunk into a ball, and the fiery red light dimmed a few times before being extinguished. How is it? Can you still shoot another arrow? Nanjing Yi sneered. Ha ha ha. The voice outside laughed. Nanjing Yi, could it be that you want to test my cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura came from outside Huayu Palace. Although there were many people in the palace who weren't cultivators of the Tao of Immortality, their hearts throbbed. They couldn't help but look at the sky outside the palace. Sure enough, a round and flat object flew in from outside the palace. It was the size of a palm at first, but it kept growing bigger. When it was about to reach Huayu Palace, it became the size of a dustpan. The demon refining gourd? Two astonished voices sounded at the same time. Immediately, a green ribbon flew out of Huayu Palace's window like a python. It wanted to entangle the dustpan. Who would have thought that the dustpan would spin around without any effort? The green ribbon couldn't do anything to it. Then, a figure suddenly flew out of the window and floated there. It was Nanjing Yi. Nanjing Yi floated above the square. She pointed her finger, and the green ribbon changed again. With a whoosh, it spread open and wrapped around the dustpan. Then, it pulled the dustpan into Nanjing Yi's hand. However, just as the dustpan was pulled down a little, a rumbling sound came from the dustpan. A pale white brilliance appeared, and the dustpan spun even more violently. In an instant, the green ribbon was torn apart. When Nanjing Yi saw this, her expression changed slightly. She made a hand seal and hit the green ribbon. The green ribbon flashed with the same brilliance and pounced on the dustpan. At this time, a powerful suction force came from outside Huayu Palace. It brought a gentle breeze. The green ribbon flickered in the air a few times before it was sucked over. Oh no! Nanjing Yi cried out. This really is the devil refining gourd, and the technique it uses is also from the Shindao sect. Could it be a disciple of the Shindao sect? Thinking quickly, Nanjing Yi waved her hand and a triangle appeared in her hand. This triangle was dotted with green spots and looked quite simple. Just as the Shirtai was about to activate it, a Buddhist chant was heard from inside Huayu Palace. Amitba. Then, a pale yellow figure flew out of the window. It was the Daoist Temple's Elder Changsheng. Before Elder Changsheng landed on the ground, he flicked his wrist and the string of Buddhist prayer beads flew up. When they reached the side of the green scarf, the prayer beads had already become the size of a wicker basket. The prayer beads emitted a very comfortable Buddhist light that resisted the suction force. Only then did the green scarf stop moving. It flipped over and covered the wicker basket that was emitting a rumbling sound. Humph, the Daoist Temple and the incense sect only know how to cooperate with each other. It's been thousands of years, haven't they changed? Gga. Another unusually clear voice came from afar. The incense sect hasn't been so lively in a long time. Why is it so coincidental today? It's a good thing that this heavenly king came early. I can actually see the long-awaited battle of immortals. Before the voice died away, a green thing that looked like a beehive flew over from afar with a sharp sound. When it came close, everyone could clearly see several wisps of faint black smoke floating out of the beehive. Like tentacles, they clawed at the Dharma artifacts in the air. Black smoke nest. Garuda, the voice from before cried out in surprise. Then, the dustpan-like thing suddenly rose up. After a few turns, it was about to fly out of Huayu Palace. At this moment, the clear voice asked curiously, "Little girl, who are you from the Shindao sect? You actually have the devil refining gourd and can recognize this heavenly king?" As the voice spoke, the wisps of black smoke from the beehive suddenly stretched out, wanting to hit the dustpan-like. However, the suction force that had been blocked by the Buddhist beads suddenly changed direction, and the dustpan-like sped up. Even the black smoke was pulled extremely long. "Heavenly King Garuda, is this the way of a guest?" Nanjing-yi said expressionlessly. "What guest? This heavenly king is happy to see you fight. My hands are itching." Let's all have some fun together. As the voice spoke, the black smoke from the black smoke nest became thicker, and the tentacles gradually formed. Nanjing-yi looked at Elder Changsheng and pointed with her right hand. The green ribbon circled a few times and shrunk to an extremely small size. It moved strangely in the air, dodging the attacks of the black smoke, and fell into Nanjing-yi's hands. Elder Changsheng's Buddhist beads were even more powerful. They flew straight at the black smoke nest. Wherever the milky white Buddhist light went, the black smoke became thinner and disappeared. The Buddhist light had a natural restraining effect on the black smoke. With just a touch, it was already so powerful. Chapter 1034. Changsheng, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. Sigh, how did it end so quickly? Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat. Nanjing-yi raised her voice. Yes, Nanjing-yi, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. "Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanxiu, but the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianghu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water." Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better. Bai Yanxiu smiled. I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianghu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianghu from now on. Nanjing-yi sneered. If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianghu? Nanjing-yi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianghu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianghu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of between the clouds and the water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianghu have just finished participating in the assembly of heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the assembly of heroes between the clouds and the water. In terms of reputation, between the clouds and the water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianghu hand in hand with the incense cult? When she heard Bai Yanxiu lowering his status, Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Dao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Alright, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianghu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianghu, even if the Shandao sect reappears, we should also be able to. Nun Jingyi, there is a difference in your words. It is between the clouds and the water, not the Shandao sect. Bai Yanxiu said with a smile. He, Nun Jingyi laughed and said, whether it is the Shandao sect or between the clouds and the water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanxiu smiled and bowed. If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out? Please excuse me, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanxiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qinggong to arrive beside Bai Yanxiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. Nun Jingyi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself, it is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal. Nun Jingyi said nonchalantly. Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan. As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abbess Jingyi waved the small flag again. Boom! Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30 feet tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanxiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. Alright, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary. Nun Jingyi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive, as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the immortal Dao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the immortal Dao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qinggong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yinxiu had been operating on the water island of the Water Cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her Dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the fragrant cult's martial arts society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that she had still fallen into Nun Jingyi's trap, a big sect with an immortal Dao legacy? It was not a joke. Bai Yinxiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment, she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi waved her hand and smiled. After the immortal Dao legacy, your Shindao sect, haha, Nun Jing-yi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water. Oh, I am confused. I am used to calling you that. Bai Zhangmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come, come, come. Garuda King, Bai Zhangmen, please take a seat in Huayu Palace. I was just about to nag you. Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. Please. Bai Yinxiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jing-yi sat. Elder Cheng Sheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, Jing-yi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this. Nun Jingyi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste? If I invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats. Ha ha ha, Garuda said again, now that the Tenryu sect is here, this. Between the clouds and the water is here too, Jing-yi, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone. After a moment of silence, Jing-yi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yinxiu and said with a smile, Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jing-yi sneered and said, Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair. Heh, I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect. Nun Jing-yi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, Great master, please take a seat. Many thanks to you. Guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind. As he spoke, the elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jing-yi glanced at Bai Yinxiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect master. Although Bai Zhangmen isn't the Shindao sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand. Bai Yinxiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Nanjing Yi." With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nanjing Yi smiled and said, "Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School's sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang." Ha ha ha. Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time. The Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water. The Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nanjing Yi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the immortal Tao. "Alright, everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin convention will continue with its brilliance." Nanjing Yi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by Lingering Fragrance Cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianghu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianghu, perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But, this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Mo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. It was mixed with the warmth, and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Bai Yanxiu released his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Bai Yanxiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Bai Yanxiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shindao Sect's heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time, Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jingyi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much, and can be said to be a waste. I think, if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded. "Nun Jingyi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qinggong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. "Ah!" The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qinggong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jingyi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jingyi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.